On the first day of school, the classroom door was kicked open. Several fully armed SWAT officers rushed in, their guns pointed at me. Hishio, come with us immediately. The whole class was shocked and the teacher stood up on the spot, but I calmly stretched out my hand and was handcuffed and taken away. Behind him, people were talking. Didn't they say he went to work during the holidays? What did he do wrong? But no one knew that I was working in a war zone abroad, risking my life to earn tuition fees. Part 1. On the first day of school, the entrance to Tsingyuan Institute of Science and Technology was as bustling as ever, with students returning to campus one after another, dragging their suitcases and the sound of laughter echoing. A broadcast van was parked outside the school gates, and the second season of Hot-Blooded Struggle had just begun. The reporter, smiling professionally, introduced the show's new theme, documenting the passionate and striving lives of university students. As a documentary series launched by the official channel, Hot-Blooded Fight is all about truth. While the first season followed hardworking professionals, this season focuses on university campuses. The new theme surged in popularity upon its release, with comments flooding the live stream and the audience's enthusiasm running high. A reporter randomly interviewed a boy who claimed to have spent his winter vacation helping the elderly, washing feet, and scratching itches. His claims were reassuring and righteous. However, the comment section immediately exploded, with comments alleging he had spent the entire holiday playing games. The reporter was left in a state of confusion, and the situation became awkward. The show became so popular that viewers could identify the interviewee in real time and debunk the allegations. Just then, the reporter's camera trained on me. I was walking toward the school gate, clutching a few books and carrying a worn backpack with a large water bottle slung to the side. The comments instantly changed their tone, with praise pouring over me like the melancholic academic master and the water bottle camel. I scoffed inwardly. These people are so imaginative. A reporter stopped me and asked for an interview. I nodded. She asked what I did during winter break. I replied, working. She pressed for details, and I simply said, running around, working with my hands, digging some holes. I wasn't lying, but she might have misinterpreted it. As I answered, I observed the shift in her gaze. Clearly, she saw me as the epitome of someone from a humble background striving for success. The light in her eyes told me I had become a target candidate for the program. She noticed the book in my arms and said she wanted to see what I was reading. I shrugged and flipped the page to her. The camera panned across. Introduction to Anatomy. A complete analysis of human acupuncture points, self-cultivation for a professional killer, and the economics of war. The comments went viral again, with the audience's response switching from inspirational to something's wrong with this guy. The reporter forced a smile, remarked on my unusual reading tastes, and asked my name. I simply replied, Hishio, taking a sip from my hanging water bottle. I was more concerned with hydration and my upcoming class schedule than with the interview. She wanted to continue chatting, probably wanting to leave her contact information because the show needed to choose a lead. But I glanced at my watch and said, class is about to start. I turned and left, not giving her a chance to ask another question. She was still standing there, her words still lingering as she walked away. Wu was searching for a model student who could be on the show. When the camera caught sight of me, she paused noticeably, then wrote my name in her notebook. Hishio. Little did she know, choosing me marked the most exciting start to this season's show. Just as we were wrapping up the interview and preparing to leave, several police cars roared in, followed by 2 black vans with "Special Police" written on them. A dozen officers quickly gathered at the school gate, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, thinking they were here to arrest terrorists. Meanwhile, I was inside the teaching building, having just settled into my usual corner seat. My seat is by the window, making it easy to evacuate at any time. It's a habit I've developed over the years. A few classmates came up to me and joked that I'd disappeared off to work again during the winter break. Actually, they'd long been accustomed to my low-key nature. No one knew that I never worked during the holidays in the traditional sense. The teacher came in and teased us about how meaningful our vacation had been. As she called on me to share my experience, the classroom door suddenly slammed open. Heavily armed SWAT officers rushed in, their guns pointed at the podium. The classroom instantly fell silent. No one dared to move. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and every eye turned to me. I didn't move, just calmly watching them gather around me. The leading officer said in a low voice, Hishio, please come with us. I nodded and slowly placed my hands on the desk. By now, it was obvious that my winter break, part-time job had been discovered, though I wasn't panicking. After all, I haven't killed anyone in China. At least, not yet. After confirming my cooperation, the police signaled me to stand. I calmly walked out of the classroom, followed by a fully armed police team. The scene was eerily quiet. I heard whispers behind me. What's wrong with brother he? What did he do? At the end of the hallway, Wu Yu and the cameraman were already waiting. When they saw me, they were surprised. Clearly, she hadn't expected the show's alternative protagonist to be escorted by a team of special police. The live stream's comments instantly exploded. We were just interviewing him. One student caused such a scene? This show is insane. Captain Meng, what did he do? Wu Yu couldn't help but ask. Officer Meng, the team leader, simply replied coldly, extremely dangerous. Those 4 words seemed to explode in her mind. She yelled for the cameraman to follow while she watched me being escorted into the police car. In the interrogation room of the Qingyuan City Public Security Bureau, I sat on a metal chair, my hands resting casually on the table. Across from me sat a police officer named Meng Tian, who looked quite experienced. He stared at a document on the table, transferred from the National Security Bureau, his expression growing increasingly serious. I knew that those work records had finally brought me here. Where did you go during winter break? He asked, staring at me. I calmly replied, working to save for tuition. He nearly choked. I continued, mercenaries aren't allowed in China, so you have to go abroad. He was speechless, probably having never seen a student like me. Honestly, I also felt a little special. He pressed on. Why is your name on the dark web's killer rankings, ranked 9th? I didn't deny it. That's a job, too, and it pays well. The moment I said that, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Meng Tian's expression was as if he were questioning his life. A part-time killer? A college student? We also found out that Delta Force wanted to recruit you. Did you refuse out of patriotism? He asked. I shook my head. Not entirely. They don't pay you daily. As I twitched, and I added, I even beat up their squad leader. Silence fell again. He began to realize that I wasn't just any student. Did you do the bombing of the Shimakoku shrine? He whispered. I nodded. One of their council members owes me wages. He was silent, and I smiled. Assassinations, bombings, debt collection. These jobs were nothing new to me. I always kept my word. If they owed money, I'd just give them a reminder. One last question, he said, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Is the AK comfortable to use? I answered earnestly. No. If the bullet explodes, blood will splatter all over me. He silently stood up, covered his head, and walked out of the interrogation room. I knew he was the one who confirmed that I had worked in both the Middle East and the Golden Triangle. As soon as he left, Wu Yu chased after him. She applied for interview permission, but Meng Tian refused, saying my identity was too complicated. Wu Yu was dissatisfied and asked him what was going on. Meng Tian looked at the camera behind her and said, turn off the lens first. Then he handed her a document and said, read it yourself. Wu Yu's face paled as she flipped open the document. It said I went abroad as a freshman under the guise of working abroad, joined the mercenary organization Black Panther, and single-handedly destroyed 3 strategic targets. She was stunned. Meng Tian sneered and added, those are 3 military bases. The documents became more and more outrageous. During the summer vacation of my freshman year, I went to the Golden Triangle, and when the whole team was killed, I killed a drug lord alone and burned down 3,000 acres of poppy fields. During the winter vacation of my sophomore year, I became a dark web killer, and my first order was an S-level 1. During the summer vacation of my sophomore year, I fought with the mafia in Rome, and during the national day of my junior year, I appeared in the Middle East, and a U.S. military base was subsequently bombed. There's one last page. During winter break from my junior year, I went to an island nation to collect debts. A council member drowned, and a large portion of a shrine was blown up. This resume reads like the protagonist of a spy novel, except I'm still a college student, punching in on campus and attending classes. Wu Yu's fingers trembled. Is this really a part-time job? Be a professional killer? Still ranked 9th on the dark web? According to the information, every vacation I have is like a battlefield. These part-time jobs are just a part of my life. However, they never thought that the student ID and the killer list can actually exist in me at the same time. Many people said I was outrageous, including Wu Yu. When she looked at that employment resume, her face was filled with disbelief. A trip to the Middle East for National Day and bombing an island shrine during Chinese New Year seemed like something straight out of a fantasy script to her. But for me, it was simply completing a mission, settling my commission, and defending my rights. Captain Meng was also quite frustrated. He said that if someone like me went on a rampage, the entire police station wouldn't be able to stop me. I understand. After all, I single-handedly took out 300 drug traffickers and set the Golden Triangle's poppy fields on fire for 3 days and 3 nights. It's normal for them to be afraid of me. However, I felt at peace with myself. After all, I'm a legal citizen in China. After Captain Meng left, The production team began to hesitate about whether to continue filming me. Wu Yu, however, suddenly became excited, as if a light had dawned on her. This is what true passion and hard work looks like. She threw down a single sentence and rushed back to the TV station, reportedly planning to make me the star of the show. I guess she was impressed by the passion and inspiration of my work experience. I was still waiting in the interrogation room, but the door wasn't locked. I stuck my head out and asked, "Can I leave now?" The officers at the door were stunned. "Why did you come out on your own?" I said innocently. The door wasn't locked. Their faces turned green. I honestly didn't think what I did was serious. I was just there to get a job. A short while later, Captain Meng returned and told me I could leave, but I couldn't leave the country for 90 days. I shrugged and agreed, since I still had several classes to take that semester. After taking 2 steps, I thought for a moment and turned back. "Can you take me back to campus? I don't have money for a taxi." Captain Ming's expression was extremely complicated, but he agreed anyway. Half an hour later, a police car pulled up steadily in front of Tsingyuan University of Science and Technology. I got out and waved goodbye to Captain Ming. "Goodbye, Uncle Police." He solemnly reminded me to obey the law. I nodded and smiled. I always have. Of course, I'm talking about within Dragon Country. As for other places, let's not talk about them. Just as I was about to enter the school gate, a familiar voice called out to me. "Hishio, please wait a moment." It was Wu Yu. She had just flown back from the TV station and excitedly announced that the show had chosen me as the lead for its 2nd season. I shook my head and declined, saying, "I have classes and no time for filming." I truly intended to have a normal semester. She was anxious and said in one breath, 200,000. I stopped and turned to ask, "Will you delay my payment?" She immediately assured me, "It will be paid within 7 days. I will definitely not default on it." I nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then pay me half as a deposit first, and then the final payment after the filming. I am always serious about my work, and it's a pleasure to work with you." Wu Yu was stunned, then reflexively shook my hand. Nice cooperation." Her expression was complicated, as if she had just signed a contract with some uncontrollable being. I just smiled, but inside I was thinking, this part-time job might be more exciting than the battlefield. But at least, this time it's legal income. I was taken away in the morning and returned in a special car in the afternoon. Even the security guard looked at me differently. The wind blew in front of the school gate, as usual. I walked towards the teaching building with my hands in my pockets, followed by Wu Yu and her group of cameras. I could feel the live broadcast was back on. These people really didn't give up. Wu Yu introduced me to the camera as the protagonist of the 2nd season of Hot Blood Fight. The comments were frantic. "Wasn't he arrested this morning? What's the reason the police sent him back?" Wu Yu smiled and replied, "No offense, just an investigation." This was true. Back home, I was indeed a law-abiding citizen. I walked into the classroom and knocked on the door to report. The teacher, surprised, let me in. The whole class stared at me. "Brother He, you're awesome. Even the SWAT couldn't stop you." The cameras in the back row were trained on me. Wu Yu even brought along school leaders, declaring me the star of the class. For the entire class, I felt like I was sitting under the spotlight. During class, I received a message from Chun Bingbing. I knew it was a misunderstanding. "Are you okay?" "No. I heard you were caught selling your body." Hilarious. I was speechless. Bad signal. During winter break, I was traveling around the Middle East and island countries, and there was indeed no signal. "A movie tonight?" "No, I have to work." She continued to ask, "Are you short of money?" I only replied with one word, "Yes." This conversation was captured clearly by the camera, and the live broadcast room instantly exploded. "This is too romantic. Hishio is working too hard after school. But I really don't have time for a relationship. My part-time job is not ordinary." When the bell rang, Wu Yu immediately stopped me and asked where I was going. I said, "Working part-time." "A formal job?" I nodded. "Formal." She stared at me with a complicated expression. I knew what she was thinking. She'd read those files and knew that my part-time jobs weren't usually ordinary jobs. After school, I ate a small meal, only about 70% full, worried it would affect my performance. Then I rode a shared bike straight to the suburbs. After riding for over 40 minutes, I stopped in a secluded alley. The lights of massage parlors on both sides dyed the ground red, and the production team was clearly panicking. Is this place really legitimate? I walked through the alleys at a leisurely pace. They followed behind, beginning to fall behind. I stopped and waited. Finally, under a half-broken streetlight, I pointed to the underground entrance behind me and said, "We're here." A skull-shaped sign hung at the entrance, its red light flickering in the night, a welcome and a warning. Wu Yu frowned. "Is it here?" I didn't answer, but pushed the door open and walked down. The stairs stretched for dozens of meters, the only sound around us being our footsteps. At the bottom, there was an iron gate. I knocked, and a cold voice came from inside. Who? Me. The door was chained open, and a bald man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder stared at me. The production crew was clearly nervous. The camera shook, and the audience's comments exploded. This is an underground black market. Hishio, are you being tricked by the production crew? I didn't say anything, but just followed the strong man into the door. After all, some jobs are indeed not suitable for public explanation, but they are very profitable. I pushed the door open and walked into the basement boxing gym. The production crew behind me was clearly panicking. Wu even took out her pepper spray to comfort herself. I didn't turn around, but I heard her mutter, Hishio seems like a kind person. If she knew who I was teaching, she would probably use the spray on herself first. As soon as he entered, a wave of heat, mixed with the smell of sweat and roars of anger, hit him. In the center ring, two strong men were engaged in a fierce fight. While the audience roared and cheered wildly, the scene was deafening. Wu was stunned. Is this underground boxing? A scarred man approached and said with a smile, this is a legitimate boxing match. He was Scar Brother, an acquaintance of mine. He greeted me immediately upon seeing me, then glanced towards the production crew. I simply replied, I brought them here. He nodded, that's fine. Wu surreptitiously asked if I was here to box. I replied, no, I'm their coach. Her expression fell. We went down one level. On the second basement floor was a spacious training ground. A dozen shirtless men, all 1.9 meters tall and muscular, were practicing boxing. The scene looked like a mafia base. But when they saw me, they all stopped and shouted, Coach Xiao, he is here. The live stream instantly went viral. I threw my bag on the ground, walked towards the training area, and asked, who's fighting today? Two big guys stood up with a smile. I nodded and said, it's the same old rules. You fight, and they watch. Then they put on their gloves and went to the ring. The other boxers surrounded them, watching every move attentively. The punches were hitting each other so hard that Wu even frowned. I called a halt and pointed at one of the fighters, saying, your punches are hitting the wrong angles. They're not hitting the vital points. Then I pointed at another and said, there's a clear rib injury. Half a second is enough to land a knee strike. A good hit could break 3 ribs. The fighter nodded repeatedly. These big guys were obedient to my every command. They meticulously noted down every flaw I pointed out and practiced it over and over again, like students in a lecture. The audience in the live stream was completely stunned. This is so professional. College students teaching boxers? And they're so convinced. But the facts were staring us in the face. That's enough for today. I clapped my hands, and the people on the ring retreated. Then I said, it's practical training. As usual, you two come together. Wu almost yelled, Hishio? 1 versus 2. Scarface rubbed his hands in delight. Don't worry. Little he will take care of them in 5 minutes at most. I stood in the center of the ring, not even wearing protective gear. The two burly men opposite me were fully armed, their mouthguards gnawing at me, looking like they were ready for battle. The crowd below was incredibly excited, some cheering, some placing bets, and some even calling for hot pot. They all knew this wasn't a competition, but a tutorial. Along go. At the command, a man swept his leg at me, poised for a spinning kick. As he shifted gears, I kicked him in the lower back, sending him flying and crashing into the fence. The audience erupted in uproar. I could hear the comments flooding the live stream. The kick was perfectly angled, sending his spine plummeting, temporarily immobilizing him. Another burly man, shouting revenge for my brother, rushed forward, swinging left and right hooks. Without moving, I gently sidestepped and then slammed an uppercut into his jaw. He fell backward, his eyes wide open. Scar Brother checked the time, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Not in great shape today. I stood still while the two men across from me fell flat on their faces. The boxers on the sidelines were used to it, but the live stream was buzzing with activity. This college student is too perverted. He won easily against 2 opponents without protective gear. Wu remained silent, but her eyes told her she was reassessing my part-time job type. The burly man I'd kicked was screaming, ouch, don't touch me. I might be paralyzed. Several of my friends tried to help him, but they didn't dare to exert any strength. I walked over, squatted, and pointed at his spine. The 12th vertebra is compressed, affecting the nerves in the lower body. I demonstrated, saying that if you want to disable the upper body, you should hit the 2nd vertebra. I finished, tapping the joints at the base of his neck with my fingers. Crack. He froze. Shit. I can't move my whole body now. The muscular men around him were terrified, nodding and taking note, like students in a classroom. I warned them, don't overuse it. If you don't control the force properly, it can be fatal. After the lesson, I tapped his spine a few times. Click, click. He instantly regained his mobility, leaped up from the ground, and said with a grin, ha! Coach, he is amazing. Scar brother quickly thanked me. I've learned another trick. I waved my hand. I've taught you everything I need to know. Then I held out my hand to take the tuition fee for today's lesson. 200 for 1 hour, 400 for 2 hours. I put the money in my pocket with satisfaction and waved to Wu Yu, who was still in a daze. Let's go. She was a beat slow to react. Huh? Oh, okay. When we left the boxing gym, she was still confused, and the program crew was silently following the live broadcast from behind to record everything. The camera zoomed out, and I quietly walked through the burly men, my hands in my pockets. The comments exploded again. Who can believe this student only charges 200 yuan an hour? I'd pay him 2,000 yuan to teach me self-defense. It was already dark when we left the underground boxing gym. Wu Yu suggested we eat together, but I shook my head. Outdoor food isn't healthy. Let's go home and cook. She was stunned, then surprisingly thought I had a point. The production crew followed me through the dim alley, their headlights shining on the rear wheel of my shared bike. Pretty down to earth, right? My home is in an old residential complex in Qingyuan City. The security guard greeted me from afar, saying that the neighbors all praised me for being handsome, having good grades, and working part-time to support my studies. I smiled and nodded, then casually reminded him, remember to go for the community checkup tomorrow, especially for your heart and lungs. He said he was in good health and didn't trust the hospital's advice. I didn't say anything more. Wu Yu was quite moved by this conversation, but I whispered, what a shame, he's dying. She was stunned. I continued, he has advanced lung cancer. His breathing and coughing patterns are not right. The more she listened, the more confused she became. I glanced at her again and said, you should also avoid wearing tight bras. It can cause breast problems. She instinctively lowered her head, glanced at her clothes, and blushed. I said nothing more and continued walking down the hallway. Wu Yu's eyes were like those of an X-ray machine. I could tell she was filled with curiosity about every inch of my life, especially where I lived. I led them upstairs and opened the door, revealing an old, 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. It wasn't large, and the furniture wasn't new, but it was very neat. Comments flooded the screen. Is this the killer's home? I thought it was an underground armory. Wu Yu peered around, staring at my closet and under my bed, as if he were trying to find a trap. I saw her expression was a bit exaggerated, and I couldn't help but laugh. Do you think there's explosives under the bed and guns in the closet? Her face instantly flushed. I just loved seeing her, overwhelmed with curiosity but afraid to admit it, like this. This show is really becoming like taking a bunch of urban novices to watch a real-life movie. The room was cramped, but I moved easily. I changed my clothes, washed my hands, and walked to the coffee table, opened the drawer, and pulled out a Lucky Cat piggy bank. For freshly earned 100 yuan bills, neatly stacked, I stuffed them in one by one, patting the cat's head and saying, work done for the day. The camera was so frightened it snapped to the ceiling. Wu Yu was speechless. Just for this money-saving action, you want me not to take pictures? I shrugged. There are many people in your live broadcast room. Be careful that someone may be eyeing you. She asked with a smile. Then aren't you afraid that our program crew will steal it? I turned my head and glanced at her. You can try. The whole audience was as quiet as a chicken. Even the photographer didn't dare to breathe. I showered as usual, cleaned the kitchen, and cooked a bowl of instant noodles. The eggs, sausage, and vegetables were perfectly balanced, and I sat down to eat. Everyone on the production team gulped. Some even had rumbling stomachs. I looked up and asked, you haven't eaten yet? They rolled their eyes. Why even ask? Seeing they were all starving, I stood up and went into the kitchen. Want some? Sure, 20 yuan each. Put it on the table. It's a bit pricey, but my noodles are worth it. Of course, the production team could afford 20 yuan, and the aroma was so fragrant that it kept wafting into our nostrils. Soon, everyone had a bowl of steaming hot instant noodles. Some people took their first bite and exclaimed, this is so delicious. Who hasn't tried instant noodles? But I added ham and 2 eggs, cooked them just right, and the aroma was unbelievable. They couldn't stop slurping, but I knew this would happen. I'm called the Instant Noodle Master, a skill I earned through the system. Yes, I have a system called Ordinary Life. It has 2 panels, life skills and combat skills. From milk tea expert to demolition expert, from foreign language expert to killer instinct, there are hundreds of skills at my disposal. The only problem is that skills cost money, 100 yuan for 100 points, and some skills have time limits. That's why I'm always working. To satisfy my sister He Xiaowei's discerning palate, I've spent tens of thousands of redemption points over the past few years. But that's not the bulk of the spending. The biggest expense is on combat skills. While others travel during their holidays, I earn money, taking overseas jobs, mercenaries, assassinations, bandit suppression. These jobs pay well, but they also go quickly. I'd just finished clearing the dishes when a buzzing sound came from the balcony jumble, startling the production crew. I dug out an old satellite phone and answered it. "Hello," the caller said in English, then switched to French, Japanese, Spanish, and German, several calls, all seeking my work. Unfortunately, I was busy. Wu Yu's face was filled with shock, and she couldn't even get a word in. She knew full well that the work she was talking about on the phone wasn't the same thing as a part-time job, as most people understand. I calmly hung up the phone and put away my phone. "Okay, we've finished our meal. It's time to go. I won't provide accommodations," I said, immediately declaring my departure. Before the production crew could react, I had already opened the balcony windows to ventilate. They had no choice but to get up and pack up their equipment. Wu Yu finally stared at me and asked, "How many languages did you just speak?" I shrugged and said, "I forgot." After finishing the instant noodles, I started to clean up the dishes. I looked up at the production crew who were still staying in the living room and said with a smile, "Go home early after you finish eating. I don't provide accommodation here. I know they want to shoot more, but the program can't be filmed 24 hours a day. Some of the life scenes are enough for you to know. Don't take them too seriously." Wu Yu seemed unsatisfied and wanted to ask more. But once something is out of my mouth, I won't explain it. Reluctantly, she led the others to pack up their equipment and wave goodbye in front of the live camera. That's all for today's live broadcast. We'll edit and upload the highlights. See you tomorrow at the same time. After shutting down the equipment, she urged her colleagues to rest early and meet at the entrance to my complex the next morning. A colleague kindly offered to see her off, but she waved it off, saying she had to go to the TV station and was busy at the company, so she wouldn't delay everyone. Honestly, I really admire her dedication. She truly brings a sense of professionalism to the filming of the show. The crowd dispersed, and the streets returned to silence. She stood alone at the gate of the residential complex, looking up at my lighted window before walking out of the alley and hailing a taxi. As soon as the production crew left, I turned off the lights, leaving the living room in complete darkness. I sat on the sofa with my eyes closed, concentrating my mind. This training method sharpens my awareness of my surroundings and helps me stay focused. 10 minutes later, I flicked my right hand, and a 2-yuan fruit knife flew out, impaling itself on the wall 5 meters away. Turning on the light, I saw the tip of the knife lodged in the wall, half a fly still stuck in it. I walked over, drew my knife, and patched the wall. Manhwa has excellent security. Who would really keep a stash of ammunition? If someone were to come and search my house, only this fruit knife would give them a hint of murderous intent. But if they really came to fight, without a gun, they wouldn't survive more than 10 seconds. Afterward, I did my usual training, 1-arm push-ups, bench presses, and variable speed running. For 2 full hours, just the right amount of time, not too much of a stretch to ruin my speed. After finishing my workout, I lay down on my bed. My phone lit up. It was He Xiaowei saying goodnight. I smiled and replied, "Go to bed early," and closed my eyes peacefully. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was still working late at the TV station editing. The director approached her and asked her how the filming was going. She simply replied, "It doesn't look like a human being." The director was amused. Who would have thought a junior in college would be doing this kind of work? He announced a 30% salary increase for the production crew, with only one request: film every detail of his show clearly. I guessed it. They were all waiting for the day I'd work abroad. I didn't mind them filming, as long as it didn't interfere with my ability to make money. Wu Yu also wanted to know how I blew up the island shrine. I wouldn't tell them, but sooner or later they'd see. Because I won't stay in Qingyuan City forever. The next morning, I leaned against the school gate, eating fried dough sticks, waiting for the production crew. When they arrived, Wu Yu, with dark circles under her eyes, said, "Sorry, we're late." I simply grumbled, and continued walking back onto campus without looking up. She chased me, yelling, "Let's get to work." It was clear she hadn't slept much the previous night. The camera followed me again. I didn't make a big deal about it, and just went on with my day. My first class was the history of the development of weapons technology, and I was quite interested. As soon as I sat down, my phone started vibrating with messages from Chun Bingbing. "My live stream is going viral. The whole school is watching me, saying I'm handsome and mysterious." I glanced at the screen a few times and locked it immediately. I didn't feel like replying today. This status wasn't suitable for typing. She'd understand. I've never been the clingy type. Sometimes, a little distance is more sincere than a bunch of good nights. The next day, I was sitting in the back of the classroom, listening casually. Suddenly, the teacher mentioned the AK-47. Everyone in the class jumped to answer, but I became the center of attention. The teacher asked me to explain why the AK was so widely used in places like the Golden Triangle and northern Myanmar. I simply said, "Cheap, easy to use." I casually said, It's powerful, reliable, and easy to operate. Even a child can learn it, but it has a bit of a recoil. As soon as I said this, the classroom fell silent. Someone even blurted out, "Brother you haven't really used an AK, have you?" I smiled and almost said, "You'll get blood on me." But luckily, I stopped myself. To lighten the mood, I deliberately added, "Actually, the most commonly used rifles in the Golden Triangle now aren't AKs anymore. They're domestically made." The teacher responded with an awkward smile and said he'd check back. I knew I'd said too much. I'd been too lax after winter break and nearly let myself get caught. As soon as class ended, the boys surrounded me, asking if I was working in the Golden Triangle and if I could really outsmart drug dealers with my AK. I ignored them and casually asked what classes I had that afternoon, but everyone's expressions immediately changed. It turned out the school was undergoing a reform this semester, with all afternoon classes being replaced with intense physical training. When the counselor announced this, the entire class wailed. Fragile college students became a trending topic, and the school and the Education Bureau were collaborating on special reforms, even requiring real-life practice. This class still counts for credit. I can't even keep the fat off. Everyone complained, but the counselor was ruthless, saying that if this continued, we wouldn't be able to go out into the world or would have to be hospitalized. With that, he left, and immediately, cries of grief could be heard from the next class. The live broadcast room was instantly bustling with activity. These college students are finally going to suffer a little. It's time to play for real. Live fire shooting has been arranged. Who will faint first? The people watching the fun online were laughing like crazy, while we were looking at the obstacle facilities in the playground with despair on our faces. At 2:30 p.m., our class was the first to change into training uniforms and be led to the playground under the scorching sun. As soon as the instructor arrived, he announced, "Stand at attention for an hour." We were scorched like trees, and by the time we heard "at ease," almost the entire class collapsed. After a short rest, the instructor smiled and asked, "Are you tired?" Everyone was about to cry, but he was not at all soft-hearted. "Tired? Then march for another hour." This sentence sent us from hell to purgatory. Our legs felt like they were filled with lead, and no one dared to be lazy. The training continued to escalate, with those suffering from heat stroke or vomiting being woken up by being splashed with water. The instructor made it clear we were to be trained to military standards. Standing at attention is just the appetizer. There are also long-distance running, obstacle courses, combat exercises, and weightlifting waiting for you. The afternoon training intensified, an hour of standing at attention, an hour of goose stepping, and another hour of weighted running. The entire class was exhausted, their clothes soaking wet, their faces sunburned, and their steps felt like walking on cotton. Only the hot blood fighting production crew was happily filming nonstop. The livestream audience sipped milk tea as they watched us sweat profusely, their comments flooding the screen with delight. After the training, everyone fell under the shade of the trees and didn't want to move. I sat on the steps to drink water. Chen Bingbing handed me a bottle of water and asked me, "Why don't you sweat at all?" I replied indifferently, "Not bad. For me, this level of sweat is not even considered a warm-up, and it cannot mobilize muscle memory at all." She pulled out a white cotton towel, saying it was used by all girls to absorb sweat in their shoes, and I couldn't use it. Just as I was about to refuse, a boy in the class saw what was happening, spitted out a mouthful of water, and yelled, "Hishio received a sanitary napkin from the school beauty." I flicked my finger and hit him on the knee. He knelt and wailed. I coldly spat out 2 words, "Stop talking." Before Chun Bingbing recovered from her shock, I stood up, walked towards the instructor, and said, "This kind of training is such a waste of time. I don't plan to continue participating." She was stunned on the spot, and the whole class fell silent. Everyone was waiting to see how the instructor would scold me. The instructor scowled and asked, "Are you having health problems?" "Something's going on at home." I denied everything, saying, "Training is useless, a waste of time." He laughed in anger and said, "If I don't train, I can forget about the credits." I replied, "I want the credits too. I'm still waiting to be evaluated for my scholarship." The onlookers practically squealed with laughter. The instructor stared at me for more than 10 seconds, remarking that he'd been just as arrogant when he joined the army, only to be beaten into submission by the squad leader. I casually added, "Then you're probably just too weak." The atmosphere froze, and his face darkened as he decided to personally punish me. "Compete with me through the training exercises. If you can keep up, you don't have to train, and I'll give you full marks." This condition seemed tailor-made for me. I smiled, took off my coat, and headed for the training ground. The instructor was stunned. He hadn't expected me to be serious. Wu Yu and the production crew quickly followed suit, and the live stream exploded with comments like, "This student is crazy, and the instructor is safe." Some wondered if I was afraid that training would interfere with my work, but you knew the truth. She'd reviewed my profile and determined my physique was nearing that of a Special Forces soldier. I had a good chance of winning this showdown. She didn't interfere with the flow of the show, simply adjusting the camera to capture my next warm-up. The instructor stood beside me, meticulously explaining the challenge: a 1,000-meter weighted run, an obstacle course, a 15-meter wall climb, a 20-meter rope rappel, and finally, a firearm disassembly and simulated shooting. I nodded. Let's join in. I know a little about firearms. He paused, then laughed. You're quite boastful. As soon as the news broke, all training on the playground was suspended. Instructors and students from other classes gathered to watch, and even the production crew was so excited they couldn't keep up with the camera. One instructor called out, "Deputy class leader your class is quite interesting." The instructor introduced himself as He Ping, Class 2, Platoon 8, 4th Company. He Ping stretched his arms and legs, ready to run. The instructor blew the whistle, signaling the start of the race. I, carrying a 30-pound backpack, stayed about half a meter from He Ping, keeping my breathing steady. The instructor, a professional, noticed and was surprised. But I hadn't exerted any effort yet. I was just observing the rhythm. After completing the weighted run, I dropped my backpack and reminded him with a smile. "Instructor, just run as fast as you can. I can keep up." Then came the obstacle course. I seized the opportunity, leaped from behind him, and instantly completed the deep pit, leaving him behind. The audience erupted in cheers. He was the company's top runner in the cross-country race, yet I overtook him. Everyone was stunned. One instructor even whispered, "Maybe I've been observing He Ping's stamina, waiting for the crucial moment to burst through and overtake him." Indeed, I've long since grown tired of this tactic. I sprinted up the 15-meter wall, repeatedly scrambling over it, then leaped onto the rope, reaching the top in just 5 seconds. As I descended, I dangled upside down from one foot, spinning and landing firmly, all without any protection. Seeing my maneuver, several instructors gasped. I stood at the finish line, alerting the stunned referee. "Instructor, it's time to blow the whistle." A whistle blew, and the entire stadium fell silent. The referee glanced at the stopwatch, his voice trembling. "For minutes and 17 seconds. 19 seconds faster than the company record." Everyone stared at me, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He Ping came over panting, his eyes complicated. "Have you undergone high-intensity training?" He denied it himself. "But you've never been a soldier." I didn't answer. Telling the truth was too exaggerated and would easily cause trouble. A moderate display of strength was the safest strategy. He still wasn't giving up and said with a smile, "There's also a gun shooting competition. Are you sure you want to compete?" I checked the time on my phone and replied calmly, "No need to try. Let's just start." Standing at the table, I instantly recognized them as the Type 92 pistol and the Type 95 assault rifle, both chambered in 5.8 millimeters. Everyone around me was stunned when I said this. Instructor He Ping was even more stunned. Not only did I recognize the model, I even got the caliber right. Little did they know, I could disassemble and assemble these things with my eyes closed. First, assembly, then shooting. He Ping was serious, apparently aroused by my desire to win. I nodded in agreement, and at the whistle, we both started. My fingers flew, and in less than a minute I had assembled the Type 92, followed by the Type 95, with such fluidity that it felt like twisting my own keychain. He Ping wasn't slow either, having just loaded his rifle and was about to fire. Turning back, he saw the first shot coming from my direction. I was firing with one hand, my movements clean and precise. He was stunned. He'd assumed I was just a college student with decent physique, but he hadn't expected me to be so skilled with a gun. I emptied 2 magazines of the Type 92 and picked up the Type 95 assault rifle. My phone rang, and I glanced at it. It was He Xiaowei. I picked up the call, firing one-handed while chatting calmly. "I'm not working. I'm training at school." Every shot was accurate. The whole place went wild. Spectators, instructors, students, all were stunned. The livestream comments went wild. "How can you get a 10-ring answer on the phone? Even movies wouldn't dare to do that." And I simply held down the gun to control the recoil, swapped magazines, pulled the bolt, and fired cleanly and rapidly. After hanging up the phone, I put down the empty Type 95 rifle and looked back at the referee instructor. "You can report the target scores now." He walked towards the target with a complicated expression, and when he came back his tone was a little floating. 20 shots, 8-9 rings, 12-10 rings. I frowned. The phone was too noisy, and it affected my performance. Did I win? I looked at He Ping. He stood there motionless, his Type 92 rifle still clutched in his hand, frozen like a statue for a few seconds before uttering, "Okay, okay." I nodded. "Then I won't train anymore." You guys continue. As I walked, I looked at the people in the live broadcast group. Wu Yu's eyes widened. You really won't come tomorrow? I turned around and said, I have a job. Do you want to shoot it? Wu Yu immediately became excited. Her intuition told her that this was the code for popularity. Shoot. Must shoot. I reminded her. Remember to bring a mask and tissues. Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. Wu Yu smiled and didn't care. She didn't know that my job was not that simple. After the first day of training, He Ping, having spent the entire afternoon holding back, finally found himself in a position to seek out the chief instructor, Fan Minggang. He didn't get straight to the point, but instead asked tentatively, Platoon leader, can you still reload the magazine with one hand and then pull the bolt with your backhand? Fan Minggang's mouth was filled with toothpaste foam and his brow furrowed. This kind of continuous action is too difficult. Even special forces may not be able to do it. Fan Minggang's tone was relatively calm, but He Ping's next words made him stumped. Someone has done it, and the hit rate of every shot is above 9 rings. When Fan Minggang heard this, he almost ran 5 kilometers on the spot. But He Ping's expression was so serious that he didn't even have the energy to joke. Platoon leader, I saw it with my own eyes. He recounted He Xiu's performance at the training ground today in detail, especially the last sentence. He finished the game with one hand and could still answer the phone while doing so, made Fan Minggang's mouth twitch. You mean, he held the gun, changed the magazine, and pulled the bolt with one hand, and still managed to hit 12-10 rings? Fan Minggang's breath hitched for a beat. He Ping nodded. Yes, and he didn't use his full strength. After hearing this, Fan Minggang could no longer sit still, his face changing completely. Did you notice if there are calluses on his hands? He Ping replied immediately. There are light calluses on his palms and index fingers, and obvious marks from holding a knife. Fan Minggang's eyes darkened. He's handled both cold and hot weapons. This isn't something you can develop with ordinary college students. He then stood up and said, let's go to the police station. They quickly contacted the school, and 2 teachers were brought to the police station's interview room. One was He Xiu's homeroom teacher, Ms. Yang, and the other was Ms. Chiu from the Foreign Affairs Department. Still in shock, not even understanding the severity of the situation, they sat there, bewildered and at a loss. Fan Minggang stared at them and asked, Is He Xiu from your class doing anything unusual? Teacher Yang was stunned, then spoke freely. No, he's the best student in our class. He studies hard, has good character, and never causes trouble. He even added, he works outside during the winter and summer vacations. Working? Fan Minggang's eyebrows jumped. Teacher Yang was even more touched. Yes, to make a living. He even bought a small house near the school. Teacher Chiu also nodded. He has won the Outstanding Student Certificate several times. He is down-to-earth and hardworking. We all admire him very much. After hearing this statement, Fan Minggang and He Ping exchanged glances, but they felt increasingly uneasy. This wasn't just any down-to-earth student. This kid was probably hiding a more serious identity. He tapped the table lightly, his eyes growing darker. Teacher Yang said I was the most dedicated student she'd ever taught. The program team chose me, and I deserve to be the lead. But she also mentioned that I work part-time jobs year-round, sometimes missing for entire vacations and returning bruised. But she didn't realize that this wasn't just any job. Captain Meng Tian of the Qingyuan City Police Department later showed up, sent the school teachers away, and approached Fan Minggang and He Ping, who were from the military. He bluntly stated that my identity was complex and beyond the reach of ordinary people. He also claimed that higher-ups had been keeping an eye on me for a long time, and even the public security forces couldn't intervene. That university student is no ordinary person, Meng Tian said with uncharacteristic seriousness. Platoon leader Fan's face paled, and he could only sigh helplessly. We're worrying about things we shouldn't be worrying about. This seemingly simple university student had actually attracted national attention. The next morning, the production team arrived again. With 2.72 million people online simultaneously, the live stream was incredibly popular. Yesterday, I casually demonstrated my one-handed gun control skills at the training ground, which went viral online, with comments flooding the search engines. The video has been viewed over 10 million times. Overnight, I went from being a nobody to a legend. A monstrous college student single-handedly controls his gun and outguns his instructor. 10-ring gun master's incredible skill. Guns control techniques tutorial. Various topics topped the trending search lists. I became famous overnight, and audiences across the country were discussing me, speculating whether I was a special forces soldier, a shooting instructor, or even an underground boxing champion. Actually, their guesses were correct. I've been a trainer in an underground boxing gym, a security guard, a tactical consultant, and even worked as a mercenary abroad. But I can't talk about these experiences, and the program can't broadcast them. They can only play it safe, saying I'm an inspiring college student who works a lot. Wu Yu, the program's director, was both excited and nervous about the sudden surge in popularity, editing footage overnight to upload. Little did she know, this was just the beginning. The show only caught the surface of me. Digging deeper might reveal secrets that must remain hidden. Looking at the audience members guessing my identity through the camera, I could only smile. How could they know how many times I had been on the verge of life and death, and how I had crawled out of those worlds of blood and fire with just my fists and a broken gun? Wu Yu greeted everyone on camera with a smile, saying, I'm going to work again today. Everyone, please stay. This program was originally about documenting college students' military training, but because of me, it's become a complete spy thriller. But this time, I also want to see how much of my realness they can capture. Chapter 17. Could it be that Hishio is here to steal the corpse? Not long. Hishio walked out of the school gate with an indifferent look on his face. The program crew is waiting with great enthusiasm. After taking a look, Hishio walked straight to the side of the road. Let's go, Wu Yu asked quietly. Aren't you going to work? Hishio nodded. Yes, the place is a bit far. I'd like to borrow your car. Okay. As soon as he got in the car, Wu Yu couldn't help but ask, where are we going? Tsinghua Medical University. Wu Yu was stunned. Why did you go to another school? Tsinghua University of Medical Science is the best local medical school. An outrageous guess suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be that there are some college students there who don't want to attend class and are paying someone to substitute for them? When Wu Yu was in school, there was also someone who helped him sign in. When business is busy, I can help people sign in more than a dozen classrooms in one class. We're taking classes part-time. Impossible. Wu Yu immediately rejected this idea. Hishio probably doesn't think much of these small orders. You'll know when you get there. Did you bring the masks and tissues I asked you to prepare yesterday? Hishio asked casually. I brought it. A big bag. Wu Yu patted the wet wipes prepared in her bag. Hishio took a quick look and said, maybe it's not enough. But there was no explanation as to why they had to bring these. Tsinghua Medical University is a bit far from Tsinghua Institute of Science and Technology, and it takes an hour to drive to the school gate. Hishio swiped his pass card expertly and then called, Professor Deng, I'm here. Wu Yu was close by and heard the voice of a kind old man on the other end of the phone. He said that something urgent seemed to have happened and asked Hishio to go get something first. Okay, what kind do you want this time? Adults or children? Are there any requirements for gender? It's okay with either a head or no head, right? Okay, I understand. Wu Yu was confused when he heard this. What is going on? Adults and children? Is there a head or not? What kind of job is this? Why does it sound so scary? Hishio hung up the phone and walked directly to the medical university campus. Wu Yu quickly led the program crew to catch up. The further you go in, the more remote it becomes. It feels like no one comes here usually. There is also a strange smell in the air that makes people feel cold on the back. Arrive. When Hishio stopped, the production crew saw the eerie little building in front of them and all panicked. Mortuary. This small building is covered with vines, and it seems that the sunlight cannot penetrate. The surrounding weeds are overgrown, making it look even more desolate. There was only a small path worn out by people leading to the door. On the small building, there are 3 big characters written, bearing the marks of time. Morgue. See these 3 words. Everyone in the production crew's hair stood on end. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my God, why are you here? No wonder it looks so desolate, it's scary. So it's a morgue. And it's not a morgue, it's a morgue building. Let's go quickly, it's scary to look at. Use the barrage to protect yourself. It's over. Classmate Hishio has already gone in. You're not going to work in the morgue, are you? It's so scary. In the camera shot, Hishio had already walked into the small building. He knocked on the window, and an old man's head popped out. The two exchanged a few words. Hishio took something out of his pocket and handed it over, then pointed towards the program crew. The old man looked at the things in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally waved his hand to let them in. This scene, why does it feel like we're engaging in some shady deal? Could Hishio be here to steal the body? Did he just slip money into the old man's pocket, trying to bribe him? They must have paid off the gatekeeper so they could steal the body and sell it. Sell it and give the old man a share of the spoils. Absolutely. I heard that human organs are very valuable. The netizens with wild imaginations kept talking more and more outrageous. Even a complete criminal chain was made up. Normally no one comes to this kind of gloomy place, so no one would notice if there were a few missing bodies. Right? Like, that makes sense. Wu Yu was so scared that her hands and feet were cold. Girls are afraid of this kind of place. Her voice was trembling. Hishio, did you give the old man money just now? Hishio looked puzzled. What money? That's a permit. You can only enter with a permit. Hearing that it wasn't about money, Wu Yu felt a little relieved. It would be bad if something illegal was captured on camera. But Hishio's next words made her nervous again. Hurry up and go in, or you'll be late. Oh, come in? Okay, okay. Wu Yu agreed, tremblingly. Hishio was already striding into the morgue. Follow me closely. Be careful not to fall behind. Hishio turned around and shouted. The people from the program crew were so scared that they huddled together and finally followed in. As soon as I walked in, I found that the inside was even scarier than the outside. The paint on the wall has fallen off, revealing a mottled grayish white. The floor was paved with dark marble, which looked even more eerie under the light. There was an old fluorescent lamp hanging on the ceiling. The pale light flickered, and you could hear the crackling sound of electricity. The audience in the live broadcast room were also scared. The peeling wall, the flickering lights, and the sound of electricity. Oh my God, this place is like a horror movie set. I heard that morgues are most likely to be haunted. Bullet barrage protection. Wu Yu followed Hishio closely, and only with the help of the dim light did he realize that they were walking down a slope. The further down we go, the darker the light becomes, the colder the temperature becomes, and the air is filled with a strong smell of formaldehyde. Crack. Hishio pushed open a heavy door, and it was so dark inside that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. Wait here, I'll turn on the light. Hishio took a few steps forward alone, and a voice rang out from the darkness. Don't move. Be careful not to bump into them. The people in the program crew were so scared that they dared not move, and could only hear Hishio's footsteps gradually fading away. With the click of a switch, the entire basement suddenly lit up. The bright light blinded everyone. After their eyes adjusted to the light, and they could see the surrounding situation clearly, the members of the production team felt weak in the knees. Oh my God, so many corpses. Now they finally understood what Hishio meant by, be careful not to run into them. The audience in the live broadcast room were also scared and broke out in cold sweats. This is too much. Ugh, oh my God, I, a grown man, can't bear to watch this. That glass jar contains a baby. Beneath those white sheets, the program crew was surrounded by glass bottles filled with liquid. The bottles contained various human organs and tissues, as well as the bodies of more than a dozen children. There were 7 or 8 beds in the room, and on each bed lay a frozen corpse, some covered with white cloth, and some directly exposed. Directly in front of the program crew was a huge glass pool filled with formalin liquid. There were at least 10 complete corpses soaking in it. Chapter 18. Who said I was here to move the corpse? I'm here to do the autopsy. Hurry up and code. Hurry up and code. Although Wu Yu was extremely frightened, he reacted immediately and asked the backstage to delete the image. She touched her forehead and neck and found they were covered in cold sweat. What's even more terrifying is, she found that Hishio had put on protective clothing and a mask at some point, holding a special scoop net in his hand and standing next to the pool full of corpses. Hishio casually asked her while searching, see if there's anything you like. I'll pick it up. I'll use it anyway. Listening to Hishio's serious tone, he picked and chose among the pile of corpses. Wu Yu almost fainted. Under the light, the room was filled with corpses and organs, and the strong smell of formaldehyde. There is a scene of a person standing by a pool of corpses, salvaging the bodies. Except for the corpse retriever, who wouldn't be scared after watching this. Aren't you afraid? Wu Yu put on a mask and forced himself to stare at Hishio's face and not look at the body in the pool. Lifeless people are the least scary, Hishio said lightly. And this kind of scene is still good. At least you can see that it is a human form. He had seen worse cases in some of his previous jobs, some of whom didn't even look like human beings. After listening to this, Wu Yu seemed to be thinking about something, and his eyes became complicated. At this time, Hishio fished out a female corpse from the pool and looked at the information tag on her wrist. Well, this one is good, quite fresh. Female, 23 years old, died 3 months ago. Donation by the family. Let's go with her. After making the selection, Hishio moved the female corpse onto the cart, covered it with a white cloth, and pushed it directly out of the basement. Leave. Seeing him walking out, Wu Yu and the people from the program crew hurried to follow him. They didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. But the way out is different from the way in. Hishio led them out through another underground passage. Seeing how familiar he was with this place, Wu Yu couldn't help but ask, do you come here often for this part-time job? Hishio wore a mask and his voice was a little muffled. It depends, about once a week. The main thing is that the bodies aren't always there. But the salary is high. 1,000 an hour. Wu Yu vaguely saw Hishio's eyes curved slightly, and he seemed to be quite satisfied with the salary. 1,000 per hour. It's indeed a lot, but considering the work content, I'd better forget it. Most people wouldn't be able to handle the task of retrieving the body from the pond just now. I walked in the underground passage for about 2 minutes. When he came out again, we found that he was already in another building. Medical students were walking around, and sunlight was shining into the corridor, making it feel like returning to the world of the living. Everyone in the program crew breathed a sigh of relief. When the students from the medical university saw the cart covered with a white cloth, they subconsciously stayed away, obviously knowing what was inside. Walking to the end of the corridor and turning a corner, Hishio pushed the cart into an enclosed classroom. We looked up at the house number. Anatomy room. There were already quite a few students sitting in the anatomy room. Judging from their slightly nervous and resistant expressions, they should be freshmen at the medical university. The live broadcast room also started to discuss. So Hishio's job is to move corpses. He's really dedicated. No one else can work this hard. Let me ask you, which college student would dare to take on this kind of job? Forget about college students. Even a 5 feet 8 inches strong man like me wouldn't dare touch her. It's not tiring to watch, but it takes courage. Hishio not only sent the corpse into the autopsy room, but also personally moved it to the autopsy table and did the cleaning work. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. This is too dedicated. Student Hishio even arranged the corpse into a comfortable sleeping position. There shouldn't be anything else for him to do next, right? The anatomy class at the medical university should be starting soon. Hishio, please leave quickly. I once had the pleasure of attending an anatomy class, and it made me vomit bile. At this time, an old professor with gray hair and thick glasses walked quickly into the dissection room. He immediately spotted Hishio washing his hands and smiled amiably. Xiaohe, thank you for your hard work. It's my duty, Professor Deng. Hishio carefully washed the liquid off his hands, even the gaps between his nails. Professor Deng stood at the podium and said to the students, the anatomy class will begin in 10 minutes. Everyone, get ready. After saying that, he started to organize his tools. Wu Yu next to him secretly glanced at the tools on the table. Various scalpels, scissors, pliers, and even a saw. Think about what you're going to use these things for. She felt a pang of discomfort in her stomach and urged Hishio softly. The anatomy class is about to start, shall we go? Even if all the footage of the anatomy class was filmed, it would still be pixelated when broadcast. And it seems that Hishio has finished his work, right? There's no point in staying here anymore. Anatomy class. Wu Yu really had no interest in taking this kind of class. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Hishio and Professor Deng looked at her with strange eyes. Professor Deng asked somewhat unhappily, where are you taking my outstanding assistant? Excellent. Assistant? Wu Yu was stunned. Professor Deng, isn't this your anatomy class? I thought. What do you think? Professor Deng was a little annoyed. Do you think it was easy for me to find such an excellent assistant like Xiaohe? Do you know how flexible his hands are? His hands can help me to teach anatomy perfectly. This. Wu Yu was completely confused. You mean? Hishio will be the one to dissect the body later. Facing her dazed gaze, Professor Deng extended his trembling hand. What else? Do you think an elderly person with Parkinson's disease can still hold a scalpel steadily? Parkinson's. Only then did Wu Yu notice that Professor Deng's hands were shaking. At this time, she looked at Hishio beside her. There was a hint of gloating in Hishio's eyes. Who said I was just here to carry the bodies? I'm here for an autopsy. Anatomy? Wu Yu and the people on the program were dumbfounded. The more than 2 million viewers in the live broadcast room were also collectively petrified. Holy crap, Hishio is actually here to do an autopsy. Can this job be done part-time? This reversal came so suddenly. I thought the show was over, but it turned out the real show had just begun. Hishio even knows the skill of dissection? Last time I saw Hishio as a fighting coach, I thought that was the limit of the job. I didn't expect there would be something even more intense now. It's over. My stomach is starting to churn. Chapter 19 quick. Let the backstage censor it. I'll spit first. I'll emphasize that again. Although Xiaohe is not a student of our medical university, his understanding of the human body structure is no less than mine. And the way he uses the knife, I can only describe it as art. Professor Deng was not stingy with his praise. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Hishio. He turned to Wu Yu and said, forget it. You'll see for yourself later. There are still empty seats over there, so feel free to sit down. Wu Yu and the program team, who were suddenly left behind to attend the class, began to feel nervous. They rejected it madly in their hearts. I really don't want to watch it. But since Hishio refused to leave, they couldn't abandon the protagonist and stop filming. So they had to bite the bullet and sit in the back row. Wu Yu's face turned pale, and his voice trembled a little. Notify the backstage to quickly censor the content, so that the live broadcast room will not be blocked. Arrange one more person to help censor the content. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Soon, the preparation time before class was over. Professor Deng stood on the stage and spoke to the students with a smile. Don't be nervous, everyone. Dissection is an important foundation for medical research on the human body. If you really can't stand it, don't force it. There are trash cans next to your seats. You'll get used to it after spitting it out. Okay, now be quiet and observe a moment of silence for the remains. Everyone fell silent and bowed their heads in silence for 3 minutes. This is a tradition in anatomy classes, both a respect for the remains and a necessary ritual. 3 minutes later, Professor Deng clapped his hands and motioned Hsiao to come on stage. Just like last class, my assistant will be in charge of the dissection and I will explain it. Every time he strikes a blow, everyone should pay close attention to his technique. Xiaohe, let's start. Professor Deng made way for Hsiao, who was wearing a sterile suit, a mask and gloves, and stepped forward to gently lift the white cloth covering the body. Hsiao introduced in a calm tone. This is the body of a female donor. Age, 23. The cause of death was falling from a height while intoxicated. Time of death, 3 months. After death, it was donated voluntarily by the family. This is the standard procedure before autopsy, and Hsiao is already very familiar with it. After saying that, he looked at Professor Deng. Professor Deng nodded. Let's get started. Today we're going to be performing an abdominal dissection. The abdomen is the most densely populated organ in the human body, except for the brain, including the stomach, liver, gallbladder, and kidneys. Xiaohe, start the dissection and expose the abdominal organs first. Following Professor Deng's instructions, Hsiao, an excellent assistant, picked up a number 9 scalpel from the tools next to him. With his hands, he cut a hole in the abdomen of the corpse with great stability. The skin, fat, and muscle layers are separated in sequence. Professor Deng looked at Hsiao's actions with admiration in his eyes. This was the student with the steadiest hands and the best mental quality he had ever seen. And he has an almost magical understanding of the human body structure. When Hsiao started the autopsy, Professor Deng also began to explain. Look everyone, the largest organ in the body is the stomach. Xiaohe, take it out and show it to everyone. The upper left is the liver. The small one in the middle is the gallbladder. Is there no need to explain the rest? Yes, the large and small intestines. Xiaohe, pull out your small intestine and measure it. Don't be fooled by its shrunken shape now. It's actually about 4 to 6 meters long. Are there any students over there who can't stand it anymore? As organs were removed one by one, the sounds of vomiting began to be heard in the classroom. The people on the program crew were even worse off. Almost all of them were vomiting while holding trash cans. Vomit, vomit, vomit. The photographer was the most unlucky one. Even though he felt like vomiting, he had to carry the camera and continue shooting. Is the mosaic finished? Wu Yu's face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he felt his stomach churning and was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone from the production crew nearby looked at her with admiration. As expected of Sister Wu, she is still thinking about whether the code has been typed at this time. Someone glanced at the live broadcast room and replied, suppressing their nausea. Hit Sister Wu. Okay, that's good. Wu Yu couldn't help it as soon as he finished speaking and vomited violently into the trash can. After finally recovering a little, he looked up and saw Hsiao holding up a piece of small intestine on the stage for display, and he immediately started vomiting again. Vomit. After vomiting again and again, Wu Yu felt like he was about to vomit bile. Now she finally understood why Hsiao asked them to bring more tissues. It's not enough at all. The audience in the live broadcast room was also excited. What the hell? The most exciting part is censored. Brother, you are so cruel. You want to see this? Look at how Wu Yu and the others are vomiting. They're almost vomiting all the bile, right? Actually, I don't really want to see it. I just want to know what the intestines look like. Stop talking, ugh. I guess the staff responsible for coding must be vomiting a lot. At the same time, hot-blooded fight. The backstage office of the show was in chaos, with constant sounds of vomiting. I can't stand it anymore. Someone help me censor this. I need to go throw up. I can't help you. I'm going to vomit first. Ugh, what are you censoring? Let me see. Vomit. No, I can't see. The whole office was like an epidemic. The noise was so loud that it even alarmed the TV station director, who rushed over in a panic. What's going on? Is everyone suffering from food poisoning? No. Director, please take a look yourself. The director walked over to the computer and said, Isn't this the live broadcast of hot-blooded fighting? What's there to complain about? He didn't finish his words. A close-up of a large intestine suddenly appeared on the screen. The director's face turned pale. Hurry, quickly code. Vomit. Those who have finished vomiting, Come over and help with the coding. Vomit. Hurry up and cover up the image of this intestine. No, I'm going to vomit. Xiaoyu is so powerful. We have to shoot this kind of shot. Vomit. The office was filled with the sounds of retching. Isn't his action too professional? It feels like I've learned it specifically. Is this a liver? So this is what the bladder looks like. Oh my god. How did he manage to hold the appendix with such a straight face? Quick. We need to enlarge the mosaic of this section. The duodenum is showing. My hands are shaking so badly. Who can help me blur it out? Can't help. I'm going to throw up again. Damn. Did you have century egg porridge for breakfast? That's disgusting. He vomited all over my pants. The entire hot-blooded struggle office was filled with an unpleasant sour smell. Everyone vomited several times. Although the audience in the live broadcast room saw censored images, but they have to watch the original version. Not only do you have to look carefully, but you also have to quickly find the places that need to be coded. I could still hear my colleagues urging me. Hurry up. I can't keep up. You need to cover this up. Your appendix is showing. And there. The stomach, that stomach. The editors were almost overwhelmed. Because of Hishio's part-time job, the entire team's mentality almost collapsed. Chapter 20. There is something wrong with the corpse. It's a murder case. Here at the scene, Wu Yu's face was pale, his stomach had been emptied long ago, and he was now vomiting acid. She didn't dare to look at the dissection screen at all, and could only stare at Hishio, who was performing the operation. From the beginning to now, Hishio's expression has not changed. Focus and calm, even with a bit of weird excitement. Those slender hands were incredibly steady. It was as if what he saw in front of him was not a corpse, but a work of art. It's so scary. He's so familiar with the human body. No wonder he was holding an anatomy book when we first met. Wu Yu recalled the interview on the first day of the show. When I first met Hishio, he was holding several books in his hands, some of which were about anatomy and human body analysis. Wu Yu even joked that he read a lot of different books, which is really embarrassing to think about now. On the podium, Professor Deng looked at the students' reactions and was quite satisfied. Although everyone vomited, at least no one fainted. Professor Deng winked at the outstanding assistant next to him. We just looked at the external appearance of the organs. Now let's examine the internal structures. Look carefully. We'll be doing a spot check in the next class. Xiaohe, cut open the stomach. Hearing Professor Deng's instructions, Hishio changed the scalpel and skillfully cut open the removed stomach to show the internal structure. Next comes the liver, spleen, gallbladder. Professor Deng was also explaining. Time passes slowly. The bell finally rang. Professor Deng said with satisfaction, "Everyone performed well today. Remember to review when you go back. That's it. Get out of class is over. Just finish speaking." The whole class ran faster than rabbits. After a few seconds, the entire classroom became empty. Young people nowadays, what's so scary about corpses? Professor Deng shook his head. In the camera, Hishio quietly put all the organs back into the body and performed embalming, but did not suture the abdomen for the time being. He took off his protective gear, washed his hands carefully, and walked to Professor Deng. The two men were talking with their heads down, pointing at the body from time to time, and Professor Deng's expression became serious and shocked from time to time. The content of the conversation seemed a bit surprising. However, Wu Yu and the program crew were far away and could not hear what they were saying. Not long after, Hishio slowly walked towards the program crew. Wu Yu was about to ask them what they were talking about in such a mysterious way. At this time, Hishio had already spoken. "I forgot to bring my phone. Did you bring it?" "I brought it. Do you want to call?" "Well, call the police for me." "Why call the police? There's something wrong with this body." Wu Yu didn't understand at once. Didn't the autopsy just end? What could be the problem? But she quickly realized that Hishio wasn't talking about a problem with the corpse itself. But the cause of this person's death was not right. She remembered that the file said that he died accidentally from falling from a building while drunk. Could it be? Thinking of this, Wu Yu's eyes were full of horror. Hishio nodded. Yes, this woman didn't die accidentally. It's highly likely he was murdered. During the autopsy, just now, Hishio discovered that the internal conditions of the body indicated other causes of death. People can lie, but body organs cannot. And it's probably not just a simple homicide. There may be other crimes involved. How did you tell that? Wu Yu was a little confused. An ordinary anatomy class actually involved a murder case? Wu Yu obviously did not expect this sudden turn of events. Hishio's tone was very calm. I can't tell about the living, but I can definitely tell how a person died. Call the police. The program crew recorded the conversation between Wu Yu and Hishio. The audience in the live broadcast room heard their conversation. What do you mean? I can definitely tell how someone died. That sounds amazing. Could it be that the body we just dissected didn't die from falling from a building? How did Hishio figure that out? Did the autopsy reveal something wrong with the organ? Is he Shio going to be a part-time crime solver? This college student is too strong. Next, it looks like it will become a criminal investigation scene. A program. Not only can you see the entire dissection process, now you may also be witness to a bizarre homicide. I just want to ask, apart from hot blood fighting, which other program can do this? The protagonists of this season are really awesome. The police have been called. Half an hour later, the police car drove into the medical university. Meng Tian carried his briefcase and quickly went upstairs to the autopsy room. What happened? Who called the police? He had just pulled an all-nighter last night working on another case. As soon as I arrived at the police station in the morning, I received a call from the medical university about a suspected homicide, so I hurried over. As soon as Meng Tian finished asking the question, he saw several cameras pointing at him. Wu Yu, what are you doing? Meng Tian was a little surprised. Hot-blooded fighting. Is the production crew here too? Could it be? He looked around subconsciously. Captain Meng, it was He Shio who asked me to call the police. He Shio just performed an autopsy and found something fishy about the cause of death. It might involve a homicide. Wu Yu explained. When Meng Tian heard He Shio's name, his heart skipped a beat. This kid again. But he immediately noticed the key point in Wu Yu's words. What did you say He Shio was doing? Dissecting a corpse? He also knows this. Wu Yu's face was still pale, and he nodded with a wry smile. Yes. Captain Meng, what you're seeing now is He Shio's second part-time job. He just performed a complete autopsy on a body. We all saw it with our own eyes. The technique was quite professional. Work. Hearing these two words, Meng Tian felt a little panicked. Part-time dissection? And the technique is quite professional. But it's normal to think about it. After all, he ranks so high on the dark web killer list, so he must have a good understanding of the human body structure. A steady hand is a must. Normally, you either hold a gun or a knife, so you've already practiced it. Not to mention that he had even blown up a shrine on an island country. His mental quality was definitely very strong, and he would not hesitate at all when taking action. But on second thought, Meng Tian felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it's just a part-time dissection job. At least it's not one of those lethal jobs. I remembered that Wu Yu said that the entire program crew watched the entire dissection process. Meng Tian had a strange expression on his face and asked, "Did you vomit miserably?" Wu Yu nodded helplessly. "Yes, I won't be able to eat for at least 3 days." Meng Tian patted her shoulder sympathetically, then asked seriously, "Where's He Shio?" Wu Yu pointed to the autopsy room with a subtle expression. "In there, eating." "Well, I'll go in and take a look." Meng Tian strode in and covered his nose subconsciously. The smell inside is really strong. A female corpse was lying on the dissection table. Her abdomen was cut open, and the organs inside could be vaguely seen. And right next to the corpse, He Zheng was sitting on a chair, slowly nibbling on a heated sandwich. Meng Tian took a look and saw that it was tomato, egg, and ham. But eating next to a dissected corpse? Doesn't that red ketchup really remind people of anything? "Captain Meng, you're here." He Shio looked up and greeted him, then continued eating his sandwich. After dissecting a corpse, he was indeed hungry. Meng Tian approached and carefully examined the information tag on the corpse's wrist. He frowned and immediately said to the officer next to him, "Call the police station and check if there was an accidental fall from a building 3 months ago." The deceased was Lin Xiaoqing, 23 years old, who worked at a nightclub. The cause of death was a fall from a building after drinking too much. The body was donated by her family. Okay. The accompanying police officer immediately contacted the police station. Chapter 21. I'm just guessing, just listen to it. Not long after, the officer replied, "Captain Meng, there's a case." Lu Zhixiong was the one who responded to the call. Someone passing by saw someone fall from a building and called the police. Later, the family withdrew the report, so the investigation was discontinued. A colleague handed the phone to Meng Tian, which contained information just sent from the bureau. Meng Tian took it and looked at it carefully. 3 months ago, the deceased Lin Xiaoqing was in a bad mood, drank too much, quarreled with her boyfriend, lost control of her emotions, and accidentally fell from the balcony. After the accident, the police contacted her family, but they just came to take a look and didn't even take the body away. They chose to donate it directly. The information on the profile stated that Lin Xiaoqing had not contacted her family for a long time. She was working away from home and was with her boyfriend, but her family was always against it. So Lin Xiaoqing simply cut off contact. Because neither the family nor the boyfriend requested to file a case, the police only made a record and did not conduct a formal investigation. After reading the information, Meng Tian quickly sorted out several key points in his mind. The deceased was drunk, had an argument with her boyfriend, had a bad relationship with her family, and was still with her boyfriend despite opposition, so their feelings must have been very deep. After sorting out the key points a little bit, Meng Tian looked at Hishio with a serious expression. From the case information, there is basically no problem. The body was also preliminarily examined by the hospital at the time, and it was found that he had indeed consumed a large amount of alcohol before his death. He got drunk and caused an accident. Then why did you say there was something wrong with the corpse? In the information, Lin Xiaoqing works in a nightclub and drinks frequently, so it's not surprising that she got drunk. At this time, Hishio finished the last bite of his sandwich and walked up to Meng Tian. One sentence directly overturned all his speculations. She's pregnant. A woman who knows she's 3 months pregnant. There's no way I could get drunk. Meng Tian was stunned. What? Pregnant? Are you sure? If you don't believe me, you can ask a forensic doctor to come and perform another autopsy. Hishio spoke calmly. After hearing this, Meng Tian frowned. He admitted that Hishio was right. A woman who was 3 months pregnant. I would never drink a lot of alcohol, let alone get drunk like that. For women, motherhood is an instinct engraved in their genes. As long as I know I am pregnant, I will definitely protect the baby in my belly first. But what if she didn't want this child in the first place? Is it possible that he got drunk intentionally? As a policeman, he habitually raises various possibilities. But at this time, Hishio picked up the scalpel and directly denied this speculation. Actually, she didn't drink it voluntarily. The alcohol in my stomach was poured in by someone. Normal drinking won't cause the alcohol to rush into the lungs. This only happens when someone forces you to drink. And she has something else in her stomach. Hishio gently picked it up with a scalpel, and a sticky mass was brought out of the stomach. The pungent smell immediately filled the entire room. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses. This should be the smell of alcohol fermentation, but it seems to be mixed with other smells. Meng Tian sniffed a few times, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Sudden, he noticed some white powder in the gastric juice. This is... Hishio placed the scalpel on the absorbent paper and spoke calmly. Drugs, you can take it for testing later, but I don't think it's wrong. After all, this smell. I'm quite familiar with it. When he worked in the Golden Triangle, the place was filled with this sweet smell. Although the taste will be lighter after processing, he will never admit his mistake. To Hishio, this taste was too familiar. Meng Tian was a little skeptical at first, but when he thought of Hishio's experience in the Golden Triangle, he immediately believed it. After all, this guy was the one who burned 3,000 acres of drugs belonging to a drug lord in the Golden Triangle. Could I be seeing things? So, Meng Tian took a deep breath and asked, You mean, these drugs and alcohol were forced down my throat? With the hard evidence in front of him, Meng Tian finally reacted. Even if all the previous guesses were wrong, the fact that drugs were found in the deceased's stomach has completely changed the nature of the case. Meng Tian fell into deep thought and began to sort out the case. At this moment, Hishio calmly dropped another bombshell. Her real cause of death was not falling from a building. He died of suffocation first, and then it was disguised as an accidental fall. Because the family did not file a case to thoroughly investigate the cause of death, the medical examiner did not perform an autopsy. Call the forensic doctor later. He'll be able to find something wrong with her lungs right away. I didn't cut the lungs or throat. You can do it yourselves. Meng Tian was stunned. You knew how she died without moving? Hishio, however, looked calm. There are so many ways to know how a person died. I said I could tell there was something wrong with her cause of death before the autopsy. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Meng Tian's head was buzzing and his heart was in turmoil. How does this college student in front of me look like a student? He is simply the judge of the underworld. Hishio continued his analysis. This woman was so obsessed with a man that she was even willing to cut off contact with her family. And coincidentally, that man must be doing some shady job. For example, drug use and drug trafficking. Later, the woman became pregnant and tried to persuade the man to stop. Coincidentally, the man was high on drugs that day and his mind was not clear. He forced the woman to have fun with him, but she refused no matter what. The man got crazy and forced her to drink and take drugs, and the two started arguing. In the chaos, the man suffocated her with a pillow or quilt. When I regained consciousness, I realized I had killed a woman by mistake. I was terrified. Just throw the body from the building and pretend it was a drunken fall. Because this woman's family no longer recognized her as their daughter, they chose to donate her body. After saying that, the entire dissection room was silent. The scene of the man and woman arguing seemed to appear in everyone's eyes. After a long silence, Hishio suddenly added a few more words. Certainly, all of the above are just my guesses. Just listen to it casually. Everyone still has to believe the information after the official investigation. After hearing this, Meng Tian's eyelids twitched. Just listening casually? She even guessed that the man was a drug dealer and described clearly what weapon he used to suffocate the woman. Is this a blind guess? This detail is almost as good as the live playback. That's right. That man should have good mental qualities and a good brain. If he doesn't want to confess during the trial, you can tell him that the woman is pregnant. Maybe he'll confess. He added. The expressions of the surrounding police officers froze. We just reconstructed the murder process, and now we are even teaching interrogation techniques? Who is the police after all? Then when will you come back with me to the bureau and confess the details of your overseas work? Meng Tian asked, gritting his teeth. He grinned at him. I haven't done anything wrong. What's there to confess? It's not happening. I'm leaving first. He had said everything that needed to be said, and now he had to go to Professor Deng to get his salary. Delicious. Watching He walk out of the dissection room happily and easily. Hot-blooded fighting. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments completely exploded. Awesome. So awesome. Congratulations, God YYDS. From now on, I will call He my teacher. This analytical ability is amazing. Outrageous. He came here to do autopsies part-time, and he actually solved a murder case. He even revealed the key to the case. Invincible. I see He's third part-time job is actually a police officer. I wouldn't believe this level of skill without 10 years of criminal investigation experience. We work part-time either delivering food or handing out flyers, and look at them. They do autopsies and solve crimes part-time. He Xiujin is a college student? Why do you feel like you're not of the same species as us? I'm afraid this is a max-level account among college students. Chapter 22 Interrogation. You police officers, don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. 3 days later. Qingyuan City Police Station Interrogation Room. Meng Tian sat solemnly at the table. Next to him was the criminal investigation team leader Li Yinjin. Lin Xiaoqing's case has now been classified as a criminal case and is now under the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Department. Because Meng Tian was the first to arrive at the scene and knew what had happened, the bureau asked him to join the investigation. The two men stared at the man sitting opposite them. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, a well-ironed suit, and his eyes were unusually calm. Li Yinjin glanced at Meng Tian and said, "Let's get started." Meng Tian turned on the recording device. "Are you and Lin Xiaoqing in a relationship?" "Right." "How long did it take?" "More than 2 years." "Have you always had a good relationship?" "Yeah, very good." This is how interrogations are done. Start with simple questions. Meng Tian knew that Li Yinjin was a veteran, so he stood by and observed the suspect's expression. This guy is too calm, abnormally calm. Extraordinarily calm. After Lin Xiaoqing died, why did you stay in another province and not come back? Li Yinjin asked the key question. This man ran away to another province a week after Lin Xiaoqing's death and has not returned for more than 2 months. So Li Yinjin and Meng Tian took 2 days to bring him back. I'm very sad that she died. It should be okay to go out and relax, right? The man answered simply, with a sad expression on his face at the right time. No problem, but we found something unusual on Lin Xiaoqing's body. Li Yinjin suddenly changed the subject. Are you taking drugs? Meng Tian knew that this was the beginning of breaking through the suspect's psychological defenses. Are you kidding me? The man laughed. How could I possibly touch drugs? That's illegal. Then why were drugs detected in your girlfriend's system? Li Yinjin continued to ask in a chatty tone. The questions are very jumpy, which can disrupt the prisoner's prepared rhetoric and logic. During the interrogation, Li Yinjin would occasionally raise some key questions. Impact the opponent's psychological defenses again and again. I don't know. The man was stunned for a moment, as if surprised by the news. Then his brows furrowed and his expression changed from shock to regret. Maybe she secretly took drugs without my knowledge. She works in a nightclub and is often exposed to messy things. I should have advised her to change jobs earlier, alas. Meng Tian stared at the changes in his expression and his heart sank. Really acting like. This interrogation is not going to be easy. Li Yinjin next to him also had a stern face and continued to ask questions. Did you know Lin Xiaoqing was taking drugs? I know a little. I advised her. You two live together, so she won't ask you to smoke with her? I know this is against the law. Is murder illegal? Of course it's against the law. How did Lin Xiaoqing fall down the stairs? She was drunk, quarreled with me, and lost control of her emotions. I didn't hold her back. Were you conscious? I'm also angry, so I might not be very rational. Li Yinjin never directly pointed out the real cause of Lin Xiaoqing's death. This is an interrogation technique. The criminals must not be allowed to find out how much evidence the police have. As long as he can't guess it, he may expose his own flaws. After asking a few more questions, Li Yinjin stopped. You wait first. He winked at Meng Tian. Sure, and the two of them walked out of the interrogation room. Meng Tian handed over a cigarette. How is it? Did you see anything? Li Yinjin lit a cigarette and shook his head. No loopholes. This guy is so stable, has strong mental qualities, and solid logic. He just avoided several key issues. Meng Tian rubbed his temples. Time is running out. What should I do? Li Yinjin was smoking silently with an unhappy look on his face. There's nothing we can do for now. In this situation, we can only wait for substantial evidence to be found. As long as there is direct evidence proving his guilt, it will be easy. But it's a bit difficult. When the man was arrested, police had already conducted blood tests and other tests. No traces of drug use were found. Even the room they lived in together was searched thoroughly, but nothing was found. So, there is no solid evidence at all now, and we can only rely on interrogation to pry him open his mouth. But the suspect inside has an incredibly strong mental state and is very smart. Clever? Meng Tian suddenly remembered what Hsiao had said in the autopsy room. That man should have good mental qualities and a good brain. If he doesn't want to confess during the trial, you can tell him that the woman is pregnant. Maybe he'll confess. You got it all right. Hsiao is simply amazing. Just by dissecting a corpse, he actually understood the suspect's personality? This is too exaggerated. But if it's according to Hsiao, Meng Tian suddenly had an idea and turned to Li Yinjin excitedly. Let's go in and try again. You can ask the final question directly later, and I'll cooperate. Li Yinjin was a little confused. Do you have a solution? Let's give it a try. Okay. After smoking a cigarette, the two returned to the interrogation room. The man had a half smile on his face. Officer, there's a time limit for detention, right? If there's nothing wrong with me, please let me go as soon as possible. I still have things to do. Li Yinjin snorted coldly. Want to leave? Confess your crimes first. The man looked innocent. Crime? What crime have I committed? Bang. Li Yinjin slammed the table. We've already checked it out. Lin Xiaoqing didn't fall from the building accidentally. She died of suffocation first. He was thrown from the building after he died. And inside her body, a large amount of drugs was found. Those drugs and alcohol were all poured in. Tell me the truth. Why did you kill her? Li Yinjin stared coldly at the man opposite. The man's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, and he shouted, Impossible. I saw her fall with my own eyes, and I even reached out to pull her out. I loved her so much. How could I possibly kill her? You police officers, please don't make such nonsense without evidence. The man looked agitated and extremely angry. This response from the suspect was also expected. At this time, Li Yinjin secretly gave Meng Tianxue a look. Meng Tian understood, walked up to the man, and said calmly, Let me tell you a story. Huh? Police officer, you arrested me just to hear my story. The man looked unhappy. Meng Tian ignored him and continued to speak. There was a woman who loved a man so much that she even abandoned her family. Unfortunately, the man was a drug addict and also a drug dealer. One day, the woman tried to persuade him to stop, and the two started arguing. At this point, Meng Tian stopped and looked into the man's eyes. Does that sound familiar? The man's eyes dodged and he snorted coldly. I don't understand what you are saying. It's okay, just keep listening. Meng Tian continued. The man might have been high on drugs that day and his mind was not clear. He wanted to get the woman to do drugs with him, but she refused. As a result, the man forced her to drink and take drugs. Chapter 23. The results are out. I have a master behind me. Meng Tian told Hsiao the case analysis he had made earlier, bit by bit, but he did not mention the woman's pregnancy. As he continued to tell the story, he suddenly noticed that the man's expression fluctuated slightly. Li Yinjin, who was sitting at the table, also noticed it and was shocked. There's hope. This guy is starting to waver. This means that what Meng Tian said is very likely the truth. However, Li Yinjin was also a little confused. How does Meng Tian know so clearly? It's like seeing it with your own eyes. No, I don't understand what you're talking about at all. This is just a made-up story. The man clenched his fists, his face turned pale, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Even if this story is exactly the same as what he did that day, he just has to deny it. Meng Tian walked up to him, forced him to look directly at him, and threw a final blow. Do you know why Lin Xiaoqing advised you to stop? The man was stunned for a moment and said nothing. Because she's pregnant with your child. She didn't want her child's father to be a drug dealer and addict. And you killed your lover and child with your own hands. After Meng Tian finished speaking, he stepped aside. The man's eyes widened at first, and he was completely stunned. Pregnant? She's pregnant? Seeing his reaction, Meng Tian knew that Hsiao was right again. This man had no idea that Lin Xiaoqing was pregnant, and at this moment he was in an endless struggle. Suddenly, the man started crying and laughing like crazy and completely collapsed. Ha ha, pregnant. Why didn't she tell me earlier? Woo woo woo. My child. Seeing the suspect's emotional breakdown, Meng Tian and Li Yinjin both breathed a sigh of relief. The psychological defense line collapsed. No matter what is asked next, he will easily confess. Now can you tell me how you killed Lin Xiaoqing and the drug trafficking incident? Who are the upstream and downstream suppliers of drugs? 2 hours later, Meng Tian walked out of the interrogation room in a good mood, feeling that he looked very handsome today. He was able to handle the case of a person that even the veteran detective couldn't figure out. Li Yinjin chased out and handed him a cigarette, his face full of admiration. Tell me quickly, Lao Meng, how did you discover this fatal information about being pregnant? And the details of the crime scene are exactly the same as what he said. How did you do that? Criminal investigation team leader Li Yinjin stared at Meng Tian with admiration, his eyes full of amazement. Meng Tian felt extremely satisfied at this moment. He slowly took a puff of the cigarette handed to him by Li Yinjin and smiled proudly. Old Li, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that I really can't tell you. It's all just luck. He chuckled and blinked mysteriously. I can only say, I have a master behind me. Ha ha ha. Meng Tian was secretly happy. This kid Hishio is really awesome. 3 days later, Qingyuan City Police issued a notice. It was announced that a homicide case disguised as an accidental fall was solved, and an interprovincial drug trafficking chain was dismantled, with 28 drug users and 7 drug dealers arrested. The notice also gave special praise to Meng Tian and Li Yinjin. They were said to have performed outstandingly and were awarded medals of honor. A murder occurred in the anatomy class at the medical university, which had a significant impact, and classes were suspended for 2 weeks. Hishio's part-time job was directly affected. Fortunately, he still has his job in the underground boxing gym to make up for it. Recently, he has been going to the boxing gym every afternoon. 400 yuan a day is not a bad income. Since he didn't have to participate in military training, Hishio basically spent all his time in the library reading. But when the camera swept over the book in his hand, hot-blooded fight, the audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. The last time I saw him, he was holding an anatomy book, and he immediately went to work dissecting corpses, and now he's reading the history of explosives? He also went to the laboratory. Are you planning to work part-time as a bomb expert? With Hishio's talent, he'll be great at whatever he does. Danger, danger. With the previous 2 experiences, the audience was wondering whether Hishio would really start a side business by making bombs. But everyone soon felt relieved because they found that Hishio was just studying hard. After reading the book, History of the Development of Explosives, Hishio picked up a few more books. The Most Vulnerable Part of the Human Body. Dark Web. The Dark Place of Human Nature. 108 Tips for Wilderness Survival. The 10 Most Cruel Cold Weapons. Beginner's Guide to Financial Management. These books seem to have nothing to do with each other, but Hishio reads each one with great concentration. Gradually, netizens discovered a shocking fact. Hishio reads at an alarming speed. Isn't he turning the pages so fast? An average of 10 seconds per page. He can finish a book in half a day. This speed is simply inhumane. It feels like he's like a scanner. He remembers everything with just a glance. Can you remember the content at such a fast speed? And he seems to have no pressure at all reading English books. Under the camera, Hishio reads books as if he can read 10 lines at a glance. He finished reading the thick book, The History of the Development of Explosives, in less than a day. Everyone wants to know, can you remember it so quickly? Wu Yu, who was sitting next to him, asked in a low voice. Hishio nodded. Yes, I have a photographic memory. Wu Yu was speechless for a moment. This guy is cheating. He can read 10 lines at a glance and has a photographic memory. No wonder he has such good grades. Why don't you watch it anymore? Wu Yu noticed that Hishio put the book back on the bookshelf. Hishio stretched his body and walked out of the library. No need to read anymore. I have swimming class later. Swimming lessons? Wu Yu's eyes lit up. Now I can appreciate Hishio's muscular body, right? No, that's not what she wants to see. This is what netizens want to see. Thinking of this, she quickly called the program crew to follow. When we arrived at the indoor swimming pool of Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology, the students had already started splashing in the clear water. Now every afternoon, we have hard military training, and we keep doing it until we are sweating all over. Swimming class is so cool. Hot-blooded fighting. The audience in the live broadcast room also had a feast for the eyes. This should have been aired a long time ago. I love watching it. Watching Hishio work every day. This is finally something new. Let me see which girl swims the best. Wow, the one wearing the Pikachu swimsuit. Oh my god, they're all long legs. The student wearing white stockings over there is breaking the rules. I want to go swimming too. Everyone wears swimsuits in the swimming pool, and swimming lessons are also a good opportunity to show off your figure. The boys wore swimming trunks of various colors, and the girls wore swimsuits of different styles, all of them exuding youthfulness. The author also loves to read this kind of youthful and lively atmosphere. The number of people in the live broadcast room is also increasing rapidly. Said it was class. In fact, the physical education teacher also knows that everyone has been working hard in military training recently, and almost everyone can swim. After a few brief words, everyone was allowed to move freely. Hey, don't just take pictures of girls. Shoot the protagonist. Wu couldn't help but remind the photographer. The camera then turned to Hishio. This turn made the audience jealous. Wow, so many girls are swimming in front of Hishio. They definitely did it on purpose. There are all kinds of them. I'm so envious. If it were me, I would jump in right now and play in the water with them. Why hasn't Hishio changed into his swimsuit yet? Yeah, he's the only one wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Take it off quickly. I still want to see Hishio's figure. Chapter 24, Why does he have so many scars on his body? In the camera, Hishio stood by the swimming pool. In front of him, there were several mermaids swimming around in the pool. Because swimming lessons are taught by several classes together. So those swimming in front of him were not just girls from his class. From time to time, you can hear the gentle invitation of girls. Hishio, let's swim together. Why don't you go in the water during swimming lessons? Don't you know how to swim? I'll teach you. After hearing this, a few boys nearby grumbled sourly. Here we go again, I knew it. It's always like this. All the girls go to his side. Look, Huang Ying and the others from class 3 even changed into new swimsuits. TSK. Fisk, what's the point of changing into a new swimsuit? He never goes in the water. Exactly. They know brother he never goes into the water, yet they still hang around him. My swimming trunks are so sexy today, and no one is looking at them. One boy shouted desperately, Liang Luer, I can't swim either. Can you teach me? The result was a retort. Go doggy paddle yourself. Then Liang Luer smiled at Hishio and said, Hishio, it doesn't matter if you can't swim. I can teach you how to doggy paddle. The audience in the live broadcast room were also discussing it. What's going on? Can't Hishio swim? No way. Swimming is so simple, and Hishio knows so much. There's no way he can't swim, right? Could it be hydrophobia? What a shame. I thought I could see his muscles. The audience saw Hishio standing by the swimming pool, motionless. He didn't even change his swimsuit, and everyone was wondering if he had any hidden illness. Wu came over and asked quietly, Aren't you here for swimming lessons? Aren't you going in the water? Hishio turned to look at her. Who said that you have to swim in swimming lessons? Wu was confused. Then why are you here if you don't swim during swimming lessons? She suddenly showed a strange smile. Student Hishio, you are not here just to see beautiful women, are you? Just then, suddenly there was a splash on the water, and the most beautiful mermaid emerged. Chen Bingbing smiled and said to Wu, he's not here to see girls. She turned around and splashed water on the other girls. Go away. Huang Ying, don't set your sights on our Hishio. Can't you see he's already taken? The other girls followed suit. Hey, the school beauty is finally here. Wow, Bingbing is wearing such a sexy swimsuit today. Who are you showing it to? Just don't show it to us. All right, let's retreat. The other mermaids swam away jokingly. Chen Bingbing stretched out her fair arms from the water. Pull me. Hishio held her hand and pulled her out of the water. Chen Bingbing wore a black lace one-piece swimsuit today, which perfectly outlined her proud figure, and water droplets slid down her snow-white skin. Even standing barefoot in front of Hishio, he didn't look short. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly excited. It's so beautiful. She's worthy of being the campus belle of Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology. There are so many beautiful girls in this school. It must be extraordinary to be the school belle. I heard that she comes from a wealthy family, but I don't know what she does specifically. Looking at Chen Bingbing, standing there gracefully. The audience in the live broadcast room were all envious. Chen Bingbing stared at Hishio, but spoke to Wu. Hishio never goes into the water every time he comes for swimming lessons. I haven't even changed my swimsuit once. Wu could vaguely hear a hint of unwillingness in her tone. Why is that? Wu asked casually. Chen Bingbing approached Hishio with wet hair, squinting her eyes and smiling. Yes, classmate Hishio. Can you give me a reason? Hishio smiled indifferently. Swimming is boring. I promise it'll be fun today. Just for once, give it a try. Chen Bingbing grabbed Hishio's clothes with a wicked smile, trying to pull him into the water. But no matter how hard he tried, Hishio's body remained motionless. At this time, Hishio had a smile on his face. Chen Bingbing immediately realized that he had seen through her little trick. I'm so angry. She reluctantly increased her strength, but ended up slipping. Oh, Chen Bingbing screamed, leaned back, and grabbed Hishio's clothes in panic. Thump. Tear. There was the sound of falling water and tearing cloth. Everyone around turned to look over. Hishio looked down at his torn short sleeve, which was torn from the collar all the way to his stomach. The clothes burst. Hishio sighed helplessly. It's a cheap $20 product, but it's really not worth the money. Chen Bingbing in the water stared blankly at the piece of cloth in her hand, and when she looked up at Hishio, her eyes suddenly widened. Hishio on you. Why are there so many scars? Not only Chen Bingbing was stunned, but Wu Yu next to her was also stunned. The students in the swimming pool and the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. After the short sleeves were torn off, Hishio's muscular figure was exposed, but what was more eye-catching were the scars all over his body. There was a 20-centimeter long tear scar across his 8 abdominal muscles, a penetrating wound on his left chest, and what looked like a knife scar on his lower right abdomen. The dozen or so scars on his upper body seemed to be telling a silent story. Why does Hishio have so many scars? It's so painful to watch. Looks like a broken puppet. But why do I feel so handsome for no reason? What on earth did Hishio go through in the past? The audience in the live broadcast room were full of questions. There are so many scars on a college student's body. Wu Yu, who was standing by the swimming pool, covered her mouth. She knew the inside story, so she was more shocked than others. Now she finally understood why Hishio never went into the water and always wore a long-sleeved jacket when recording the show. It turns out it was to cover up these scary scars. These scars were probably left when he was working abroad. Although Wu Yu knew the truth a long time ago, he had never really thought about what Hishio was really like abroad. The information in those documents was just cold words to her. Until now, seeing these scars with my own eyes. Only then did she realize that there was such a cruel danger hidden behind Hishio's work. This seemingly ordinary college student has actually been on the verge of death so many times. In the swimming pool, Chen Bingbing stared at the scars, her eyes slowly turning red. Sorry. She herself didn't know why she wanted to apologize, but she just felt distressed seeing Hishio like this. Above the swimming pool, Hishio smiled helplessly and tore off his torn clothes. Fine. It just so happens that I haven't swum for a long time. Thump. Under everyone's gaze, Hishio dived into the swimming pool beautifully. The water broke through the water layer as quickly as a sharp sword, and the water flowed across his strong muscles and those hideous scars. He swam back and forth quickly with standard movements. With the support of strong lung capacity, you don't even need to breathe in the middle. Hishio had indeed not swum for a long time, and he accidentally broke the record. When he climbed out of the pool from the other side, the coaches and teachers next to him were stunned. Swimming 200 meters in 1 minute and 34 seconds. The world record is only 1 minute and 42 seconds. And on the other side of the pool, Chen Bingbing looked at Hishio's back as he left silently, her red eyes no longer able to hold anything else. Chapter 25, Short Holiday. Hishio is missing. Hishio's clothes bursting in the swimming pool made many people unable to sleep at night. Chen Bingbing is one of them. At this moment, she was sitting on her bed, staring blankly at the piece of cloth in her hand that she had torn from Hishio's clothes, which still had his scent on it. Wu Yu is also one. She was quick at the time and took a sideways photo of Hishio. In the photo, his muscles are clearly visible, and you can even see a few scars. Every time she saw these scars, she couldn't help but wonder what Hishio had experienced when he was working abroad. These messy thoughts kept her awake almost all night. The next day, Wu Yu got up and looked in the mirror, and sure enough, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes again. Since filming the 2nd season of Hot Blood Fight, this has almost become a daily routine. Wu Yu looked at her haggard self in the mirror and sighed. Just because of taking pictures of Hishio, my appearance has plummeted. She washed up quickly and went downstairs to buy breakfast. After thinking about it, he brought another copy to Hishio. He left home early today, so he probably hasn't eaten yet. Carrying 2 breakfasts in the car, Wu Yu drove to the gate of Hishio's community with ease. I already discussed it with the production team yesterday. I came early today to take some shots of Hishio on his way to school. Good morning, Sister Wu. Sister Wu, you didn't sleep well last night, okay? My dark circles are almost like a panda's. The program crew had already set up the equipment and were waiting. As soon as Wu Yu arrived, he asked, "Is Hishio here?" "Not yet." The production crew laughed and shook their heads. Maybe he overslept. Wu Yu glanced at his phone. It was 7:45. Something is wrong. Hishio usually arrives at the school gate on time at 7:30 and has never been late. The program crew didn't care and was still debugging the equipment. Maybe I'm too tired from my part-time job these past 2 days. It's good to be late. It's a good opportunity to shoot some late footage. Speaking of which, Hishio has never made a mistake in front of the camera. Thinking about it, it is indeed a bit boring. Several people from the program crew looked at each other with meaningful smiles on their faces. The second season has been filming for such a long time, and his show has always been very rigorous and has never made any mistakes. It was like it had been rehearsed in advance. Now that his show is suddenly late, the show becomes even more interesting. It's normal for college students to sleep in occasionally. That's what normal people do. The people in the program crew were joking with each other. But Wu Yu always felt something was wrong. He'll oversleep? Is that possible? In Wu Yu's impression, Hishio is the kind of person whose biological clock is engraved in his bones. Maybe something happened? Wu Yu was eating breakfast while waiting at the gate of the community. But after waiting for a long time, Hishio still didn't show up. It's already 8 o'clock. There was still no sign of Hishio. Wu Yu was a little anxious and decided not to wait any longer. Why haven't you come yet? Let's start the show first. I'll give him a try. She asked the program team to start the live broadcast first, and then she took out her cell phone and started calling Hishio. In the live broadcast room, the audience who had been waiting early were already bustling with activity. Xiaoyu, the show started late today. Huh? Where's Hishioren? Are you sleeping in? Look, Xiaoyu is on the phone. Hishio also sleeps in? He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Although the audience is curious, they all know that this is a reality documentary program, and some small surprises make it more interesting. Everyone was waiting quietly in the live broadcast room. Wu Yu stared at his phone. Can't get through? The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later. I tried a few more times, but it still said the call couldn't be connected. What's going on? You're not even answering the phone. She decisively told the production team, go directly to his house. The group walked quickly into the community and arrived at Hishio's house. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Yu walked to the door and knocked, but there was no response. She called out again, Hishio? Are you home? Still no one answered. After knocking for a long time, there was still no movement in the room. Has he already left? Wu Yu thought. Could he go straight to school? He didn't even tell me in advance. She was a little unhappy and had to leave with the program crew. When passing by the community guard room, Wu Yu asked casually, Uncle, did you see Hishio go out this morning? The security guard poked his head out and said with a smile, Hishio? I've only just arrived. I don't know him. Only then did Wu Yu realize that it was not the old security guard from last time. Thinking of what Hishio had said before, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wu Yu forced a smile. It's okay. You go ahead and do your work. Then he said to the program team, let's go to school. On the way to Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology, the audience in the live broadcast room began to boo. Hilarious. The protagonist is gone. Could it be that Hishio doesn't want to shoot anymore? Has the money been paid? Could he have run away with the money? Huh. Why not just call today's show Searching for Hishio? When he arrived at the gate of Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology, Wu Yu was dumbfounded. The school gate was locked, and there was no one there. She turned to the production crew and asked, what day is today? It's the first day of the Qingming Festival holiday. Sister Wu, don't you know? Wu Yu slapped his forehead. Oh my god, I actually forgot. Since they started this program, they haven't taken any holidays, and since they didn't sleep well last night, they didn't pay any attention to the date. I'm really impressed by myself. Wu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he immediately cheered up. The most important thing now is to find out where Hishio went. The live broadcast room was flooded with barrages of comments. Look at Wu Yu's expression. He must have forgotten that today is a holiday. This is so cute. I'm just wondering, why is Xiaoyu still going to school today when school is closed? Hishio must not be in school. Where did he go? It's so funny. The protagonist is gone. Ha ha ha. It's over. Is this going to go wrong on live broadcast? It's vacation time. Could Hishio be going to work? Yes, it's very likely. Wu Yu stared at the barrage of comments, and suddenly a flash of lightning seemed to flash through his mind. Work to earn a living? No way. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Oh no. Hishio wouldn't. Taking advantage of the Qingming Festival holiday. Did you sneak out to work? Just work part-time. Doesn't Hishio often go out to work part-time? What's so surprising about this? Why did Xiaoyu's expression change? Yeah, why does she look so scared? Go look for the place where he used to work. Maybe he's there. The audience in the live broadcast room saw that Wu Yu's expression was not right, and they all comforted her. Wu Yu smiled bitterly. You don't understand. It's a holiday. Hishio's part-time job this time might be. It's not that simple. It was not until now that she realized her negligence. 3-day Qingming holiday. When Hishio worked in the past, it was called part-time job after school. Part-time job during vacation. Can it be the same? An idea suddenly flashed through Wu Yu's mind. Where did Hishio work during the last National Day holiday? By the way, the information says, appeared briefly on the Middle East battlefield. So what about this time? Wu Yu was a little confused. but she still held on to a glimmer of hope and quickly got on the program crew's car and went to Hishio's first part-time job. Underground boxing gym. Are you looking for brother He? He said he wouldn't be here for the next 2 days. It seems he's on a long trip. After getting the reply, Wu Yu immediately rushed to his second part-time job. Qingyuan Medical University. Assistant Xiaohe? I haven't seen it. We have 2 days off these days, so there are no anatomy classes. After bidding farewell to Professor Deng of Parkinson's, Wu Yu felt even more uncertain and stood at the gate of the medical university with a bewildered look on his face. I looked in both places, but still couldn't find Hishio. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to feel strange. What's going on? No one is working at either of the 2 work spots. Where did Hishio go? It's really gone. The main character disappeared halfway through filming the show. This is the first time I've seen him. The people on the hot-blooded fighting production team were also a little confused. This is so embarrassing. The subject of the filming is lost. What the hell are you filming? Sister Wu. What now? The program crew asked. Wu Yu shook his head helplessly. The protagonist is gone. What else can we film? Let's go off the air first. Excuse me everyone, but we can't contact Hishio right now. We have to pause the show. See you in 3 days? After saying that, she smiled at the staff again. No live broadcasts these 2 days. By the way, let's give everyone a break. Thank you for your hard work. The staff looked at each other. Are you on vacation? After explaining the follow-up, Wu Yu went to the TV station headquarters alone. The director was still working overtime and was surprised to see her come back. Xiaoyu, why are you back? The show is not being filmed anymore. Wu Yu stomped his feet in anger. What are you filming? The protagonists have all run away. I'm so pissed. She got angry. The director was frightened and quickly poured a cup of coffee and handed it to him, then asked in a low voice, what do you mean by the protagonist ran away? Hishio. Wu Yu rubbed his face. With a complicated expression, he said, I guess he left the production team and went to work on his own. Going to work? The director was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. The whole person shuddered. You mean he took that kind of job this time? Wu Yu smiled bitterly and nodded. That should be it. It's a pity that I didn't take a picture. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and picked up her phone to make a call. Hello, Captain Meng? Hishio, Chapter 26. Are you going to shoot abroad too? In Qingyuan City Public Security Bureau, Meng Tian has been in a particularly good mood these 2 days. The last time he teamed up with the criminal investigation team to solve the Lin Xiaoqing murder case, Meng Tian won a medal and was promoted to a higher rank, and he walked with the wind. But early this morning, his good mood was ruined. First, Wu Yu called and said that Hishio might have gone abroad to work. Then, another call came in, but the number couldn't even be displayed. This directly confirmed the news. The pressure came up all of a sudden. The last time Hishio came to the police station, Meng Tian clearly and repeatedly emphasized that he was under house arrest. What's the result? After a 3-day holiday, this kid happily went to work abroad. It seems that they don't take the curfew order seriously at all. Meng Tian, in a dreadful mood, collapsed in his office, smoking a cigarette and staring at the ceiling, sighing. What can I do? I'm just a small police officer. How can I control him? He's gone missing. Am I supposed to search for him across the border? At the same time, in the deep mountains and forests of northern Myanmar, a figure wearing black combat uniform and carrying an AWM sniper rifle is moving quickly in the bushes. There were more than a dozen people chasing after him. The man in front suddenly turned around and pulled the trigger. Bang! Among the chasing crowd, one unlucky guy had his head exploded. After firing the gun, the man in black threw away the AWM with an empty magazine and took out a fruit knife from his pocket. He quietly leaned against the dead tree, crouched slightly, and kept the posture of launching an attack. Sudden. Rub. The man in black jumped out instantly when faced with a figure chasing him from behind. The cheap fruit knife in his hand drew a cold light in the dim woods. After the 3-day Qingming Festival holiday, at the gate of Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology, Wu Yu and the program crew were waiting at the school gate early. 3 days. 3 full days. Hishio disappeared without a trace. For others, these 3 days of holiday are a relaxing and happy short vacation. But for her, every day felt like a year. This guy Hishio went abroad to work without saying a word. The most infuriating thing is that they didn't even notify the program team. Sister Wu, he hasn't come back yet, has he? The staff were also a little anxious. If Hishio didn't show up today, there would be no filming. Wu Yu said firmly, impossible. He has classes today, there's no way he'd miss them. Missing classes will result in point deductions. Deducting points will affect your scholarship. So Wu Yu concluded that he would definitely come back. The entire production crew waited for about 10 minutes, and one of the sharp-eyed staff members suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. Here they come. The protagonist is here. Someone suddenly shouted. Then there was a burst of cheers. Wu also looked up. Hishio was seen wearing sportswear and a baseball cap, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding soy milk, walking slowly across the street. Morning. He greeted casually as if nothing had happened. There was absolutely no need to explain. Wu quickly chased after him. Hishio, where have you been for the past 3 days? I took a job. Hishio replied casually as he walked. Foreign. Although he had expected it, Wu was still stunned when he heard it with his own ears. She was about to ask why the production crew wasn't brought along when she suddenly smelled Hishio. There is a faint smell of blood. Are you hurt? Minor injury. This job is a bit tricky. Hishio continued walking forward nonchalantly. Wu didn't know what to say for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he lowered his voice and said, Next time you go abroad for work, could you please tell me in advance so I can prepare in advance? Hearing this, it was Hishio's turn to be stunned for a moment, not reacting. Preparing for what? Of course, I'm filming your work abroad. Wu was also confused. You're even filming me working abroad? Wu was speechless again. Now he understood everything. It turned out that Hishio had never thought about letting the program crew film his work abroad. No wonder he suddenly disappeared for 3 days without telling me in advance. It's on the last page of the contract. We will also film all your work abroad. Wu had to remind him. Hishio recalled that there did seem to be such an additional clause, so he nodded and agreed. I understand. I will notify you in advance next time. Do you keep your word? Wu quickly asked. She knew very well what Hishio had promised and would definitely keep his promise. Well, keep your word. After hearing this promise, Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I lost track of him for 3 days and didn't get to film the work abroad, at least I got Hishio's guarantee. I can go with you next time. She was satisfied and asked the program team to start the live broadcast. An announcement was quickly posted in the live broadcast room. It was explained that Hishio interrupted filming because he had to go abroad for work temporarily, but there was no mention of his specific whereabouts. The audience saw Hishio reappear in the camera. Barrages of comments surged. Wow, the missing persons have finally returned. Ha ha ha, the production team should give us some chicken legs. I haven't seen you for 3 days. I really miss Hishio. I thought Hishio had absconded with the money. I'm curious about what Hishio did while he was abroad. After the morning classes. As usual, Tsinghua University of Science and Technology has military training in the afternoon. Fortunately, the training is coming to an end and the students are finally getting through it. Hishio had already obtained privileges because of his previous performance. Of course, there is no need to participate in military training. Recently, the students in the class have been training in the sun on the playground every afternoon. Hishio was much more comfortable. He would either drink ice watermelon juice and walk slowly to the library, or walk out of the school gate in a swagger. The other students were all envious. This afternoon, Wu thought Hishio was going to read or work again, but he found that he rarely took a taxi. The car drove to the busiest place in the city center and stopped. Hishio bought 2 cups of milk tea, gave one to Wu, and held the other one himself. Wu took a look and saw that it was taro bubble milk tea. Seeing Hishio smiling so happily, he understood. Are you going to meet a girl? Yeah, we're almost there. Hishio nodded. Wu laughed secretly behind him. He didn't expect that this guy would go out of his way to meet girls and even prepare milk tea in advance. It was really unexpected. After walking for about 10 minutes, they stopped in front of an imposing building. Wu looked up and saw the sign that read Hong Kong Life Science Center. The square in front of the building is decorated in a very luxurious style, and it seems that some important event is being held in the hall inside. Hishio took out an exquisite invitation from his pocket. The security guard at the door immediately became respectful when he saw it. Mr. He, you are a VIP guest. Please use this exclusive passage. Chapter 27. Didn't he say his family has always been poor? The program crew followed into the hall. Wu found that the inside was even more luxurious than the outside. Led by the concierge, Hishio sat in the VIP seat in the front row. In the hot-blooded fighting live broadcast room, some viewers had already recognized him. They all exclaimed, Hong Kong Life Science? Isn't this the high-tech enterprise that Tsinghua City is focusing on introducing this year? It seems he specializes in life and health research and is particularly skilled in the field of bone marrow cells. Today is the investment subscription press conference for Hong Kong Life Science, right? Why is Hishio attending such a high-end event? And even with a VIP invitation? Our company wants to participate, but we haven't even obtained the admission qualification. A few workers who were lazy at work and watched the live broadcast recognized the company at a glance. He also noticed the VIP invitation card that Hishio showed. Wu, who was looking at the barrage, was also full of doubts. Life science company. Why is he show running here? Could it be that the girl he is looking for works here? Just as I was thinking about it, the press conference officially began. The host, dressed in a neat suit, walked onto the stage and spoke in a standard broadcasting tone. Welcome everyone to the Hong Kong Life Science Press Conference. We focus on life health and repair technology research, maintaining technological leadership in all areas. In the early days of the company's establishment, it received 300 million yuan in support from the Qingyuan municipal government and investors. As usual, it was a round of company publicity and praise. This type of biotechnology company is not yet widely known to the public, so not many people know about it now. Anyway, Wu Yu, who was filming in the corner, was completely confused. She understood the sentence, saying that there was only 300 million in startup capital, and she thought to herself that it was a huge deal. As time goes by little, the press conference proceeded according to schedule. Guest speeches, ribbon cutting, technology demonstrations. The establishment of Hong Kong Life Science in Qingyuan City is inseparable from the support of the municipal government and investors. Now, please invite the representative of the early investors, He Xiaowei, to the stage to give a speech. As the host finished speaking, the side door curtain was gently lifted. The person who came out stunned the whole audience. It turned out to be a little girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood. The girl had a neat high ponytail and light makeup on her face. When she smiled, she had 2 dimples and her eyes were bright and lively. She was wearing a fitted black dress and at first glance looked like a cute and cheerful ordinary girl. It's totally out of place with the atmosphere of this kind of business conference. But when everyone noticed that she was being pushed out in a wheelchair, they couldn't help but show regretful expressions. What a beautiful girl. Wu Yu was stunned when he saw her for the first time. Although this girl is in a wheelchair, she exudes confidence. This moment, Wu Yu suddenly had a feeling that this girl must have been well protected by her family since childhood. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. This girl's aura is amazing. Even though I'm in a wheelchair, it doesn't affect the way other people look at me. He Xiaowei? This name sounds familiar. Wait, this name is among the founding shareholders of our company. Could it be just the same name? Don't worry, I'll check it out. The audience began to frantically search for He Xiaowei's information, and the more they searched, the more shocked they were. She actually invested in more than a dozen life science and medical research companies. And each company holds at least 10% of the shares. So, the original share capital of each company alone is at least 10 million. More than a dozen companies? That would add up to over 100 million. This time, she personally invested 50 million in Hong Kong Life Science, holding an 11% stake. So young and so rich? What's your family background? Oh my God, what a rich little woman. Netizens in the live broadcast room found more than a dozen amazing pieces of news. But strangely, there is no clue about her family background on the internet. At the press conference, the host invited He Xiaowei to the stage with a smile on his face. Ms. He Xiaowei invested 50 million yuan in her first investment, which accounted for 11% of Hong Kong Life Sciences shares. This is the greatest support and trust in our company. Next, please let Ms. He Xiaowei say a few words to everyone. The microphone was handed to He Xiaowei. She had a faint smile on her face and looked particularly calm and indifferent. Although she was not very old, she was not nervous at all about such a big occasion. Wu Yu, who was filming in the corner, looked at He Xiaowei's calm expression and couldn't help but glance at He Xiao, who was sitting in the VIP seat in the front row. Wu Yu always felt that the calm temperament of this girl was exactly the same as that of someone else. Then let me say a few words. Welcome Hong Kong Life Science Company to Qingyuan City. I hope the company can stick to its original aspirations and make more breakthroughs in the field of life sciences and health, bringing health security to more people. Thanks. He Xiaowei sat in a wheelchair with her upper body slightly bowed. After saying this, it seemed to have a different meaning. The host immediately took over. Thank you, Ms. He Xiaowei, for your blessing. We at Hong Kong Life Science will definitely live up to everyone's expectations and strive to move forward with the hopes of all our investors. While the host was speaking, He Xiaowei began to leave the stage accompanied by the concierge. Suddenly, she smiled and waved her hands. No need to send me backstage. I still have things to do. After saying that, he pressed the automatic button of the wheelchair and slid down the aisle to the stage. At this time, He Xiao also stood up from the VIP seat and walked to the edge of the aisle to wait. I saw the direction He Xiaowei's wheelchair went. Wu Yu was shocked. Really? In the camera? He Xiaowei pushed her wheelchair to He Xiao, looked up and smiled sweetly. Hee, brother, how was my speech just now? The next moment, He Xiao reached out and ruffled her hair, smiled dotingly and said, You're getting better and better at speaking polite words. Milk tea. He Xiaowei took the milk tea and smiled with her eyes curved. Wow, Taro Ball Bobo. Bro, you're the best. He Xiao walked behind her naturally and pushed the wheelchair forward. This scene. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely excited. Damn, what's going on? Am I seeing this right? He Xiaowei is actually He Xiao's sister? Student He Xiao actually has such a rich sister? Didn't he always say his family was poor? Isn't this a film about a hot-blooded fight? You're already worth hundreds of millions. Do you still want to fight? Student He Xiao. No, brother He. Would you consider letting me be your brother-in-law? Chapter 28. Mysterious Rich Man? This is called a minor injury? Outside the Hong Kong Life Science Building. Wu Yu has not yet recovered from the shock. She looked at He Xiao pushing the cheerful girl in the wheelchair, her mind full of question marks. He Xiao's sister. Worth hundreds of millions? What puzzled her the most was what was wrong with He Xiaowei's legs. Brother, is this the hot blood fighting production team you mentioned? The girl in the wheelchair suddenly said, this sister is so pretty. Only then did Wu Yu come to his senses. She found the girl reaching out her hand. Hello, I'm He Xiaowei, He Xiao's sister. Ah, hello, I'm Wu Yu. She subconsciously held that hand and felt particularly warm. He Xiao directly asked his sister, where are we going now? Let's go to the welfare home and get some clothes first, then go home tonight. I want to eat braised pork tonight. Good. This time, because He Xiaowei was there, He Xiao was generous for once and called a special car that could accommodate a wheelchair and even took people from the program crew along. The group of people set off in such a mighty manner. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a welfare home. This welfare home has an excellent view. It is located halfway up a mountain in the suburbs of Qingyuan City, surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters. When getting off the car, Wu Yu looked up at the sign on the gate. Ping and welfare home. She suddenly remembered that other channels on the station seemed to have done special reports on this place. This originally inconspicuous orphanage was later bought by a mysterious wealthy man who spent a huge amount of money to transform it into the best welfare home in the city and even the province. He Xiao seems to have grown up here, right? Wu Yu thought to himself. When she actually walked into the gate of the welfare home, she was completely dumbfounded. Although he had heard of the reputation of Ping'an Welfare Home, Wu Yu had never been there. So she had no idea about the interior of this welfare home. It turned out to be so luxurious. That's right. An orphanage is so exaggerated that it can be described as luxurious. A warm and beautiful small building, a carefully designed park, no high-rise buildings, only cute small villas, and amusement facilities everywhere. The entire park was filled with staff members who played with the children with smiles on their faces. Every child has a dedicated caregiver. The most surprising thing is that there is a super giant slide in the center of the park. Kids can slide down the slide to any corner of the park. If you don't want to play on the slide, there is also a cartoon train you can ride. The entire park was filled with children's cheerful laughter. Is this an orphanage? Oh my God, this is like a giant amusement park. No, this is heaven. I've heard that the conditions at Ping and Welfare Home are good, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Special car pickup, one-on-one care, and so many entertainment facilities. That's too much. If I had a child, I would send it here. Someone is actually willing to spend so much money to build a welfare institution like this. The people who transformed this place are amazing. The audience of Hot Blood Fight were all amazed by the internal facilities of the welfare home. No one expected that the welfare home, which should have been filled with sadness, could be so warm and luxurious. I really don't know what kind of a figure this Dean is. Big Brother is here. I haven't seen Big Brother for a long time. Did Big Brother bring any candy today? When the program crew was visiting the park, a group of children ran over happily and hung on He Xiao like koalas. He Xiao looked at He Xiaowei helplessly. He Xiaowei smiled at first, then frowned. Go play. Big Brother is not available to accompany you today. Little Panda, come down quickly. Don't climb on Big Brother's shoulders. Little Lamb, you are being naughty again. You can't bite your big brother. Each one is a loving and affectionate name. The staff quickly coaxed the playful children away. Wu Yu, who was walking at the end, noticed it. When the welfare home staff saw the brother and sister, although they didn't say anything, there was obvious respect in their eyes. Keep moving forward. He Xiao pushed He Xiaowei to an office building. After walking through the door, the program crew was once again amazed by the exquisite decoration in the small building. After taking the special elevator upstairs, He Xiaowei went to the inner lounge to get some clothes. The staff took the opportunity to take pictures of the office furnishings. Suddenly, an audience member discovered something, and the barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. Wait a moment. Move the camera back a little. That spot on the wall. Wu Yu turned the camera back to the wall where a simple ID frame was hanging. When the picture is enlarged, you can clearly see what is written on it. Ping'an Welfare Home. Address: Qingshan, Qingyuan City. Dean He Xiao. Vice President He Xiaowei. When the words were clearly seen, the live broadcast room immediately became lively. Is this true? Is Ping'an Welfare Home opened by He Xiao? I'm not seeing things. One of them is the dean and the other is the vice dean. Amazing. He Xiao actually built such an awesome welfare home. So that mysterious rich man a few years ago was He Xiao. In the office, Wu Yu also saw the two names and was shocked. Ping'an Welfare House. Is it really yours? He Xiao nodded, his tone calm. Xiaowei and I grew up here. After the old dean passed away, we bought this place. Although I am the dean, Xiaowei is basically the one who manages it. Wu Yu looked at He Xiao's calm expression and wondered how such a thing could be made so lightly. At this time, He Xiaowei came out with clothes in his hand. Brother, since you are here, do you want to go see that school? It's almost finished. He Xiao saw that it was still early, so he agreed. After leaving Ping'an Welfare Home, they got on a special car and headed in another direction. After turning a few corners, the program crew saw a school with a beautiful environment in front of them. The car stopped at the school gate, and a sign that read, Ping and Hope Primary School, was hung on the gate. Noticing a car coming. At the construction site, several responsible persons saw He Xiaowei coming and hurried over to say hello. Several people had friendly smiles on their faces. Boss Xiaohe, are you here to inspect the construction site again? Don't worry, Mr. He, we've been keeping an eye on it personally since you raised your opinion last time. Would you like to hear about the latest construction progress? Several people took the design drawings and explained them to He Xiaowei in detail. He Xiaowei looked at the drawings carefully, pointing to a few places from time to time and saying something with a very serious expression. At this time, she didn't look like an 18-year-old girl at all, but more like an experienced project manager. The people on the program were stunned when they saw this scene. Some people couldn't help but ask, was this school also built by these brothers and sisters? Wu Yu, who was standing nearby, discovered an even more astonishing detail and pointed to the small words underneath the sign at the school gate that read, Ping and Hope Primary School. 8th branch school. Such a school. You've already built 8? The camera turns to He Xiao. He still had that calm expression. Yes. On the way back, the entire production crew looked at the brother and sister with admiration. A college student who grew up in an orphanage with an 18-year-old sister in a wheelchair. Not only did they set up a God-level welfare home, they also built 8 Hope primary schools. Moreover, he also holds shares in many companies. When they followed He Xiao back to the old neighborhood, the program crew still felt it was unreal. After returning home, He Xiao settled his sister in the living room and went to the kitchen to cook. He thought about it and realized that he still didn't know how to make particularly delicious braised pork. So I spent 100 yuan and exchanged it for 100 points of exchange value from the system. Bite. Congratulations on winning the title of Braised Pork Master. Hear the system prompt. He Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and his hand movements immediately became smooth. In the living room, He Xiaowei turned the wheelchair, skillfully opened the drawer, and took out the medicine box. Then he shouted towards the kitchen with a stern face. Brother, come here. He Xiao was cooking when he heard his sister calling him. He Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It was over. The injuries on his body were discovered by He Xiaowei. He quickly explained, trying to put up a fight. It's just a minor injury. It will heal soon. He Xiaowei didn't listen at all. No, I have to handle it. It will heal faster this way. He Xiao had no choice but to wipe his hands, walk over, squat down, and take off his shirt. There was a bandage on his shoulder, which He Xiaowei cut open deftly. When the wound was revealed, Wu Yu and the staff nearby were stunned. There was a 10-centimeter-long knife wound on He Xiao's back shoulder, with the skin and flesh turned outward and stained with bright red blood. This kind of wound. Is it called a minor injury? What surprised the program crew even more was that both He Xiao and He Xiaowei seemed to be accustomed to this kind of injury. Brother, did you go to work again? I couldn't contact you during the 3 days of Qingming Festival. Well, there's a small job that pays well. We have quite a bit of savings now, so you don't have to go out to work all the time. It's still a long way to go. I need to save more. Listen to the conversation between the brother and sister. Wu Yu watched with bated breath. He Xiaowei's technique in treating the wound was more skillful than that of a professional nurse. She cleaned, sutured, applied medicine, and bandaged the wound, like I've done it countless times. After bandaging, He Xiaowei drew a smiley face on the bandage. Done. Congratulations, brother. The number of scars has increased from 23 to 24. Wu Yu, who was standing next to him, watched quietly and noticed. Although He Xiaowei was smiling, her eyes were secretly red. At this time, The aroma of braised pork began to waft from the kitchen. He Xiaowei lowered her head and whispered something to He Xiao. Then, He Xiao walked over to Wu Yu and said, "Please don't shoot me for now." Wu Yu was stunned, feeling that this scene seemed familiar, and quickly asked the cameraman to turn the camera to the ceiling. There, He Xiao had already taken out a Lucky Cat piggy bank and a few bank cards. The brother and sister gathered together and began to count the money stealthily. There are 6,722 yuan in the Lucky Cat piggy bank. I saved all of it from working part-time after school recently. This card has 100,000 yuan. It's a deposit for the show. There's 5 million in this card. I earned it working during the Qingming Festival holiday. Chapter 29. It's extremely urgent. Please ask the expert behind you for help. He Xiao became happier as he spoke. He Xiaowei, who was standing beside him, also listened with a smile and nodded. Wu Yu looked at the happy faces of the brother and sister. Especially He Xiao, who rarely smiled, was puzzled. Does saving money really make people happy? After He Xiao reports the income for this period, He Xiaowei took out a few bank cards from her bag and started making arrangements like a little financial officer. Don't save the money from the Lucky Cat. Keep it as pocket money. The money on the 5 million card and the 100,000 card is all on this card. So, the total amount on this card is 8 million. There's 10 million on this card now. You said it's money for my medical treatment. There's over 20 million yuan on this card, which is the final payment for the project. There's over 30 million on this card, which is dividends from an investment company. There's over 6 million in this card. It's our retirement money. We agreed to buy a small island. But there's no rush for this. Just save it slowly. She sighed. Why do so many places require money? He Xiao has always been the one making money at home, while He Xiaowei is in charge of the accounts. He Xiao pointed at the last card and asked, "What's this for?" He Xiaowei blinked mischievously. "Brother, have you forgotten? This is the money for you to marry a wife. But now it's only 1.5 million. We are not well off. This amount of money can't marry a good wife. Brother, you have to keep working hard." "Yeah, I'll go make some more." He Xiao agreed seriously. The production crew and Wu Yu nearby were all stunned. I didn't expect that they had even allocated money for medical treatment, retirement, and marrying a wife. But, after roughly calculating the total savings of the brother and sister, everyone in the room was stunned. This guy is too rich. He Xiaowei, who was packing up her bank cards, suddenly remembered something. The brother and sister glanced at the people from the production team in the room and started chatting in low voices. "Brother, they just heard how much money our family has." He Xiaowei was a little worried. "Do you think they might have some bad intentions?" At this time, He Xiao glanced at the program crew indifferently, and that look made everyone present's heart skip a beat. "It's fine. Anyone who dares to covet our family's money will be killed." As He Xiao spoke, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. He Xiaowei's face lit up with smiles. "Then I feel relieved. By the way, brother, is the braised pork ready? I'm starving. I'll go check the kitchen." He Xiao turned and walked towards the kitchen. The people from the program crew stood there sweating profusely. Even Wu Yu couldn't help but shiver. "When you two brothers and sisters say things like this, can you please do it behind other people's backs?" We're all listening. Early the next morning, Qingyuan City Police Department. Meng Tian ran out in a hurry. A senior official had assigned him a special task, which was to deal with He Xiao's violation of the travel ban and going out to work during the Qingming Festival holiday. The latest intelligence from abroad has also arrived. 3-day holiday for Qingming Festival. He Xiao once appeared in northern Myanmar, in the territory of the Kolo armed forces. Not long after, there was a leader of an illegal armed group on Kuro's side. Despite having thousands of guards around him, he was shot in the head from a long distance. Immediately following, a group of mercenaries of unknown origin emerged from the mountains of northern Myanmar and engaged in a long-distance pursuit battle with someone. At last, locals found the bodies of the 12-member team in the mountains. That's all the news for now, although there is no definite evidence. But Meng Tian was very sure that the armed leader who was shot in the head was most likely He Xiao's target this time. As for the mercenaries whose origins were unknown and who were wiped out, they must have been hunting down He Xiao. In the end, they were all wiped out by that kid. When he thought of this, Meng Tian felt a chill on his back. But the senior official just told He Xiao to deal with it regarding his illegal exit from the country. No word on how to deal with it. This ambiguous attitude made Meng Tian very confused. He is just an ordinary policeman. Why did I have to find him for such troubles? But orders still have to be obeyed. Now the senior official directly skipped the director and contacted him alone. So even the director didn't know what he was busy with. Just walked out the door. I happened to meet the criminal investigation team leader Li Yinjin. Both of them were walking so fast that they almost bumped into each other. "Old Li, are you staying up all night again?" Seeing Li Yinjin's tired face, Meng Tian guessed that the criminal investigation team must have been working on the case all night again. Li Yinjin smiled helplessly. It's more than just an all-nighter. I haven't slept properly in 3 days. It's all about that case. Meng Tian frowned and asked, is it still the case of the murder of the chairman of Shanha Group? A major case occurred in Qingyuan City recently. The chairman of Shanha Group, one of the top 100 companies in the country, was murdered in the hotel he opened when he came to Qingyuan City to inspect the factory. Shanha Group started out in the steel business and later grew bigger and bigger. Now it involves various fields such as hotels, movies, entertainment, real estate, etc. The chairman of such a large group was killed in Qingyuan City, which had a huge impact. So now the police are under great pressure. Meng Tian also went to the scene when the case first happened. In a luxury suite, the chairman of Shanha Group was found dead in the bathtub after his throat was slit with a knife. There were also the bodies of 2 bodyguards in the room. Later, the case was taken over by the city's criminal investigation team. We checked the surveillance footage and asked people, but we can't find any clues. In the hotel owned by his family, under the protection of 2 first-class bodyguards, he was killed silently. The murderer must be no simple one. Alas, we haven't found any information yet. It's too difficult. I guess the province will send someone to take over soon. Li Yinjin had a worried look on her face, besides the pressure of solving the case. They also have to face pressure from senior leaders and Shanha Group. That's right, old Meng. Li Yinjin suddenly remembered. Didn't you say you had someone with expertise to help you with Lin Xiaoqing's case last time? Can you please come and help me? The case is extremely urgent now. If we can't handle this case, our entire bureau will be criticized. Hearing Li Yinjin say this, Meng Tian was a little confused. What he is looking for now is that master. This, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. That expert has a complex composition. Li Yinjin sighed. Forget it. I'll think of a solution. You go ahead and do your work. Watching Li Yinjin dragging her tired body into the police station, Meng Tian also struggled in his heart. Soon he drove the police car to the residential complex where He Xiao lived. I happened to run into He Xiao, who was pushing He Xiaowei out in a wheelchair. There were also people from the hot-blooded fighting program crew nearby. He Xiao, come with me to the police station. Meng Tian got out of the car with a gloomy face. He Xiao, who was pushing the wheelchair, looked up at him with a puzzled look in his eyes. Going to the police station? Is there something wrong? Have you been working outside recently? Forgot you have a prohibition order on you? Meng Tian took a deep breath and reminded him tactfully. After hearing this, He Xiao paused and showed a thoughtful expression. Meng Tian, who was standing next to him, saw his reaction. I'm speechless. Good job. I completely forgot about the prohibition order on me. Don't you take the law too seriously? Chapter 30. It's impossible to be fined in this life. Oh, I remember now. He Xiao muttered in a low voice. I was used to taking on jobs before, and I forgot about it for a moment, so I can't leave the country recently. Like, did this time we really violate the laws of Dragon Country a little bit? Brother, have you committed a crime? He Xiaowei in the wheelchair looked up and asked. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? It's just a small matter. It's nothing serious. I'll take you to the orphanage first. He Xiao pushed He Xiaowei towards the car. Then he turned back to Meng Tian and said, Captain Meng, you go back first. I will go to the police station to find you later. Meng Tian next to him opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back. If I hadn't been familiar with He Xiao's calm tone, I would have thought that this person's attitude was extremely arrogant. Go to the police station to find him yourself. Do you think you are visiting a friend's house? But taking He Xiao back by force now? It's not that serious. Actually, it's not a big deal. Anyway, the boss above told him to handle it himself. There is no need to confront this person who is as dangerous as a terrorist. Okay, I'll see you at the police station in an hour. Meng Tian said this with a stern face, turned around, got into the car and left. When I heard that He Xiao was going to the police station again, netizens in the live broadcast room immediately started to eat melons. Oh, is He Xiao in trouble again? Wait, how do I say again? Why does this scene feel a little familiar? It seemed like it happened last time too. Dozens of police officers and SWAT rushed over and took He Xiao away without a word. Then it was sent back. An hour later, He Xiao arrived at the entrance of Qingyuan City Police Station on time. Meng Tianzheng was standing outside the police station smoking. When he saw him coming, he felt inexplicably relieved. Come with me. He brought He Xiao into the office, took out a red certificate from the drawer, and put it on the table. The last time Lin Xiaoqing's case was solved, it was thanks to your help. You were mentioned in the report. This is the certificate of honor given to you. When Meng Tian opened the certificate, he always felt something strange. Give this guy a certificate of honor? It seems a bit strange no matter how I think about it. Hishio glanced at it. His expression didn't change much, and he just said, lightly. Oh, seeing his reaction, Meng Tian was a little unhappy and took out another bulging envelope from the drawer. With a bang, it fell on the table. And there's a 20,000 yuan personal bonus. Now, Hishio's dull eyes were obviously brighter, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Even Meng Tian could feel that happiness. Really, it has to be a bonus. No one cares about certificates or not. But, is this guy really so short of money? Hishio first put the envelope away, then casually put the certificate into his pocket. Can I get a bonus for helping solve the case? Meng Tian nodded. Major contributions usually come with it. He finished explaining casually. When I looked up, I found that Hishio had a faint smile on his face, and my heart suddenly tightened. You're not thinking about the bonus. Do you want to work part-time solving crimes in the future? Hishio thought about it seriously. It's not impossible. After all, the prize money is quite large. You have a wide range of business. Meng Tian rolled his eyes in his heart and slammed the table with a stern face. Don't even think about bonuses for now. You went abroad to work during your vacation, which violated the travel ban. This matter must be dealt with seriously. You know what? Even if it's your first offense, you'll be detained for at least half a month. Meng Tian had a stern face and spoke in a stern tone. But actually, there is no definitive answer to the penalty for the traffic ban. A general travel ban will lock personal identity information. Do you want to leave the country? I can't even buy a ticket. But the guy in front of me is different. When people leave the country, they must take some unknown secret routes. Besides, the prohibition order on Hishio is just for show. It was all just a casual remark made by the adult above. As for how to punish this time, there were no instructions from above. It all depends on Meng Tian's own performance. After talking about the punishment of imprisonment for half a month, Meng Tian stared at Hishio's eyes. The result was just one word. Oh, could your attitude be any more perfunctory? Ahem. Besides being locked up for half a month, you also have to pay a fine. Meng Tian added another sentence. Hishio's expression changed instantly. Fine? How much? Meng Tian opened his palm. 5,000. So you have to return 5,000 of your 20,000 bonus to me. After Meng Tian finished saying this, Hishio was silent. He just stared at Meng Tian. That look, it was like looking at a corpse. The back of Meng Tian's neck began to feel cold, and he even felt that the temperature in the room had dropped by several degrees. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and his breathing was a little difficult. Although Meng Tian pretended to be calm on the surface, he had already started complaining in his heart. Damn it, I told you I'd lock you up for half a month, but you didn't even blink. When you mention a 5,000 yuan fine, why do you feel like you're planning to stab someone in the police station? A long time passed. Hishio spoke slowly. It's impossible to find me. Forget it in this lifetime. Let's change the punishment. Not to mention 5,000. If he was fined even $1 today, all his years of work would be in vain. In just a second, he could knock down the policeman in front of him, smash the window, and jump out. While others were still not reacting, he climbed over the wall, grabbed a police car, and headed straight for the welfare home. He then took Hishio and smuggled him to a destination abroad. A moment. Hishio thought out the entire plan of action for the next step. If Meng Tian knew what was going on in his mind, he would probably be so angry that he fainted. Just for a mere $5,000, this guy actually planned to start a transnational police and criminal chase. Call. Meng Tian let out a sigh of relief. Being stared at by Hishio's eyes was too stressful. Actually, you don't have to pay the fine. Meng Tian thought for a moment and said, I have an idea. After much deliberation, Meng Tian decided to help Li Yinjin. After all, this case concerns the entire police station. The police department has a particularly troublesome case on hand right now. It's very likely a professional murder case. If you can help, you don't have to pay the 5,000 yuan. If we can catch the murderer, maybe we can even get your driving ban lifted. Of course, I can't guarantee this. I have to ask the leader first. What do you think? The case of the murder of the chairman of Shana Group. The veteran detectives in the bureau all privately felt that it was most likely done by a professional killer. Since it was done by a killer, Meng Tian felt that Hishio might be able to figure out something. After all, this guy is the 9th-ranked killer on the dark web. Meng Tian just finished speaking. Hishio agreed without even thinking. Okay, go ahead and apply. Compared to paying a 5,000 yuan fine or finding a possible killer, he must be looking for a killer. Is this even worth thinking about? It doesn't matter if I even kill the killer. Please sit down for a while. Meng Tian took out his cell phone, walked out of the office quickly, and made a call. A moment later, he pushed the door open with a smile on his face. The leader agreed. Hearing this, Hishio stood up and walked straight out the door. Lead the way. Chapter 31. Experts and Professionals. Meng Tian walked out of the office and shouted to the next door. "Old Li, stop dawdling and follow me to the crime scene." Li Yinjin rubbed his sore eyes and came out of the office, looking puzzled. Why go to the crime scene? Solve the case. Meng Tian said it as a matter of course. What's broken? There's no clue at all now. We just received a notification that the Provincial Serious Crime Squad has arrived at the hotel. I guess everyone in our bureau will be evacuated soon. Li Yinjin gently patted her numb face. Meng Tian became anxious when he heard this. So soon? Why don't you hurry over there? Haven't they officially taken over yet? As he said that, he pulled Li Yinjin out. Li Yinjin had just been pulled into the police car when the back door suddenly opened and an expressionless young man got in. Who is this? The new intern. Li Yinjin looked confused. Meng Tian's expression was a bit strange. I can't afford an intern like him. He is the expert I always tell you about. Li Yinjin was stunned. Him? He looks like a college student. He's a college student. Meng Tian said helplessly. The police car sped along. It soon stopped in front of Shana International Hotel. When entering the door, Li Yinjin noticed that Hsiao was always observing his surroundings. And finally, he took a special look at the glass exterior wall of the hotel. The three of them took the elevator directly to the top floor. There is only one luxurious suite on the entire floor, which is the one where the chairman of Shanha Group lived before his death. Now the entire floor is blocked off. Old Meng, are you sure you can do it? This young man doesn't look very reliable. Let's not go, so as not to embarrass ourselves. Li Yinjin showed his ID and led them in while muttering to himself. Meng Tian grinned aside. Let's give it a try. He should be very familiar with this kind of business. In the room, members of the Serious Crime Squad were already investigating the scene. A middle-aged policeman with a serious expression looked up when he saw Li Yinjin and Meng Tian coming in with a young man. Captain Li, you've arrived just in time. We still have some things to check with you. Li Yinjin quickly introduced. This is Huang Chong, the leader of the Provincial Serious Crime Unit 3. This is Meng Tian, a police officer from our bureau. When Huang Chong heard this, he looked at Meng Tian with a little surprise. Police? He didn't look down on the police, but in such a serious criminal case, ordinary police really couldn't help much. Their team had just rushed over from the province overnight. They didn't even go to the police station and went straight to the scene. But after a long preliminary investigation, there were very few clues. With his many years of experience, this case is definitely not easy to handle. So he has no mood to chat with his colleagues in the police station now. Li Yinjin saw his impatience and quickly explained. Team Leader Huang, we came here to see if we can help. I have a professional here. Huang Chong's eyes lit up when he heard this. Professional talents? Where are they? Meng Tian stepped aside, revealing Hsiao standing behind him, and said with a smile, "That's him, a professional." Huang Chong looked Hsiao up and down, frowning. Him? A college student, right? How can he help with the case? He could tell at a glance that Hsiao was a student, and he was already a little suspicious. Staring at Hsiao, although he had doubts, he directly threw out the case. The chairman of Shanha Group died in the bathtub. 2 level 1 bodyguards died behind the door, less than a meter away. The door lock was intact, and there were no signs of violent entry. The hotel staff did not notice anything unusual that night. The camera on this floor was cut off. The camera failed at 1:32 a.m. The chairman died at 1:35. What do you think is wrong with this case? Li Yinjin and Meng Tian understood as soon as they heard it that Huang Chong was testing Hsiao. The two of them looked at Hsiao at the same time. Hsiao glanced casually at the room and said lightly, "The murderer must have disguised himself as a waiter and knocked on the door to get in, so the door lock was not broken. 2 bodyguards died behind the door, which means the killer had the ability to kill 2 level 1 bodyguards in an instant. From the camera being cut off to the target being killed, it won't take more than 3 minutes to complete the entire mission." Hsiao spoke out this information without even thinking about it. Huang Chong was stunned on the spot, and even Li Yinjin next to him widened his eyes in shock. So many details were analyzed in such a short time. Come in. Huang Chong moved to the side to make way for Hsiao. He stared at Hsiao with doubts in his mind. Although he was surprised by the young man's answer, he still noticed something wrong. Target? Task? Action? It's so strange to hear these words coming out of ordinary people's mouths. What surprised Huang Chong even more was, as soon as Hsiao entered the room, he didn't even look at the scene marks on the ground and started talking. You all guessed it, right? I just don't dare to say it out loud. Are you afraid of making things worse? Or do you really have no evidence? It's obvious that this case was done by a professional killer. As soon as the last sentence came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Huang Chong quickly closed the door, and his eyes changed as he stared at Hsiao. That's right. They did suspect that this was a murder for hire caused by commercial competition and that the murderer was definitely not an ordinary person. But the problem is, there is no evidence. And once it escalates to a professional killer, the problem becomes serious. Now, this kid has broken the window paper with just one sentence. Hishio walked to the middle of the living room and suddenly asked, "Is there a computer?" Huang Chong winked. A police officer from Group 3 took out a notebook from his bag and handed it over. This is a special case-handling computer. It's different from ordinary ones. If you don't know how to use it, most people can't operate this kind of professional equipment, and the police officer was about to offer help. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. I saw Hishio had already turned on the computer skillfully, and his fingers were typing quickly on the special keyboard. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Hishio first opened a strange web page, then took out something like a USB flash drive from his backpack and plugged it in, then entered a long string of code. When the police officer saw the USB flash drive, he was stunned. He knew that sort of thing. This is an encryption key for certain special websites. Anyone who can use this key, his identity is definitely extraordinary. But this guy in front of me, isn't he just a college student? While the police officers from the Serious Crime Unit 3 were still confused, Hishio was seen browsing the web calmly, tapping his fingers on the table, and suddenly stopped in the middle. Then he quickly closed the web page, unplugged the USB drive, closed the computer, and turned to the people in the room. You don't have to guess anymore. The chairman of Shanha Group had a bounty on his life a few days ago. A killer has taken the order. What? A bounty for life? Killer accepts orders? As soon as he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. Huang Chong, the leader of the Serious Crime Squad, stared at Hishio with a dark look in his eyes. How did you know that? I guessed. When Hishio finished saying this, even a fool could see that he was talking nonsense in a serious tone. Just now he turned on the computer and checked the website and took out a mysterious USB flash drive from his backpack. It took a long time. Now you're guessing? Do you really think that all the people in the Serious Crime Squad are fools? But strangely, Huang Chong just stared at Hishio for a few seconds and didn't ask any more questions. He was now already guessing Hishio's true identity. Could he be from some special department? But this is too young. Chapter 32. The case is restored. Every step is right. Li Yinjin secretly nudged Meng Tian with his elbow and gave him a look. This expert you found is quite tall. Meng Tian could only respond with a look. Don't talk. I was shocked too. Since he had received information from the National Security Bureau before, he could probably guess it. The USB flash drive that Hishio just took out should be the key for logging into the dark web. It is probably also a channel for part-time killer work. Okay, let's assume the murderer is really a professional killer. Huang Chong said in a deep voice. Then how did he commit the crime? What's the course of action? How did you evacuate? Whoever the murderer is, the police's job is to catch him. But from the scene, there was no trace of the killer. And, even if he's a professional killer, how did he kill 2 level 1 bodyguards the moment he opened the door? The questions raised by Huang Chong made everyone present frown. These are the key points where the case has been stuck. It might not be clear enough just by explaining it, so I'll just demonstrate it to you. In the silent atmosphere, Hishio spoke. Just now when he logged into his dark web account, he saw a public bounty for murder, which had been accepted by a killer. He didn't know who answered the call. But one thing is certain, the killer who took the mission was ranked lower than him. Because he knew at a glance that the killer's entire operation was not detailed enough and was a bit rough. There are many places where tiny traces are left. And those tiny traces may not have been noticed by the Serious Crime Squad and the Criminal Investigation Team. But in Hishio's eyes, these details are as conspicuous as light bulbs in the dark. Hearing Hishio say this, Huang Chong's expression changed. You mean, you want to recreate the crime? Reconstructing the case? That's what you call it. That's pretty much what it means. Hishio responded casually, then glanced around the room. Finally, he grabbed a pen from the bedside table and put it in his pocket. Let's go and start investigating from the outside. After saying that, he led the way out of the room. The others hurried to follow. The group came to the window at the end of the corridor. Hishio pointed to the tightly closed window. Aren't you guys confused? Why didn't the entire hotel surveillance cameras capture any suspicious people? It's not that the killer was disguised. It's that he didn't enter the room from the building at all. As he spoke, he gently pushed open the window and a strong wind immediately rushed in. This floor is very high, and the windows are rarely opened because of the strong wind. But you see, the dust on this windowsill shows that someone has moved it recently. And here, there's a mark. Following the direction he pointed, everyone saw an almost invisible mark on the aluminum alloy frame under the windowsill, where the rope had rubbed it. Huang Chong immediately asked the police officers from the Serious Crime Squad to take a picture of this clue. and then he looked out the window. You mean, the killer climbed in through the window? It's at least 60 meters from the ground to this floor. It's all glass outside. There's no place to stand. Is there really a killer who can climb up here with his bare hands? His face was full of disbelief. The scene was just like a movie. Hishio nodded calmly. It's not difficult. I'll show you. Demonstration? Huang Chong hasn't reacted yet. I saw Hishio had already opened the fire hydrant and pulled out the water hose. Under everyone's jaw-dropping gaze, he jumped out of the window without changing his expression. This sudden scene. Everyone in the corridor was stunned. Huang Chong stretched out his hand to stop it, but missed. He looked down at his empty hands, then looked at the dozens of stories outside, and was completely stunned. Fuck. Huang Chong couldn't help but swear. Is this kid crazy? He jumps just like that. This is a building with more than 10 floors. If you fall down, you will definitely die. The corridor was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the fire hoses whirring. Until the water hose was completely released, there was a loud, clang sound, which scared everyone, fearing that the water hose would not be able to hold on and break. Huang Chong then leaned out of the window and looked down, just in time to see Hishio landing steadily. I finally felt relieved. Otherwise, before this case is solved, another case of a college student jumping off a building will occur. Thank goodness I'm fine. He turned around and looked at Meng Tian and Li Yinjin. Is this guy you brought here really not from the special forces? Hearing this question, Meng Tian immediately patted his chest and made a promise. Absolutely not. I can guarantee that. This guy might be much more powerful than special forces soldiers. The fire hose is actually not 60 meters long. It is about 10 meters from the ground. Hishio finally gave a light kick on the outer wall of the hotel before landing steadily on the ground. After walking around, he took the elevator back to the top floor from the main entrance of the hotel. The two security guards at the door had strange expressions when they saw Hishio. Strangeness. Why do I feel that the young man who just entered looks familiar? I also think that he just entered the hotel not long ago. Where did he come out from now? Am I dazzled? When the elevator reached the top floor, Hishio came out whistling. Everyone in the aisle was staring at him. Huang Chong looked at him carefully. Are you not injured? Fine. Hishio nodded. I was just demonstrating how to get down from the outside of the building. It's actually easier to climb up than to go down. The mark on the window was left by the wire rope used by the killer. I just proved that this method can be used. If you still have questions, I can show you how to climb up once. When I heard that this college student was going to do another dangerous move, Huang Chong quickly waved his hands. No, this evidence is valid. Let's move on to the next step. Are you kidding me? Let him climb again. If something goes wrong, who will take the responsibility? And he had already seen that this college student's skills were indeed extraordinary. If a college student can do it, a professional killer will definitely have no problem doing it. Combined with the marks on the windowsill, it at least proves that this method of committing the crime is possible. Now he understood that what Hishio meant by reconstructing the case was to fully demonstrate the entire process of the killer committing the crime. Hearing that there was no need for further demonstration, Hishio walked to the window. Where I'm standing now is where the killer will stand when he climbs up. I checked. This corner is the only blind spot that the corridor surveillance camera can't capture. He pointed to the camera on the wall. Judging from the direction of the camera, he immediately determined where the blind spot was. And the killer should be able to find it too. So, when the killer came up, the first thing he did was to cut off the camera. Following Hishio's finger, everyone stared at the broken camera. Huang Chong couldn't help but ask, "It's so far. How to cut it off?" It's very simple. Hishio threw it away casually. A pencil flew out and accurately hit the wire of a camera 20 meters away. I used a pencil, the killer used a knife. Who can help me pick up the pencil? There should be some traces near the carpet where the pencil fell. Huang Chong signaled with his eyes, and a team member immediately ran over and squatted on the ground to check carefully. Not long after, his expression changed, and he raised his camera to take a few pictures. Team leader, we've made a discovery. There's a small dent in the carpet here, like a knife blade fell and pierced it naturally. Huang Chong hurried over to take a look, and sure enough, he felt a long and thin cut on the carpet. Looking up again, I saw a shallow scratch on the ceiling. That must have been where the flying knife cut the wire, hit the ceiling, and then fell and stuck in the carpet. That's right. So far, every step he has taken has come true. Looking at the new evidence in front of him, Huang Chong's heart beat faster. This college student. Did you really reveal the entire process of the crime? He picked up the pencil and walked up to Hishio, his tone filled with surprise and admiration. You are right about every step. What's next? Hishio raised his chin towards the suite. The next step is to kill people. All of you go in and stand in the same position as the deceased. I'll play the killer. Huang Chang immediately took his men back to the suite. Captain Li, Captain Ming, you two play the bodyguards. Aben, pretend to be the chairman of Shanha Group and lie down in the bathtub. Li Yinjin and Meng Tian play the murdered bodyguards. A member of the serious crime team pretended to be the chairman taking a bath, and the rest were arranged by Huang Chang to stay in the corner. The door closed, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Everyone knows that the next step is to reconstruct the killer's actions that night, and how to kill 2 level 1 bodyguards in the blink of an eye. Chapter 33. This college student is dangerous. Seafood market. Outside the door, Hishio twirled his pencil lazily and waited for a few seconds before ringing the doorbell. Hello, guest. The wine you ordered is here. He didn't say anything stupid like, clean your room. The chairman of Shanha Group was killed in the middle of the night. Who would ask someone to clean up in the middle of the night? Even a fool would think there is something wrong with this. Although the killer's actions were rough, at least he wasn't too stupid. But asking for a bottle of red wine in the middle of the night is quite reasonable. Even if the bodyguard is not sure, he will open the door and check first. In the room, when I heard the sound outside the door, Li Yinjin and Meng Tian, who were originally sitting on the sofa, looked at each other and then tacitly stood behind the door, one on the left and one on the right. The place where he stood was exactly where the 2 bodyguards had fallen. Huang Chang winked. Li Yinjin opened the door a crack, while Meng Tian stood beside him in a defensive posture. The door was just opened. A pencil swiftly and silently poked Li Yinjin between the eyebrows. If it had been a real knife, he would have died instantly. Li Yinjin cooperated and fell backwards. At the same time, a hand stretched out from the crack of the door. This hand seemed to have eyes. With a flick of its fingertips, the second pencil was directly nailed into Meng Tian's throat. Meng Tian also cooperated, covering his neck and retreating. Because his throat was pierced, he could not make any sound. At this time, the hand calmly opened the security chain behind the door. Hishio pushed the door open and came in with a smile on his face. He picked up the pencil weapon that had just fallen, walked into the bathroom, and lightly scratched the chairman's neck. Then he walked out of the room easily and closed the door considerately. The entire assassination mission was completed in this way. Everyone in the room was stunned and subconsciously held their breath. Especially when Hishio came in, the smile on his face made everyone feel creepy and a chill on their backs. After Hishio left, a team member hurried to check Meng Tian and Li Yinjin's wounds. As a result, his face changed when he saw it. Captain, the wounds match perfectly. Exactly. Huang Chang's heart trembled. This means that the action Hishio just demonstrated with the pencil is exactly the same as the killer's method that night. The hand that appeared behind the door was still lingering in his mind. Suddenly, a terrible thought came to my mind. If Hishio was holding a real knife instead of a pencil, then can he also kill 2 level 1 bodyguards instantly like a killer? Whatever a killer can do, Hishio Chuan can do. In other words, if Hishio wanted to, could he also complete a silent assassination? This thought made Huang Chang's nerves tense instantly. This college student. Very dangerous. Wait for Hishio to walk into the room again. Huang Chang stared at him and asked in a complicated tone, since you can reconstruct the killer's entire assassination process, now, can you catch him? Everyone's eyes suddenly became tense, and they all looked at Hishio. Hishio nodded calmly. Can. Dongqing District, Qingyuan City. Seafood Market. Hishio strolled slowly in the wet market, stopping from time to time to look at the goods on the fish stall and chat with the owner. He looked like an ordinary customer who came to buy seafood. 50 meters behind him, Huang Chang, Li Yinjin, and Meng Tian followed from a distance in casual clothes. Other members of the serious crime squad also disguised themselves as passers-by and dispersed among the crowd. In fact, there were at least 20 plainclothes policemen lying in ambush around the entire seafood market. In the alley farther away, there are 2 special police cars on standby. Huang Chang actually thought about whether to transfer more people over, but time was too tight, and there was only so much manpower that could be mobilized. And it is not certain whether the killer is really in this place. Hishio was strolling slowly in front. Li Yinjin pretended to light a cigarette and spoke in a low voice. This is the 4th seafood market. Don't make another wasted trip. After coming out of Shana Hotel, Hishio didn't say anything and took them straight to the seafood market. After visiting the first market and finding nothing, I went to the second one. This is the 4th one now. Meng Tian pretended to look at the fish stall and muttered to himself. I'm just curious. Why is Hishio only staring at the seafood market? Could it be that the killer is a fishmonger? Listening to the conversation between the two, Huang Chang, with his hands in his pockets, couldn't help but join in the discussion. He must have found some clues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so specific about finding the seafood market. But there are so many people here. Even if the killer is really there, how can we recognize him? According to the rigorous handling of cases by the Serious Crime Unit 3, as the team leader, he should not be chatting at this time. But after visiting 3 seafood markets without any results, Huang Chang became a little relaxed and even doubted whether he could find the professional killer. Because he was facing a professional killer, the 3 of them didn't dare to get too close to Hishio for fear of alerting him. To them, Hishio was just strolling around like an ordinary customer. Actually, Hishio was stroking a small fish scale a few millimeters in size between his fingers. This was discovered from the exterior glass when someone jumped off the building in the hotel. The scales are so small that most people won't even notice them, but Hishio still saw it at a glance. Judging from the shape and smell of the scales, it belongs to some kind of marine fish. The fish scales were fresh and a little moist, indicating that the killer's range of activities was not too far from the hotel. Hishio could even speculate that the killer did not take a good shower before taking action. Otherwise, he would have found a small piece of fish scale remaining on his body. A killer who doesn't carefully check his body before carrying out a mission is really unprofessional. Not a qualified killer. Young man, would you like to buy some fish? Just caught, very fresh. A big sister selling seafood greeted us warmly. Hishio smiled, waved his hand, and said no, then continued walking forward. When you were almost at the end of the market, he stopped in front of the last fish stall and stared at the fish swimming in the tank. Boss, what kind of fish is this? The stall owner was a tanned, lean man. When he saw a customer, he immediately came over with a smile. This is an Eastern grouper, which is very difficult to catch. I'm not exaggerating. This seafood market is only available at my home every day. It's delicious. Would you like one, bro? Hishio squatted down and seemed quite interested. Not far away, Huang Chang and the others saw Hishio stop in front of the fish stall, and their hearts skipped a beat. Huang Chang quickly made a few obscure gestures. Several plainclothes officers slowly gathered around. How much is this fish? Hishio asked. 270 per pound. When Hishio heard this, he immediately stood up and was about to leave. Don't worry, little brother. The fish stall owner quickly called out to him. This fish is really delicious, especially good for girls. It can beautify your skin. Real. Why would I lie to you? If you don't like it, come and ask me for a refund. Do you want one? Hishio thought about it and squatted down again. Okay, help me deal with it. Okay. The boss picked up the knife deftly and began to clean the fish. Hishio casually asked. Judging from the accent, the boss is not from Long Country. Yes, I'm from northern Myanmar. I came here to work for my boss and will be going back soon. The boss answered while busying himself. Hishio nodded, watched the boss kill the fish, and suddenly spoke. Your knife placement isn't very good. The internal organs are removed, but it's easy to lacerate the fish gallbladder, and the meat will be bitter. A few seconds later, Hishio looked up at the boss and smiled. Your knife skills are good, but your fish-killing skills are not very good. The fish stall owner suddenly heard what Hishio said, stopped what he was doing, raised his head and smiled, revealing his white teeth. Brother, what are you saying? I sell fish every day. How could I not be skilled? The words haven't been finished yet. He gently turned the fish-killing knife in his hand and stabbed it straight into Hishio's chest. Chapter 34. Who are you? Which dark web killer is it? Oh no, a fight has started. Huang Chang and the other 2 saw the fish stall owner suddenly stabbing Hishio from behind, and their hearts suddenly tightened. This change came too suddenly. I just saw Hishio talking and laughing with the boss. The 2 of them were smiling naturally the previous second, and the next second, no one knew what Hishio said, but the boss picked up the fish knife and stabbed him. There wasn't even a sign. Although Huang Chang and the others had been staring at Hishio, they still didn't have time to react at this moment. Everyone move. Evacuate the people nearby. The target is the fish stall at the easternmost end of 2nd Street. Huang Chang quickly gave orders into the headset, took out his gun, and rushed over there. Although the distance was only more than 50 meters, there were many people in the seafood market blocking the way, and it would take more than 10 seconds to run over at full speed. But these 10 seconds are enough for 2 professional killers to exchange dozens of moves. The fish stall owner still had a smile on his face, but the knife covered with fish scales in his hand had already silently stabbed towards Hishio's heart. The 2 men were standing close to each other, and the boss could stab them with just a stretch of his hand. Hishio still had a faint smile on his face, his eyes looking at the boss, but his left hand suddenly punched the boss's wrist holding the knife. As soon as the tip of the knife touched Hishio's clothes, it was deflected by the punch and passed by his body. The first knife missed. The boss immediately changed his tactics. He loosened his right hand, letting the knife fall into his left hand, and stabbed Hishio in the ribs with his backhand. But Hishio seemed to have known that he would do this. He blocked it with his right hand and twisted it with his left hand. Crack. The boss's left arm was dislocated, and he couldn't hold the knife anymore. He caught the falling knife and stabbed it with his backhand, nailing the boss's left hand to the chopping board. The whole process happens almost in the blink of an eye. Although the fish stall owner's left hand was disabled and there was a hole in his palm, but his face didn't change at all. Only those eyes were cold and cruel. He leaned back and suddenly pulled his right hand out from his clothes, hitting Hishio's temple like a poisonous snake. The fingers are bent and the middle knuckle is raised. This move is extremely vicious. If you are hit by it, you will go into shock on the spot, even if you don't die. Hishio smiled shyly, tilted his head slightly, and grabbed the fish stall owner's right hand. Crack. Another crisp sound. The fish stall owner's right hand was broken in reverse. In just a few seconds, both arms were disabled. The fish stall owner's calm expression finally showed some movement. He forcibly pulled out his left hand that was nailed to the chopping board, and blood flowed everywhere. He turned around and ran towards his shop, ready to escape. At this time, Hishio had already picked up the fish-killing knife, raised his hand and swung it, and the knife directly stabbed into the boss's spine in the lower back. The fish stall owner's body collapsed instantly. Crash. Several basins of fish were knocked over, and blood slowly flowed all over the floor. The battle lasted less than 5 seconds from start to finish. Clean and decisive. Every move of the fish stall owner is a fatal one. Hishio slowly walked up to the boss lying on the ground, squatted down and looked at him, still with that indifferent smile on his face. The fish stall owner gritted his teeth in pain and asked, "Who are you?" The knife made him unable to move his whole body. Although he couldn't believe it, he was sure that the young man in front of him was definitely a professional killer. That's what a fight between killers is like. No tricks, and it doesn't last long. These are the simplest and most effective moves. Kill with one strike, or retreat with one touch. So when he found that he couldn't win, he immediately wanted to run away, but unfortunately he didn't. Hishio didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Where are you ranked on the killer list?" 46. Although he had already lost, the fish stall owner still had a hint of pride on his face when he announced his ranking. But the young man opposite looked disappointed after hearing this. Only 46. That's a bit disappointing. No wonder there are loopholes everywhere when carrying out missions. Keep trying harder next time. After Hishio finished speaking, he remembered something and smiled embarrassedly. Oh, no, there won't be a next time. It's not that easy to take orders from Manhwa. Only 46. Hearing this tone of disgust, the fish stall owner was dumbfounded. Top 50 killers, is that low? He was so angry that his voice became hoarse. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? What's your ranking among the dark web assassins?" Hishio stretched out 2 fingers and shook them. "A little taller than you." "Okay, that's the end of your questions. Just lie still." Hishio stood up and clapped his hands. "Find the grouper fish you just bought, rinse it carefully with water, and put it in a plastic bag." After hesitating for a moment, he took out 350 yuan and threw it into the cash box next to him. "The fish weighed 1.5 pounds, but you didn't finish it. Just give me 350. The money is in the box." The boss, who was lying on the ground bleeding profusely, was stunned when he heard the words behind him. "Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. Police." Huang Chong took Meng Tian and Li Yinjin with him, shouting and evacuating the crowd. The plainclothes officers no longer hid and quickly surrounded them with weapons. The sound of sirens in the distance was getting closer and closer, and several police cars drove over. Huang Chong opened the safety latch and rushed to the front of the fish shop, just in time to see Hishio coming out with a plastic bag. He asked cautiously, "Where are the people?" Hishio glanced into the shop. "Sleeping in there." "Is it really the killer?" "Inside." "Sleep?" Huang Chong didn't react for a moment. Hishio had already looked at Meng Tian next to him. "Captain Meng, someone helped you catch it. The fines and driving bans should be lifted. Then you guys get busy. I'll be leaving first." After saying this, Hishio picked up the plastic bag and walked out of the seafood market in a good mood. Although it cost 350 yuan, I saved a 5,000 yuan fine and was able to bring the grouper back to make soup for Ishaowei. Thinking about it this way, it was not a loss. Looking at Hishio Li's back as he walked away happily, Meng Tian opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Huang Chong rushed into the store and checked everything. When he came out, he was a little confused. He now finally understood what Hishio meant by sleeping inside. That guy was really sleeping, not moving at all. Huang Chong stared at Hishio's back and muttered, "The one inside is a professional killer. He killed me instantly. This college student. Don't you police officers check it?" Criminal investigation team leader Li Yinjin said nothing and looked at Meng Tian with Huang Chong. Meng Tian hesitated for a long time and finally uttered a few words. "I checked, but couldn't find anything." A capture operation that should have been thrilling. It ended faster than it began. Even ordinary people buying vegetables in the seafood market didn't react. A hidden professional killer has been apprehended. When the accompanying team doctor carried the fish stall owner out of the shop, he asked seriously, "Who did this?" Huang Chong, the head of the serious crime squad, immediately became nervous. "What's wrong? Did you hit him too hard and he can't be saved?" "That's not the case." The team doctor shook his head, his expression a bit strange. The placement of the knife was too risky. It hit the main spinal nerve. If it was even slightly off, the person would have died of respiratory failure on the spot. Fortunately, the person who did it was lucky and the needle was accurate. Currently, the person is only temporarily paralyzed. Huang Chong breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that the killer was only temporarily paralyzed. But he knew it in his heart. The college student who stabbed the opponent was definitely not relying on luck. In most cases, the needle is aimed at the spinal nerves. Judging from the sudden attack just now, it is basically certain that the owner of the fish stall is the professional killer. So, the case of the murder of the chairman of Manhwa Group is most likely consistent with Hishio's speculation in the hotel. The only problem now is, who hired this killer? Can we find the real culprit behind the reward? As for the killer, since it is a professional, it is probably not that easy to judge. The thought of the even more difficult situation that will follow. Huang Chong felt that the case was becoming increasingly difficult, but he also felt somewhat relieved. Judging from the current situation of this case, their serious crime team probably does not have the authority to continue investigating. Really, on the way to escort the fish stall owner back, they were stopped by several black cars. After the other party showed the documents, they took the fish stall owner away directly. Then it was sent to another place overnight. Chapter 35. Great. You dare to steal our money. A month later, two explosive news items swept the entire internet. Article 1. The murder case of the chairman of Manhwa Group was solved. The Manhwa police worked together to successfully capture the murderer. But that's all the report says, no other details or anything. The second one is, the second son of the chairman of Manhwa Group was taken away by the police for investigation yesterday. On the same day, at 5 p.m., the chairman of Baosteel Group, a competitor of Manhwa Group, was also taken into custody by the police. The news only said that the two were under investigation, but did not give the specific reasons. But some smart netizens immediately put the clues together. Someone also found out that the second son was not born to the first wife at all. Now everyone understands. This is definitely an internal fight among the rich and powerful. In summary, the second young master of the family colluded with his competitors, killed his biological father, and tried to take over the position. The onlookers all sighed. The world of rich people is really complicated, and it is indeed easy for the first and second wives to get into trouble. Now, the two steel giants are facing a major purge. In the territory of Manhwa, legitimate business competition can be tolerated, but hiring foreign killers to commit crimes? This is definitely an act of crossing the red line and must be severely punished. However, netizens cannot see these inside stories. Online hotspots always come and go quickly. Just 1 week later, the hot search, a foreign celebrity named Wu engaged in group fornication, suppressed the matter. Although the online situation has calmed down, the subsequent impact is still fermenting. Meng Tian was very busy this week, writing and submitting countless reports. Just after finishing the materials, a new difficult task came. After a moment of helplessness, Meng Tian could only call to ask where Hishio was. Then he hurriedly left the police station in a police car. When Meng Tian found Hishio, I found him pushing his sister Xiaowei around the mall. "Why is Captain Meng here again?" Xiaowei handed over a cup of taro bubble milk tea. "I'll treat you to a drink, and don't always catch my brother in the future." This is a blatant bribe. You said that. Who dares to arrest him for no reason? This time I came to find your brother because I have good news. Meng Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He took out a certificate of honor and a bank card from his pocket and placed them in Xiaowei's hand. Xiaowei put the certificate on her lap and picked up the bank card directly. As expected of two siblings, Meng Tian felt a headache after seeing this. "You should at least show me your certificate of honor. This is official praise for your brother. The Manhwa Group case has been closed. Here are the bonuses and certificates." "It's put away," Meng Tian explained. This is the second time that Hishio has been given a bonus and certificate, and it has only been a few days since the last time. And the honorary title on the certificate this time is Enthusiastic Citizen. It all feels weird. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Meng." Xiaowei shook the bank card in her hand, her face full of anticipation. "How much is the bonus this time?" Hishio next to him was also staring at Meng Tian. Meng Tian smiled and said, "The bonus is divided into two parts. We will give you 50,000 yuan, and the other part will be from Shana Group, 500,000 yuan. Before he could finish his words, he saw He Xiaowei's eyes suddenly light up. He Xiao couldn't help laughing. Wow, that's a lot of money. He Xiaowei shouted happily, took out a bulging card holder from her bag, and carefully stuffed the new card into it. She looked up and grinned at He Xiao. Brother, it looks like we can solve cases part-time in the future. This money is too easy to make. He Xiao nodded. Okay. Meng Tian shook his head after hearing this. Easy. Only He Xiao has this ability. You guys go play, I'm leaving first. Okay, Captain Meng, take care. After Meng Tian left, He Xiao accompanied He Xiaowei to continue shopping. Because today is the weekend, He Xiao specially accompanied He Xiaowei out to relax. The two of them walked around and ate along the way, buying a lot of things. Sudden, there was a scream from the street ahead. Ah, someone robbed the bank. Run. Holy shit. They have guns. Call the police. The crowd fled in panic. About 100 meters ahead, a van was parked in front of a bank with its door wide open. Two guys wearing hats and masks were frantically throwing bags of cash into the car. At the same time, bang! Suddenly there was a gunshot in the bank, followed by screams. The two robbers were particularly arrogant and would fire a shot upwards from time to time to scare people. Get out of here. What are you looking at? Damn, you've never seen a bank robbery? Ha! You still dare to look? I'll destroy you too. After being frightened like this, the people around ran faster. In the bank, suddenly, a masked robber rushed out, carrying two large bags of money in his hands, which looked heavy. He cursed under his breath. Stop shooting randomly. Save your bullets. Run. Hot-blooded fight. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments suddenly exploded. Holy crap. It's like robbing a bank. They still have guns. Oh my god. Is there anyone who dares to do such a thing now? Can you spend the money you robbed from a bank? Is this robber crazy? Maybe someone stole the money and spent it abroad? Fuck. It's like being in a movie. Don't just watch the fun. Tell He Xiao to get away. Be careful of accidental injuries. Hurry and take He Xiaowei to a safe place. My future wife can't get into trouble. Who the hell is your future wife? Watch your words. She's obviously mine. Be careful. He Xiao might see you. I'll give you guys a combo punch. Today was supposed to be a relaxing live shopping broadcast. I didn't expect that while I was recording, I would actually run into robbers robbing a bank. Although it was unexpected, netizens still watched the show with great interest. While eating melons, he did not forget to remind He Xiao to take He Xiaowei away. For safety reasons, Wu Yu quickly ran to He Xiao and was about to persuade them to retreat. But I found that the brother and sister were watching with great interest. He Xiaowei drank milk tea, stretched her neck, and looked over there with a look of curiosity. Brother, robbing a bank, just like in the movies. He Xiao stood in front of her calmly and nodded slightly. Well, it's really rare in China. Brother, those two robbers were so arrogant. They even dared to shoot into the air. Aren't they afraid that the bullets will fall and hit them? They did it on purpose to scare people away so they could escape. Brother, why do the guns they hold look so strange? That's a homemade gun. Maybe they don't have the resources to get a good one. Wow, that's a lot of money. It makes me want to rob a bank. Don't talk nonsense. It's illegal in the country. Look, that bag is so heavy, it must be gold. They can't even lift it. It seems so. Should we save some gold as well? Listening to the strange conversation between He Xiao and He Xiaowei, Wu Yu next to them was almost laughing because of them. What time is it now? Robbing a bank with a gun, and yet you're having so much fun watching it. Robbing a bank is illegal in the country, but not abroad? Wu Yu couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, you two, can you be serious for a moment? There's a bank robbery going on over there. It's not safe here, let's move back. He Xiaowei looked back at Wu Yu, who was in a dilemma, then glanced at He Xiao and curled her lips. Okay, we can't eat the melon anymore. Brother, let's step back. He Xiao responded, pushed He Xiaowei, and turned around to walk back. The people from the program crew also breathed a sigh of relief and retreated with them. Walking and walking, He Xiaowei suddenly frowned, as if remembering something, and turned to ask He Xiao, Brother, what was the name of the bank that was robbed just now? He Xiao thought for a moment and said, Longhua Bank. He Xiaowei took out the bank card from her bag and looked at it, then said seriously, Brother, I seem to remember that I deposited money in this bank yesterday. He Xiao paused, his expression becoming serious. How much did you save? He Xiaowei held up 2 fingers and lowered her voice. 20 million. After hearing this number, He Xiao's eyes instantly turned cold. So, those robbers might have taken our money? At this moment, He Xiaowei took a sip of milk tea and her face tensed. Great. He actually dared to steal our savings. Brother, are you going to kill him? He Xiao narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his body. and he spat out 2 words coldly. Fuck him. Wu Yu followed nearby and was completely stunned when he heard the conversation between He Xiao and his sister. What kind of logic is this? Robbing money from a bank is equivalent to robbing their family's money? This train of thought is so strange. And what's with that chill on He Xiao's body? Next second, He Xiao suddenly said, "Please help me look after Xiaowei and lend me your car." Chapter 36. The accelerator is welded, racing on the national highway. Hey, wait. Wu Yu subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he hadn't finished speaking. He Xiao rushed out and headed straight for the business car of the program crew parked on the side of the road. There was a loud boom. The commercial vehicle suddenly roared like a beast. Then the accelerator was stepped on to the bottom and it rushed out with a roar. He Xiaowei's angry voice could be heard from behind Wu Yu. Humph. You dare to steal our money? This won't do. Fortunately, this happened in China. If it happened abroad, my brother would kill you. Looking at He Xiaowei waving his fists, Wu Yu was completely speechless. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. So you're going to chase them? Amazing. The production team's commercial vehicle was actually turned into a racing car. But I support He Xiao this time. His money is in the bank. Among the money robbed from the bank, his savings might be there. Who wouldn't be anxious? These robbers are so unlucky. They had to rob the place where He Xiao had his money. Can He Xiao not be angry? That's the money He Xiao worked so hard to save from working. The other side, Meng Tianzhong, who had just delivered the certificate and bonus to He Xiao, drove back to the police station. Suddenly, a Wuling van whizzed past him. Speeding. Just as Meng Tiangang frowned, another black business car whizzed past. Meng Tian recognized the car at a glance. Isn't this the show crew's car? What's going on? Just when Meng Tian was puzzled, an emergency announcement suddenly sounded from the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. Attention, all police officers. The Longhua Bank on Xingfu Avenue was robbed. The robber drove a silver Wuling van with license plate number XXX. An unidentified black commercial vehicle is following the robbers. The license plate number is XXX. Rob a bank. Upon hearing the news, Meng Tian immediately perked up and stepped on the accelerator to chase after him. He immediately called Wu Yu. Wu Yu, what happened? Why is your crew's car chasing robbers? It's too dangerous. What? You said He Xiao was sitting in the car. His savings were stolen by robbers. Depend on. This is a big trouble. After hanging up the phone, Meng Tian was a little confused. The strange thing is, after learning about the situation, his first reaction was not how to catch the robbers. Instead, I started to worry about the robbers. You know, before, when he was at the police station, he was planning to fine He Xiao 5,000 yuan. The look in He Xiao's eyes at that time almost made him want to stab someone in the police station. And now, I heard that the robbers stole He Xiao's money? Isn't this courting death? Really? Don't you have eyes when robbing a bank? Do you want to kill yourself if you dare to steal his money? As long as those bank robbers didn't hurt anyone, the most they would get is jail time. But if He Xiao's money was touched, then it would be hard to say. Thinking of this, Meng Tian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. In the Wuling van, the 3 robbers were still trembling slightly all over, holding their homemade guns tightly in their hands. Brother, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? We agreed before we came here. Either you make a fortune or go to jail. If we don't rob a bank, will the 3 of us have to farm in a poor mountain valley for the rest of our lives? We're all dead anyway. Let's just risk it. Run up the mountain as planned. As long as we cross the border, we will be free. The leader had a fierce look in his eyes. The 3rd brother sitting next to him suddenly shouted, "Brother, this is not good. There's a black car chasing us. You're driving so fast. You're catching up." The boss looked in the rearview mirror and saw a black business car chasing him closely. He growled through gritted teeth. Damn it. 2nd brother, shoot him. The 2nd guy in the back seat leaned out of the window and fired a shot. Bang. The earth gun exploded with a harsh sound. Haha, brother. Hit it. The 2nd robber's face changed before he could be happy for 2 seconds. Fuck. He's still following me. Damn it. I'll shoot you 2 more times. Bang. 2 more gunshots rang out. This kind of homemade gun shoots out iron sand, which forms a large piece with each shot. The glass of the black business car was already embedded with tiny iron filings. In the driver's seat, He Xiao held the steering wheel with one hand and made a sweep in front of his face with his other hand to bring up the system interface. He directly spent 1,000 yuan to exchange for the life skill, God-level driver. In an instant, his driving skills reached the highest level. Brother, something's wrong. That guy suddenly sped up. Shit, he's trying to overtake. In the van, the 2nd kid in the back seat was screaming in panic. They originally thought that after firing a shot, the other party would not dare to chase them anymore. As a result, the black business car was getting faster and faster. This national highway is full of trucks, and they are speeding at over 100 kilometers per hour, which is really risking their lives. Why choose the national highway? It's just to avoid the police. Otherwise, once the highway is blocked, everything will be over. Moreover, there are not only cars on the national highway, but also electric vehicles and pedestrians. The police would definitely not dare to chase them desperately, as this would give them a chance to escape. But now, the car behind them is even crazier than them. Damn it, am I still afraid of you? Step on the gas, fight. The boss got angry and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed of the Wuling minivan soared to 120. The car almost squeezed through the gap between the truck, and stones flying from both sides hit the car body with a crackling sound. Big brother, slow down. I'm afraid. What the hell? They've robbed banks. Are you still afraid of speeding? Damn it. Today we'll see who's more fearless of death. Behind two cars, there was another car chasing closely. Drop. Amid the shrill honking of horns, Meng Tian narrowly avoided a truck. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his face. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and his back was soaked. Crazy. One is running for his life, the other is chasing someone. They both don't want to die, right? Speeding on the highway can lead to collisions with trucks if you are not careful, which is simply gambling with your life. At this time, an urgent communication came from the walkie-talkie. This is the H-400 pursuit helicopter. Captain Meng, is that black commercial vehicle in front yours? This is too fierce. At this moment, in the van. Brother, I think I heard the sound of a helicopter. Are we unable to escape? The three robbers turned pale. Shut up. We're almost at the mountain. There's still a chance. The boss's accelerator was welded shut, and the van made a roaring sound as if it was struggling. Just then, the black business car suddenly accelerated and overtook us, driving side by side. The car window rolled down, revealing the face of a young man. He glanced at the robbers indifferently, and that look instantly made the three of them feel cold all over. Holy crap, who is this kid? His eyes are so scary. Damn it, I was so scared that I forgot to shoot. He doesn't look like a policeman, he looks more like a student. Why is he chasing us? Not good. What does he want to do? Before they could react, the commercial vehicle suddenly rushed forward for dozens of meters, then turned 180 degrees. Then, in a burst of green smoke from the tires, he actually burned the tires and took off. Like a ferocious beast, it roared and rushed towards the Wuling minivan. He's going to hit us? Is this fucking crazy? What does it have to do with him if we rob a bank? At the last moment, the robber leader desperately stepped on the brakes. Through the windshield, he saw that calm face and those calm eyes again. Boom! The two cars collided violently with a loud bang. The front of the car was completely deformed and debris flew everywhere. Hishio punched the deformed car door open and walked down. In the van, the robber who was driving the car had fainted. The remaining two were covered in wounds and were struggling to climb out of the car. Hishio took out a half-meter-long machete from the van, held it in his hand, and squatted in front of the two men. Just watch them quietly. The two robbers were moved to tears. Brother, don't kill me. We just stole some money. We didn't do anything else bad. Hishio tossed the machete aside and said calmly, dare to steal Hishaowei and me's money? This is one of the most unforgivable things in the world. Meng Tian drove the police car at full speed, and two armed helicopters in the sky also locked onto the target vehicle. These robbers will definitely not be able to escape. But what he was worried about now was not this. He was just afraid that Hishio would be too cruel and kill the robber directly. If someone really dies, things will be a bit troublesome. There was a loud bang in front of him just now, and his heart also beat violently. At this time, Meng Tian also arrived. There were two cars parked on the side of the road, their front ends colliding with each other and were smashed to pieces. This collision was too hard. Meng Tian frowned, quickly pulled the police car over, opened the door, and ran over. As a result, Hishio was seen standing next to the two cars, holding a half-meter-long machete with blood on it. Meng Tian's heart sank. It's over, are you late? Could the robber be dead already? Chapter 37, Summer Vacation, Go Abroad. Meng Tian walked towards the two scrapped cars with a heavy heart. After he walked to the side of the car and took a closer look, he finally felt relieved. Fortunately, the robber was not killed. There were three robbers. One was stuck in the car and his life or death was unknown, and the other two were squatting on the ground, looking particularly miserable. Their faces were covered with bruises and nosebleeds, and there were many wounds on their bodies, and blood was constantly flowing. The two robbers had a pile of cash spread out in front of them. The strange thing is, they were still counting the money carefully, completely ignoring the fact that they were bleeding profusely. What are you doing? Meng Tian couldn't help but ask. This scene is really weird. Bank robbers counting money. When the two robbers saw Meng Tian, there was a look of relief in their eyes. Comrade Police, you're here. We're counting money. This big brother asked us to count out 20 million. Can you catch us later? If I can't count them all, I'll get stabbed again. The two robbers' attitudes were so sincere that it was hard to believe. Meng Tian saw the knife wounds on their bodies. Although they were not deep, each one was just right, maintaining a steady bleeding rate. This precise technique was obviously done by Hishio. Do you know what 20 million means? By the time you finish counting, the blood will have dried up. One of the robbers weakly pointed at the backpack next to him. It doesn't matter. Brother asked us to count out the gold worth 19 million first. Now we are only 50,000 cash short of completing the count. Comrade Police Officer, please don't ask me any more questions. I feel dizzy. Meng Tian almost laughed. How can you not feel dizzy after losing so much blood? I really don't know what kind of psychological blow Hishio had inflicted on them to scare the robbers like this. 5 minutes later, the two robbers finally counted the remaining 50,000 yuan. They sorted out a backpack containing 1 million in cash and struggled to hand it to Hishio respectfully. Brother, the count is finished. Counting them one by one, there's absolutely no mistake. Hishio threw away the machete, weighed the backpack, and nodded with satisfaction. Hishio nodded to the two robbers. Well, reform yourself after you go in. He neatly placed the 1 million in cash that the robbers had just counted and the gold worth 19 million. Looking at the 20 million that had been collected, Hishio finally showed a satisfied smile. Meng Tian shook his head and sighed while handcuffing the robber. Oh, this is fucking outrageous. You are the first person to get his savings back from bank robbers. And let the robber give you some money personally. 3 minutes later, 2 attack helicopters landed. Then, a large number of armed police and special police surrounded the scene. The scene was completely sealed off. Looking at the scene of the arrest that had already ended, the police were speechless. 2 cars smashed to pieces. 3 robbers. 1 was stuck in the car and unconscious, and the remaining 2 were squatting on the ground with pale faces, scared. This is so efficient. After receiving the alarm, various departments in Qingyuan City were dispatched urgently. I guess reinforcements from higher-level units are still on the way, but we've already caught the criminal red-handed. This bank robbery started out ridiculously and ended even more ridiculously. He watched the police escort the 3 prisoners into the police car, and then watched his 20 million deposits being counted by the police and loaded into the car. He showed a look of relief on his face. Meng Tian said while rubbing his temples, I understand now. No matter what you rob, you can't steal your money. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Let's go. I'll take you back. Find some time to come to the bureau to take a statement. Maybe I can get another bonus this time. Hishio had just received the certificate of honor and bonus this morning, and they were still warm. After the trial of this bank robbery case, Hishio will definitely get another reward. Meng Tian felt helpless. It seems like he really wants to treat solving cases as a part-time job. After handing the scene over to other colleagues, Meng Tian drove Hishio back. On the way, Hishio received a text message from his sister Hishaowei, saying that the program team took her to Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology to wait. So the police car drove directly to the gate of Qingyuan University of Science and Technology. When getting off the car, Meng Tian suddenly remembered something and asked a little nervously, Is your school about to have summer vacation? Will you go out to work? Hishio didn't even turn his head and waved his hand casually. Of course. How can I get money if I don't work? Hearing this answer, Meng Tian's heart skipped a beat. What is coming will eventually come. The bank robbery incident has not yet completely subsided. 2 days later, amidst cheers, students of Qingyuan Institute of Science and Technology welcomed their summer vacation. The students who have been cooped up for a semester have already packed their bags and are ready to have a happy vacation. Even the production crew of Hot Blood Fight was infected by this atmosphere. Only Wu Yu was extremely nervous. She knew very well what the holiday meant, and her nerves were tense, wishing she could keep an eye on Hishio 24 hours a day. Fortunately, this time, although Hishio didn't say anything, at least he didn't disappear suddenly again. Finally, late at night on the second day of the holiday, the insomniac Wu Yu received a text message. Just write an address on it. Wallen Country, Aurora City, Coast Port, coordinates XXX. Gather at 1800 hours tomorrow. The next day, Qingyuan City Airport. Standing at the busy entrance, Wu Yu took a deep breath and nodded to the only cameraman following her. Let's start broadcasting. The device starts up and the live broadcast begins. Good morning, everyone. She gave the camera a professional smile, but said nothing more. In just a few minutes, millions of viewers flocked to the live broadcast room of Hot Blood Fight. The number of followers of this program exceeded 10 million last night. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tide. Because it's summer vacation, there are obviously many more student viewers, and the barrage is more lively than usual. Good morning, Xiaoyu. I'm finally on vacation, and I can watch live broadcasts every day. Why does today's rain feel different? This outfit? Are you going abroad? Is this an airport? Why are you here? From the camera, we can see that behind Wu Yu is the entrance to the airport waiting hall. Wu Yu smiled and admitted to the camera. Yes, I am at Qingyuan Airport now and will fly abroad in an hour. The barrage immediately exploded. Going abroad? Is this such a big deal? Where is Hishio? Why is the protagonist missing? Are you going to look for someone again? Ha ha. Maybe Hishio took on an overseas job? So the production crew has to go too. Wu Yu smiled bitterly as he watched the comments become more and more accurate. It was indeed predicted that Hishio would go abroad to work, but the details? Nobody knows. Everyone guessed pretty much the same. Hishio has always been a hardworking person. This holiday, he took a job abroad. The production team has decided to film the show, but what exactly will they do? We don't really know. Wu Yu explained to the camera. Chapter 38, Are You So Short of Money? Netizens finally figured out what was going on, and were all shocked. Student Hishio actually wants to work abroad? Haven't he and his sister Xiaowei already opened an orphanage? The companies they've invested in have already invested over 100 million, right? And they're still working so hard. The other students are all at home enjoying the air conditioning. The showrunners have chosen really good protagonists this season. I just don't know what kind of work Hishio is going to do when he goes abroad this time. Wu Yu couldn't answer these questions. She only received an address and coordinates, and Hishio did not reveal any other information. You can figure it out with your toes. It's definitely not a serious job. So for this overseas filming, the production crew was reduced to just 3 people. Wu Yu himself is a photographer who once photographed drug enforcement at the border. There is also a war correspondent specially arranged by the headquarters through connections. Even Wu Yu himself didn't expect that the higher-ups would attach so much importance to this shooting. I always feel like something is wrong. Student Hishio has already left. We agreed on a meeting place. I'm going to temporarily turn off the live broadcast before I get on the plane. Please understand. Once we get there, we'll start broadcasting right away. Everyone please remember to come and see it in time. I can guarantee that this live broadcast will be absolutely fantastic. Wu Yu deliberately left a suspense. She knew in her heart that this shoot would be very dangerous. But at the same time, this is also a chance for the second season of Hot Blood Fight to become a hit. Even if it's the second season, it's worth it to stop broadcasting. I looked at the time, and it was almost time to board the flight. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu turned and walked towards the waiting hall. After completing all the check-in procedures, I finally boarded the flight to abroad. The address Hishio gave was Aurora City in Wallen Country, but there were no direct flights at the moment, because there is a war going on there. So you could only take a plane to another city in Wallen, Nugata City, then go to Aurora City to find Hishio. The war correspondent arranged for her by the headquarters will meet her at the Nugata airport. On the plane, Wu Yu stared at the clouds outside the window in a daze. At the same time, in the office of Ping and Welfare Home, several children gathered around Xiaowei's wheelchair. The children noticed that Dean Xiaowei, who usually loves to smile, was in a bad mood today, so they behaved well and didn't make any noise. One child whispered, "Sister Xiaowei, why are you staring at the computer all the time?" Xiaowei touched the child's head and said, "Sister is watching the live broadcast." "What is live streaming? Are those images just now?" "Yes." "Why does Sister Xiaowei like watching live broadcasts?" "Because your big brother is on the live broadcast." "Huh? Why is Big Brother on TV? What is he doing there?" "Big Brother is going to make money. Only when he makes money can he buy you delicious food." Hishao smiled and rubbed the child's face, but there was worry in her eyes. She was raised by Hishio. Although they were not biological siblings, they were closer than family members. In the welfare home, they have relied on each other since childhood. Hishio never told her what he was doing abroad, and she never asked. But whether you say it or not, worry is inevitable. So even if the live broadcast room of hot-blooded fighting is temporarily closed, she has been waiting since morning until now. At this time, a girl with pigtails tugged at her clothes and said, "Don't worry, Sister Xiaowei. Big Brother is awesome." Xiaowei held the little girl on her lap and gently scratched her nose. "How do you know that Big Brother is so powerful?" The little girl leaned close to her ear mysteriously, covering her mouth with her hand. "My older brother told me secretly. He said he was a very good martial artist. #1 in the world." Xiaowei smiled with her eyes curved when she heard this. Yes. Big Brother is the best. No bad guy can beat him. Right. Seeing Xiaowei talking so happily. Sure. The little girl was anxious and lowered her voice. "Sister Xiaowei, please keep your voice down. Big Brother specifically told us not to tell anyone. I know. I'll keep it a secret for you. He Xiaowei made a gesture of closing her mouth and turned to look at the sun that was about to set outside the window. She suddenly clenched her fists. Brother, come on. Blast them. Qingyuan City Police Office. Meng Tian, who had already finished get off work, had not left yet. He made himself a cup of strong tea and prepared a box of cigarettes. The whole person slumped in the chair. The computer screen was on, showing the live broadcast room of hot-blooded fight. Snap! The sound of a lighter was heard. Meng Tian lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. 2 streams of smoke came out of his nostrils. He stared at the live broadcast screen, which had not yet started. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Finally, I get to see your work abroad. I want to see it. How did you, a college student, manage to do the things in the files? At the same time, Luo Province. A heavily guarded conference room somewhere. A middle-aged policeman with 2 bars and 1 flower on his shoulders stood in front of the projector. There are 2 bars and 1 flower on the epaulets. If it were a normal meeting, he would definitely sit in the front row. But today I can only report while standing because all those sitting are the big bosses from various departments. Armed police, special police, public security, and even military personnel are all here. After a brief silence, one of the leaders asked with great interest, "Is this the program that filmed that college student?" The middle-aged policeman immediately replied, "Yes, his show has already gone abroad, and the program crew will follow him throughout the trip." Another leader spoke up, "Is it safe?" The middle-aged policeman nodded. Safety. A war correspondent has been assigned to assist them. That war correspondent is a field officer for the National Security Bureau and will protect them when necessary. In front of these big guys, the middle-aged policeman had no need to hide anything. The program crew was able to go abroad for filming this time, which involved the cooperation of many parties. For example, the so-called official war correspondent is actually a field staff sent by the National Security Bureau and has extremely strong battlefield qualities. If an emergency really comes, protecting the safe evacuation of the 2 program crews will not be a problem. We have received the news. This time he's going to Aurora City in the Valen Kingdom. I plan to join a private mercenary team and conduct mercenary activities there. The middle-aged policeman reported everything in detail. Several leaders became interested as soon as they heard it. Aurora, that's the place that's been causing the most trouble internationally lately. This kid always chooses to go to busy places. Are you so short of money? Lack of money. Hear these 2 words. One leader laughed out loud. Don't disbelieve me, oldly. That guy is really working hard to make money. Last Qingming festival holiday, just for a 5 million reward. He went to the Golden Triangle alone and sniped the leader of an armed gang of over 1,000 people. By the way, we also took out a mercenary group from Europe. This caused another round of laughter. But it soon quieted down. Another leader said slowly. Before, we just read text reports. This is a good opportunity to see how this college student works. Notify the investigation department and have the people over there keep a closer eye on it. If the background is indeed clean, we can consider formal contact. Haha, it's rare to find such outstanding college students. Hear the direct supervisor speak. The middle-aged policeman felt something in his heart. Is this finally going to be a formal contact? Answer immediately and solemnly. Clear. Chapter 39. Your protagonist is really brave. The flight took 6 hours. Finally arrived at the new Gatai airport in Wallen country. As soon as Wu stepped out of the cabin, hot wind blew in his face. This place is close to the equator, the temperature in the whole country is significantly higher, and most of the land is desert Gobi. She was dragging her luggage out of the aisle when someone suddenly called her name from behind. Wu Yu. When I turned around, I saw a man in a black shirt. Who are you? War correspondent Gongming. The other party stretched out his hand, but Wu Yu was stunned on the spot. Gongming? Isn't that the strongest war correspondent officially singled out for praise? The station actually sent this great guy to be a program assistant? This configuration. That's great, right? Gong. Hello, Teacher Gong. Wu Yu hurriedly held his hand. Don't be so polite, just call me by my name. Gong Ming smiled and waved his hand. I will fully cooperate with you in this live broadcast. Let's hurry up and get going. We still have a long way to go to Aurora City. After saying that, he led Wu Yu towards the car parked on the side of the road. Wu Yu trotted after him, feeling confused. How come this senior seems to know so much about this shoot? After getting in the car, Wu Yu asked tentatively. So, shall I start the broadcast? Well, just do your thing and don't worry about me. Gong Ming leaned back casually in his seat and replied with a smile. Look how casual he is. Wu Yu also relaxed and then opened the hot-blooded fighting live broadcast room. Hello everyone. We have now arrived at the new Gata city in the Kingdom of Valen. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't wait any longer. Wow, we're finally here. Wait, Valen Nation? Isn't there a war going on over there? Why is he show working there? You don't understand this. The more dangerous the place, the more money there is. Nonsense, then why don't you go? When netizens heard that the live broadcast was filmed in the war-torn country of Wallen, they were all excited. At this time, the camera swept over Gong Ming, and the sharp-eyed netizens immediately recognized him. This person looks so familiar. Look, it's war correspondent Gong Ming, the legendary figure. Holy crap, it's really him. I've read reports about him, and even the officials praised him. They say he uses the softest voice to conduct the most hardcore interviews. He can be seen almost everywhere there is war in the world. Oh my god, the production team actually invited him this time? Even the best war correspondents are out here. What kind of big scene are they planning to film? Brothers, I suddenly had an idea. The part-time job he show mentioned, could it be going to war? After the off-road vehicle drove out of the new Gata airport, it headed directly out of the city. The further we went, the more the scenery on the roadside changed from the desolate Gobi Desert to the vast desert. In the desert, you can see many people walking with luggage on their backs. They walked slowly, looking exhausted. The tiredness wasn't physical, but more mental. Will you noticed a man with empty hands? He walked along the roadside with a dull look in his eyes, tripped over a stone, and fell heavily to the ground, then got up expressionlessly and continued walking. There was no light in his eyes, even on his numb face. What are these people doing? Wu Yu asked in a low voice. Escape. They all escaped from Aurora City. The fighting over there is very fierce. The whole city should be on lockdown now. That man. Maybe I just lost the most important person. Maybe it's a wife, maybe it's a child, maybe it's the whole family. This happens every day in the city of Aurora. Gong Ming glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke calmly. Wu Yu felt heavy-hearted as he listened to Gong Ming's calm narration. As a reporter, she has also been following the battle situation in Aurora City of Valen. She felt angry and heartbroken when she watched the news reports. But when I actually came here, I found that what could be reported was just the tip of the iceberg. So, I particularly admire the protagonist of your show. You're really brave to come to Aurora City at this time. Gong Ming put one hand on the steering wheel and couldn't help but smile. After driving for more than an hour, a few dilapidated houses finally appeared in front of us. He parked the car next to one of the buildings, opened the trunk, and asked Wu Yu and the photographer to get out. The land route ahead is blocked, so we have to take the water route instead. From here on, it's a war zone. For safety, we have to put on protective gear. While speaking, Gong Ming had already taken out a bulletproof vest, a helmet, knee pads, gloves, and other things from the trunk. With the help of Gong Ming, Wu Yu and the photographer were quickly dressed. Wu Yu noticed that after Gong Ming put on his equipment, he also carried a bulging bag and secretly stuffed a pistol into his body. Noticing she was looking, Gong Ming winked at her. There are first aid supplies in the bag. As for the gun, just in case. Don't worry, I have a gun license and have received professional training. Wu Yu was still a little surprised. He added, it's not easy to be a war correspondent. This is a battlefield. To be honest, I admire you guys for coming to a place like this just to film a show. I mean this sincerely. A war correspondent is like a half-soldier. He has to take pictures, protect himself, and move quickly with the troops. Many journalists die on the battlefield every year. But in order to follow the protagonist, the production crew of Hot Blood Fight actually rushed directly into the battlefield. After hearing what Gong Ming said, Wu Yu came to his senses and reached out to take a pistol from the trunk. Snap! She loaded the gun with a swift movement and said with a smile, although I'm not as good as you, senior. But I'm not a pretty face. I can shoot a little bit. She seems to be quite skilled in her movements. Gong Ming smiled a little unexpectedly. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the three people fully armed in an instant, they felt that the matter was not simple. What's going on? Why are you wearing a bulletproof vest? Wow, he even has a gun. Is this a military documentary? We're watching the second season of Hot Fuzz, right? Oh my god, what on earth is he showed doing here? Xiao Yu even wore a bulletproof vest. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. Aren't you filming the documentary Hot-Blooded Fight? How did it suddenly become a war movie? Even real guns and live ammunition came out. Where did the protagonist he show go? Chapter 40 The Big Portable Pineapple makes a grand appearance. After sorting out the supplies and putting on the equipment, Gong Ming led the program members to a river. Wu Yu saw Gong Ming go to the riverside to negotiate with a few people and then waved his hand. Finally, the few of them got on a small boat with a diesel engine. Amid the pungent smell of gasoline, the boat moved quickly along the river. This river leads directly to the sea. After going out to sea, drive east along the coastline for about 10 kilometers. It's basically the location you mentioned. Gong Ming explained in a low voice. Now the entire outskirts of Aurora City are blocked. Even if you travel by water, you can only sneak along the coastline. Because a little further towards the middle of the sea is the Nost Kingdom's warship defense line. The coordinates Wu gave were near a port, very close to the war zone. In addition to protecting the program crew, Gong Ming also has a secret mission. It is to observe the college student named He Xiao and write a detailed report to the higher-ups. So he was also quite curious about this object of observation. The further the boat went, the more tragic scenes appeared on both sides of the river. Wu Yu saw a rotting corpse on the shore and a flock of birds pecking at it. The true cruelty of war horrified her. And what that college student experienced was much more cruel than what she saw. This is just the scene on the way to find that college student. No production crew has ever had to travel so far and cross a war zone to find the protagonist. The boat sailed for an hour and a half and finally entered the sea. After turning, we continued to move forward along the coastline, and were now less than 100 meters away from the shore. We saw several black spots on the sea from afar. They should be the warships of the Kingdom of Nost. The person in charge of driving the boat was so nervous that his palms were sweating. The boat sailed for more than 20 minutes and finally stopped at a shore. The water is too shallow and the boat cannot reach the shore. After paying the remaining money, Gong Ming waded ashore with the two of them. After getting ashore, Gong Ming asked them to wait while he climbed up the sand dune to observe the surroundings. After confirming that it was safe, he turned back and took them to bend down and go around from the other side. They first went around some coconut trees, then through a pile of charred metal wreckage, and finally headed east. The audience in the live broadcast room was amazed. This is too cautious. Going around, investigating, and hiding. This is really the battlefield. I'm impressed. The production crew dares to film anything. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wu Yu finally saw a few dilapidated houses in front of him. It looks like an abandoned fishing village. This is the address He Xiao gave. We're finally here. Wu Yu and the accompanying photographer looked at each other, both showing helpless expressions. It was really tough walking here. The sun was scorching and my heart was tense. I was exhausted. They looked around and saw that there seemed to be no one in the small fishing village, so they found a dilapidated house to rest in. Half of the wall of the house collapsed, and there was a big hole in the wall, so you could see directly outside from the inside. Wu Yu sat on the rock and rubbed his sore legs. Gong Ming took a sip of water and asked, "When will your protagonist arrive?" Wu Yu glanced at the time. 6 o'clock. 5 more minutes. He should be here soon. Gong Ming looked around. Not even a single person in sight, and was a little skeptical. Will you be late? Won't. Wu Yu was very sure. That guy always keeps his word. If he said we'd meet at 6 o'clock, he would definitely show up on time. As he was speaking, Wu Yu seemed to hear a strange sound coming from a distance, like the sound of air flow, and a bit like the sound of fireworks rising into the sky. Before she could react, Gong Ming's expression suddenly changed. He rushed over and pushed her and the photographer into the corner. Get down. RPG rocket. Boom. A loud bang exploded not far away. Rubble and wood flew everywhere, and the air wave kicked up a cloud of dust. Da-da-da. This was followed by dense gunfire, with bullets hitting the surrounding earth walls and iron sheets, stirring up clouds of dust. Oh my god, there's a war. Wasn't that a bazooka? It's over. I wonder if the production team will have to explain. Xiao Yu run. Leave He Xiao alone. The enemy is coming to kill us. Chiji. I actually saw a real battlefield in the live broadcast room. Oh my god. Where are you, He Xiao? What kind of job would actually require me to go to such a hellish place? A sudden RPG rocket. This was followed by intensive gunfire. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly lost their composure. It was originally a good inspirational program. How did it become a live battlefield? Seeing real gunfire in the documentary. Who would believe it if I told others? But the good thing is, hot-blooded fighting. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 6 million. Ahem. Wu Yu and the photographer were coughing continuously due to the smoke and dust. Gong Ming next to him asked nervously, "Are you all okay?" "Fine." Wu Yu shook his head and looked at the bomb crater not far away with fear. It's too dangerous. The shell just now exploded less than 30 meters away from them. If it was a little more to the side, the house would have been blown up. There is still intensive gunfire outside now. Obviously, a small-scale battle has broken out. Strangeness. This place isn't the battlefield where the Valen Kingdom and the Nost Kingdom are fighting. Why did the war suddenly break out? Gong Ming frowned. The gunshots sounded like 2 groups fighting. He suddenly thought, could it be that the mercenaries are fighting? At this time, Wu Yu suddenly said, there are still 30 seconds. Gong Ming was stunned for a moment. What do you mean 30 seconds? 30 seconds to 6. He Xiao is coming. Wu Yu stared at his watch. Gong Ming didn't react for a moment. Are you still thinking about time at this critical moment? Women's brain circuits are really. There was constant gunfire all around. A small-scale battle is breaking out. Is this the time to worry about whether the guests will arrive on time? This situation, an hour late, is normal. But Wu Yu spoke firmly, as if he knew what Gong Ming was thinking. He will definitely arrive on time. You'll definitely show up at 6 o'clock sharp. All right. Time passes by every second. Wu Yu lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on his watch. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Just when the pointer pointed to 6 o'clock. Da-da-da. Suddenly there was a burst of intensive gunfire, and it was very close to them. Gong Ming's face suddenly changed. Oh no. Why is the gunshot so close? He was just about to retreat with the two of them. Then Wu Yu shouted hurriedly. It's He Xiao. Amidst the hail of bullets, Wu Yu looked through the hole in the room and discovered that a figure had appeared outside the earth wall at some point in time. The man was still wearing the familiar black casual clothes, but with a baseball cap. At this time, the figure was holding a heavy machine gun in his hand. What he is holding in his hand should be a heavy weapon called Big Pineapple. The bullet chain just hung casually on the ground. Flames spewed out of the muzzle and bullets sprayed out wildly in a certain direction. When Wu Yu saw this scene, a strange idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Wear sportswear. Wouldn't that delay his use of the Big Pineapple? Only after a whole chain of bullets was fired did the figure have time to turn around. It seemed that he had already noticed that Wu Yu was looking at him. He Xiao had a sunny smile on his face and waved at her. Are you here? This greeting caught Wu Yu off guard. Are you here? This tone. What the hell? The photographer next to him fell to the ground, but he still managed to capture the entire scene professionally. When the picture of He Xiao appearing outside the earth wall holding a big pineapple was spread, the netizens in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. It's He Xiao. Holy crap. This is too intense. It's really He Xiao. He actually made a grand appearance carrying a giant pineapple. Help. That smile he showed when he turned around was so handsome. This is definitely the shot of the year. Chapter 41. Why did things go wrong while recording? Ping and Welfare Home. He Xiaowei was staring at the live broadcast of hot-blooded fight. On the screen, her whole body tense. When the familiar figure appeared in the picture, her clenched fists finally loosened. Marvelous. So cool. As expected of my brother. This shot is amazing. She cheered in a low voice, a big smile on her face. She had been watching the live broadcast for a long time but didn't see He Xiao, and she was almost dying of anxiety. What the strongest war correspondent? What war scenes? She didn't care at all and just wanted to see He Xiao as soon as possible. She was also startled when she first heard the dense gunfire. But when she heard Wu Yu say that He Xiao had agreed to meet at 6 o'clock, she felt relieved. Because she knew better than anyone that her brother always kept his word and had never broken his promise over the years. She quickly took a screenshot to save the scene of He Xiao's appearance and then started to read the barrage. Sure enough, the entire screen was filled with people praising He Xiao for being handsome. He Xiaowei couldn't help but start typing on the keyboard. This angle is really great. The photo captures all of my brother's sunny and handsome side. Give the photographer a chicken drumstick. In order to watch He Xiao's live broadcast, she even specially registered an ID called He Xiao's Little Fangirl. Certified Die-Hard Fan. Live broadcast. Wu Yu stared blankly at He Xiao standing on the earth wall and firing a large pineapple. This time, they were not blank bullets used in military training, but real guns and live ammunition. He Xiao was obviously exchanging fire with the enemy, because the soil under his feet was constantly being blown into dust by bullets. For some reason, Wu Yu felt that the He Xiao in front of him was different from when he was in Manhwa. It was as if some seal had been released. You guys lie down first. Let's talk about it after we defeat the enemy. He Xiao turned around and said to her with a smile. Wu Yu nodded subconsciously. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Did she notice that He Xiao said we? Who else? Just when I was wondering, the door of the dilapidated house Suddenly, a shiny black head popped in from the door, and a pair of big, bulging eyes stared at them. The man grinned, revealing a row of snow-white teeth, and greeted in stiff Longwood dialect. Hi, you guys are the crew that's filming this show, right? Wu Yu and the other two in the room were startled when such a black head suddenly appeared in the hail of bullets. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Damn it, brother and I. Fuck, this is too dark. It's so black it's reflective. This bloodline is absolutely pure. Why is Brother Hay here too? Are you here to fight too? As he was speaking, the strong black man squeezed in through the door. After he came in completely, Wu Yu was stunned again. It's really black, so dark and strong. The skin is so dark and shiny that it can reflect light. That body of tendon meat looks particularly strong. The black man had a bullet chain slung over his shoulder and walked in with a simple smile. My name is Alex. Nice to meet you. After saying that, he took out a grenade from his waistband and threw it out. Boom. The high-explosive grenade exploded with a deafening roar. Alex picked up the gun again and fired wildly in a certain direction, cursing under his breath. Fuck you. Dare to attack us? Go to hell. Fuck. Wow. This black man is so good at swearing. Wu was still sighing. Gong Ming next to him suddenly spoke in surprise. Alex, I know this black man. Wu subconsciously asked, is he famous? Gong Ming nodded. Quite famous. His nickname on the street is Black Mamba on the battlefield. He used to be very active in the mercenary group in Western Europe. It's quite famous. He's an all-around player who can fight and carry. After a brief introduction, Gong Ming added, I didn't expect him to come to Aurora City. Apparently, he's Hishio's teammate. The two were talking. A cheerful voice suddenly came from outside the wall behind me. Haha, nice to meet you guys. Friends who have come from afar. Gong Ming and Wu turned around in surprise and saw the broken window. A tall, bearded man stood there, grinning at them. He saw the two of them notice him. The bearded man waved in a friendly manner and even struck a cool pose for the live camera. Hey, hello friends from Dragon Country. I'm a machine gunner from the Sky Mercenaries. He's also Shio's partner. Just call me Billy. Or my Dragon Country name, Big Brother. First it was Black Brother, and now here comes this bearded guy who calls himself Big Brother. Wu was completely stunned. Are these guys really mercenaries? Why does it feel so unreliable? And they are all so enthusiastic about him? The audience in the live broadcast room immediately grasped the key point. Mercenary group? Shio? You mean he's Shio? His partner? Fuck. Brother Ming, something big happened. I think I know what part-time job Hishio is doing this time. I seem to have guessed it too. Gradually, the audience in the live broadcast room reacted. The scene just now of Hishio holding a big pineapple and shooting, and the black man known as the Black Mamba on the battlefield. And there was this bearded machine gunner in front of me, plus the constant gunfire outside. Even the dullest person would understand what's going on. Nama. All day today, I've been wondering what kind of work Hishio does abroad. I always thought it was a serious job, like moving bricks in foreign countries. I even advised him not to work too hard in the comments. Before, Hishio was a boxing coach and dissected corpses. I think that was the limit. But now, it turns out we were naive. Fuck, who would have thought? Hishio's overseas work. Becoming a mercenary? Just work part-time as a mercenary. He's still fighting with someone with a big pineapple. Outrageous. Netizens who finally knew the truth were about to cry. From the day when filming for the second season of Hot Blood Fight started, when I met Hishio at the school gate. Hishio said, while holding a book, that when he was working during the summer vacation to earn tuition, netizens thought that this college student was pretty good. Later I found out that his character is indeed stable. Good grades, good character, and handsome. I also work and study in my spare time. A true model college student. The protagonist chosen by the program team perfectly fits the theme of the program. But who could have thought? Things got distorted while recording. We were supposed to be hardworking college students. How did you end up going abroad to be a mercenary? What kind of part-time job is this? Just for that little salary, you're going to shoot on the battlefield with a big pineapple in your hand? I understand. No wonder Hishio was able to suppress a gun with one hand at Tsingyuan Institute of Science and Technology. Because they practiced with real guns and real bullets. No wonder he's so skilled at dissection at Tsingyuan Medical University. Because I don't know how many times I've practiced on the battlefield. No wonder he can beat the military instructor. Maybe he's even more powerful than the instructor. Brothers, I declare, this show needs to be renamed Outrageous Struggle, Battlefield Survival. Welcome to the live-action version of PUBG. When Hishio's work as a mercenary abroad was exposed, netizens were boiling with excitement. Chapter 42, Are You the Leader? In a dilapidated house, bearded Billy posed for the live camera and waved to the audience. My friends, please wait a moment. We, the Sky Mercenaries, are fighting an old rival. After we take care of them, we'll come back and have a drink and chat with you. After saying this, his expression changed and his eyes became fierce. Fuck. Those bastards from the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Are they planning a sneak attack while we're unequipped? Fuck them. Following this roar, the gunfire outside suddenly became more intense. On the wall, Hishio glanced back at the dilapidated house, threw away the pineapple with empty bullets, and then his figure flashed and disappeared after a few takeoffs and landings. Haha. Wait and see the show. The leader is angry. The Wild Wolf mercenary group is in big trouble. Billy shouted excitedly, and turned to greet the black guy next to him. Old Black, follow me. With the leader here, we can defeat them even without equipment. Wu Yu and Gong Ming beside them looked confused. Team leader? Who is it? Can you win without equipment? Is it so strong? Before they could figure it out, Billy and Alex rushed out and disappeared from the camera. The program crew could not capture what was happening outside, but the gunshots could be heard becoming more frequent, mixed with the shouts of the Wild Wolf mercenaries. Fuck. These lunatics. How dare you charge without weapons? Oh no. It's that guy. Damn it. Why is he here too? Retreat. Retreat. He killed both of us in an instant. Forget it. That guy is here. Let's go. Soon. The chaotic sounds gradually subsided and the gunfire stopped. A group of people returned to the door of the dilapidated house, talking and laughing. Wu Yu and Gong Ming looked over. In addition to Billy and Hage, there were 7 other people, including a woman. Hey guys, come out. The battle is over. You are safe. The leader specifically instructed us to treat you kindly. Wu Yu and Gong Ming looked at each other and cautiously came out of the dilapidated hut. He quickly scanned the people around him but didn't see He Xiao and felt a little uneasy. Where is He Xiao? She asked directly. Bearded Billy smiled and replied. He's chasing after the Wild Wolf mercenaries. He should be back soon. Wu Yu was surprised after hearing this. He's alone? Aren't you going to help? The only female member of the team smiled charmingly. In the entire group, only Xiao dares to chase down an entire group of enemy mercenaries. We can't do that. One person went after an entire mercenary group. This kind of thing. It seems that no one except He Xiao can do it. Just wait quietly. Xiao often does this kind of thing. You'll be back safe soon. Do it often? Wu Yu and Gong Ming looked at each other and thought, is this not the first time? They followed the sky mercenaries and sat on the sand, waiting. As an experienced war correspondent, Gong Ming has been observing this mercenary group. He found that the people in the group were not disgusted with their program team, but were rather friendly. In other words, as long as it does not affect the actions of the mercenaries, they are allowed here. After all, this is a frontal battlefield, so there is no need for special concealment. Moreover, Gong Ming noticed that the Sky mercenary group was so polite to them entirely because of He Xiao. He silently noted this discovery and was very surprised. It was surprising enough that He Xiao came as a mercenary, but I didn't expect that he would have such a high status in the group. You have to know that these mercenary groups are all desperate criminals who work for money and rarely truly obey anyone. But from the conversation just now, it can be heard that the entire group recognizes He Xiao. Gong Ming knew very well that this recognition represented absolute strength. Has it become this strong? This news must be reported. I waited for about 20 minutes. In the distance, a figure slowly walked over from the fishing village and came to where the team members were resting. He Xiao casually threw the various weapons on his shoulders to the ground. Let them run away. I didn't catch up, but we got a lot of weapons. He Xiao's expression looked a little regretful. If you can kill 2 more, you can get more commission. The other team members were all delighted when they saw the weapons on the ground. Very strong. Sell these weapons later and buy better equipment. Captain, how many did you kill just now? He Xiao took out 4 bloody nameplates from his pocket and threw them on the ground. 4. Put the sign away. I'll collect the reward later. Wu Yu stared at the 4 nameplates on the ground and knew what they meant. This is too strong. In just such a short time, you killed 4 enemies? Etc. He just said. Team leader? Wu Yu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at He Xiao in shock. You? Are you their leader? Wu Yu swore that he had not heard wrongly. Just now, the people from the Sky mercenary group did call He Xiao captain. Hage interjected with a smile. Oh, didn't I tell you that? Xiao is the leader of our Sky mercenaries. The bearded man added. Only the most powerful can be the leader of a mercenary group. While Xiao is away, I will temporarily take over, but he will always be the leader of the Sky mercenaries. All the team members looked at He Xiao, who was standing in the middle. He Xiao is obviously the youngest in the entire group. But the strength is the strongest. Fuck you, Captain. Student He Xiao is actually the leader of an overseas mercenary group. Are you kidding me? What's the limit for He Xiao? Damn it. I'm still worried about final exams, and others are already leading groups abroad. Netizens have just come to terms with the fact that He Xiao is a mercenary abroad. I haven't fully recovered yet. Another big hit. He is not only a part-time mercenary, but also the leader of a mercenary group. Gong Ming, who was standing nearby, was also stunned. He whispered to Wu Yu, you don't know about this either? Wu Yu felt numb all over and smiled helplessly. I haven't heard him mention it at all. I thought it was outrageous enough that he was here part-time as a mercenary. I didn't expect him to be the leader of a mercenary group. Now Wu Yu finally figured it out. Why were the people from the Sky mercenaries so polite to them before? It's not just because he Xiao is very strong, but also because he Xiao is their leader. He is only 22 years old. I will graduate from university next year. Have you become a group leader abroad? Looking at he Xiao's profile in the sunset, Wu Yu really couldn't imagine how he did it. Chapter 43. The difficulty is not important. The key is to give enough money. He Xiao glanced at the team members and turned around to walk back. Rest is over, let's go. The 9 members of the Sky Mercenary Group immediately stopped talking and laughing, and quietly followed He Xiao to evacuate the village. Everyone in the group walked in front tacitly, always keeping a distance of half a meter from He Xiao behind. Wu Yu and Gong Ming exchanged glances and were shocked again. This formation clearly shows respect for He Xiao. It was already dark when we left the fishing village. The Sky Mercenaries marched quietly through the desert. The area west of Aurora City is basically desert, and it ends at the sea. Wu Yu, Gong Ming, and the photographer walked at the end of the team, filming the mercenaries' march. He Xiao was walking not far ahead of them. Where are we going now? Wu Yu asked in a low voice. He Xiao casually glanced at the night scene around him. Buy equipment. You can't go to war in sportswear. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became funny. Wearing sportswear didn't prevent you from crushing the pineapple with one hand just now. Exactly. It's pressed pretty firmly. Anyway, He Xiao, whatever you say now, we have to question it. Wu Yu nodded. She felt that He Xiao seemed to be in a good mood and was humming a song while walking. He Xiao was indeed in a good mood. Although he had just been ambushed by hostile mercenaries and fought a battle without any equipment. But none of the players were injured. Moreover, he took 4 heads right at the start. According to the standard of this mission, each head would be worth 100,000 US dollars, and the settlement would be made after the mission was completed. The official mission hasn't even started yet, but we've already earned so much money, and the team members will get a lot of it. Delicious. If there was enough ammunition, I could get more commission from the heads. Unfortunately, the other party retreated as soon as they saw him show up. But he was not in a hurry. The vacation had just begun, and there was plenty of time. The members of the Sky Mercenary Group came from various countries. He didn't carry many weapons. After the small-scale battle just now, most of the equipment has been used up. So now He Xiao has to take the team members to get some supplies first. Gong Ming, who was following beside him, silently memorized the information of Captain He Xiao in his heart. Compared to Wu Yu's surprise, he was more shocked because he knew more. He knew very well how much deterrent power was needed to become the leader of a mercenary group. Looking at He Xiao, who was walking in front, Gong Ming thought for a moment before asking, "Which party are you hiring from this time?" He Xiao turned his head and looked at him. That look made Gong Ming feel as if everything was seen through. However, He Xiao quickly withdrew his gaze and said lightly, "The Valen Kingdom." Gong Ming was shocked when he heard this. "You accepted employment from a weaker party?" He Xiao nodded. The mercenary group only cares about the missions they hire. So the stronger or weaker side in a war has no impact on me. I just need to complete the hired mission. Wu Yu was confused, but Gong Ming understood. This confidence is too strong. Wu Yu lowered his voice and asked, "What did He Xiao mean?" Gong Ming looked at the team in front who were marching silently on their way and explained patiently. No matter what kind of war it is, there will always be a gap in strength between the two sides. This disparity in strength usually has a huge impact on the overall battle situation. Generally speaking, it's easier to take on work from a stronger party. But what He Xiao meant was that he could handle even a weaker party's hiring mission. Wu Yu understood a little, so he chose the more difficult one. Gong Ming smiled helplessly. To be precise, he might have chosen the one that offered more money, because the price offered by the weaker party is often higher. Wu Yu suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Now I understand everything. This is exactly what He Xiao is like." At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also felt so. Haha, I agree. He Xiao, the eternal god. The difficulty is not important. The key is to pay enough money. It seems that even as a part-time mercenary, my brother He's style remains the same. After watching the live broadcast for so long, everyone is very familiar with He Xiao's little habit. But I heard Wu Yu's joking tone. Gong Ming's expression turned serious. This is a war, and the situation between the two countries is already very tense. On the surface, it seems like they're not making much progress, but secretly they're frantically recruiting mercenaries. There are at least dozens of mercenary teams from all over the world. The Valen Nation needs to hire people to transport supplies to Aurora City, and the Nos Nation will hire people to intercept these supplies. With the demands of war on both sides, this place will soon become a battlefield for mercenaries. This place might turn into a mercenary meat grinder. Gong Ming's tone was heavy. After all, mercenaries are people who do things for money. Wherever there is war, there are them. Under the temptation of high commissions, more mercenaries will definitely be involved in this war. The tragedy in Aurora has already caused a great response internationally. But the Kingdom of Nost has no intention of stopping. We don't know how long this battle will last. This war is no longer just a matter between two countries. There are big powers backing it up. Take the Kingdom of Nost, for example. The countries behind it are those led by the United States. They want to gain more benefits through this war. The worst hit are the people of Aurora, who became victims for no apparent reason. You can even find that many of the mercenaries in Nost were hired by the United States. Gong Ming said here. Not only Wu Yu was angry when he heard this, but even the netizens in the live broadcast room were angry as well. So insidious. Sure enough, there are always American figures behind the scenes causing trouble. A country that launches wars everywhere for the sake of profit, why doesn't it disappear? Not only are they fighting, they're not even sparing children. Last time, in the news, a large number of children died in Aurora. It's so painful to watch those children turn into cold corpses. Damn it, these bastards should go to hell. Boss Hishio, when can you go to the US and take a part-time job? We'll crowdfund your commission. It would be best if we could blow up the Pentagon. The team moved forward quietly. Not long after, a faint light appeared ahead. From a distance, it looks like a deserted little village. But now there seemed to be some activity in the village, with a symbolic bonfire lit in the middle. This place should be a supply station, a place specifically for mercenaries to resupply. Gong Ming explained softly. Wu Yu stood on the top of the sand dune and saw Hishio suddenly stop. At this time, Hishio winked at the two team members and said, Billy, Jenny, you go explore the way, and the others stay where they are. Understood, Captain. Bearded Billy took Jenny, the only female soldier in the team, and walked directly towards the abandoned village under the sand dunes. Chapter 44. The first mission is here. More than an hour later, a battered pickup truck drove back up the dunes. Bearded Billy and Jenny jumped out of the car excitedly. Captain, we're lucky this time. Got a lot of good equipment. Billy pulled back the tarpaulin on the truck bed, revealing a mountain of weapons and ammunition. See these new gears. Hishio also smiled. He clapped his hands, stood up, and said, Dear members, come over and pick what you like. As soon as the words fell, the team members excitedly walked to the pickup truck and began to change their equipment. Haha, I'm so happy to see these cute guys. Even a bazooka. Finally, I can get new equipment. Captain, can I use that machine gun? You looked so good using it just now. After all the team members had changed into their equipment, Hishio walked over to choose a weapon for himself. Considering that this mission is basically on land, there will not be many opportunities for close combat. He planned to choose a set of long-range weapons that could both ensure the smooth progress of the mercenary mission and protect his teammates. He flipped through the list and quickly found a gun that suited his taste. Seiko TRG-42. Hishio weighed the sand-colored sniper rifle in his hand and said, Well, not bad. This gun is known as the world's most accurate sniper rifle, with an effective range of 1,500 meters and a maximum range of 2,000 meters. It's basically on the same level as the AWM he used last time. Although this sniper rifle is a bit expensive, but as long as it can be used to successfully complete the mission and reduce casualties, then the commission you finally get will not be a loss no matter how you calculate it. Our leader has always been very generous with his weapons spending. He'll provide us with weapons we like. Billy, standing next to him, had already carried a large pineapple and winked at Wu Yu with a smug look on his face. If all the warriors in your dragon country were as powerful as the captain, then your dragon country would definitely be the most powerful country in the world. Wu Yu was choked by these words and turned to look at Hishio. Hishio casually picked up the handsome sniper rifle and picked out a combat uniform. I stuffed some more equipment on myself. After he was dressed, Wu Yu was stunned, because the Hishio in front of him was a completely different person. He wore a black combat uniform over a bulletproof vest, black gloves on his hands, a miniature combat headset around his neck, no helmet, and camouflage combat pants on his lower body, tactical boots, and a multifunctional tactical belt around his waist. Because there was no helmet, you could still see that calm face. The whole person looks capable and tough, but also has a casual temperament. Wu Yu had only one idea in his mind at this moment. This also. So cool. Wait for Hishio to come out after changing his equipment. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Holy crap. Is this really Brother He? So handsome. How should I put it? This outfit paired with his aura. I feel strangely comfortable. Damn. How can he be so handsome? Wow. Brother He, you're going too far. It's bad enough that he secretly became a mercenary behind our classmates' backs, but he also acted so cool. How are we supposed to survive? Hishio's appearance in full armor really shocked everyone. Put on the combat uniform and add his calm temperament. Combined with the current battlefield background, it is absolutely amazing. Gong Ming, who was standing by, was also stunned. After several seconds, he muttered softly. After changing his gear, this guy is a bit too handsome. He also wore combat uniforms, but compared to Hishio now, they are completely on a different level. All members of the Sky Mercenary Group have been fully equipped. Hishio took out a unique communicator, took a look at it, and then said to the team members with a smile, "Dear members, the first mercenary mission is here." Set off. Late at night, the fully armed members of the Sky Mercenary Corps advanced silently in the desert. This time the location is the coastline. After walking for nearly an hour, we finally arrived at a bombed port. At this time, there were 2 pickup trucks parked on the shore, loaded with supplies. All of it is food, drinking water, and simple medical equipment and supplies. 3 soldiers from the Wallen Kingdom were sitting in 2 pickup trucks. These supplies are nothing in normal times. But for the blockaded city of Aurora, it is a lifesaver. After arriving at the beach, Hishio walked over and carefully checked to make sure that the 2 pickup trucks were loaded with urgently needed supplies. He also had a brief chat with the 3 Wallen soldiers in the car. Then he gestured to the people of the Sky Mercenary Group. "Everyone get in the car. Alex, Billy, you are responsible for protecting these 3 Valen warriors. Their safety must be guaranteed. If one person dies, we will deduct money." Hishio said the last sentence very seriously, because it is clearly written in the mercenary contract. If a Wallen soldier dies during the escort, money will be deducted. "Don't worry, Captain." Billy and Alex agreed and got into the cab of the pickup truck. Hishio and other team members, as well as the program crew, climbed onto the carriage and sat on the pile of supplies. He patted the roof of the car. Drive. 2 pickup trucks loaded with supplies slowly started and drove forward. Hishio sat alone on the roof of the first car, holding a gun. This transportation route was planned by him personally, and only he knew the specific route. It takes about 3 hours to get from the coastline through the blockade to the outskirts of Aurora. Before they knew it, the pickup truck had already driven half the distance. The journey was smooth and nothing happened. But when it was still an hour's drive from Aurora, somewhere behind a sand dune, a man wearing night vision goggles is observing the situation. Pick up the intercom at this time. "Captain, 2 pickup trucks transporting supplies were spotted. There is a mercenary group escorting them. On the other side of the sand dune, 8 people were sitting and resting. Including the scout just now, this mercenary group has a total of 9 people." After listening to the report, a burly man grinned. "After waiting for so long, we finally found our prey. 2 carts of supplies? Not bad. How many people are there?" 13 people in total. "Can you tell which mercenary group is escorting them?" The scout shook his head. "It's a bit far away, and it's dark. I can't see clearly." "It doesn't matter. Once our Blackwater mercenary group kills them, we'll naturally know who it is." The burly man had a ferocious expression on his face. Then he turned to the team member next to him and said, "Send a message to the Blade mercenaries and tell them that we will deal with this mercenary group together. This is a token of our sincerity in cooperating with the Blade mercenaries." "Yes." Chapter 45. Join forces to suppress. Deduct 300,000 for each soldier killed. 2 pickup trucks loaded with supplies were driving along the desert. The 2 Valen soldiers driving the car were about to reach the outskirts of Aurora City safely, and they were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Just then, Hishio, who was sitting on the roof of the car, suddenly moved his ears and caught the sound of bullets breaking through the air in the distance. Without any hesitation, he flipped over and jumped to the other side of the roof. Almost at the same time, a bullet flew past where he had just been sitting and hit the roof of the car with a crisp metal collision sound. "Attention, there's an ambush." While dodging, Hishio immediately shouted a warning. "It's a sniper." The entire Sky Mercenary Corps immediately entered combat mode. On the sand dunes 800 meters away, a sniper from the Blackwater Mercenary Group was lying on the ground with a sniper rifle in his hand. The leader's angry voice came from behind. "Why didn't you hit him? That guy on the roof of the car just now must be their leader." The sniper also looked confused. He had clearly been aiming and tracking for more than 10 seconds, and it was a shot that was sure to hit the target. "It missed?" "Captain, it wasn't my fault. It's that guy. He dodged." The sniper explained. Just that moment. He clearly saw that the moment he pulled the trigger, the man on the roof of the car seemed to know it in advance. Escaped this sniper. But how is this possible? Although he couldn't figure it out, he still repositioned his gun and prepared to shoot again. The Blackwater mercenary leader behind him couldn't wait any longer. "Don't worry about anything else. Just open fire. Everyone shoot." As the order was issued, suddenly, gunshots rang out on the sand dunes and flames appeared everywhere. At the same time, on the other side of the sand dune, the Blade mercenaries also opened fire at the same time. Dense bullets rained down on the pickup truck, making clanging sounds as they hit the body of the car. There's an ambush. We're surrounded. The people in the car shouted and looked for cover. Watch out to the right. There's an enemy at 2 o'clock. Captain, the situation is not good. They are 2 teams of mercenaries. There's another group of people at 10 o'clock on the left. Fuck. These 2 mercenary groups must have joined forces. Members of the Sky mercenaries immediately began to fight back. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. The first moment the battle broke out, Gong Ming protected Wu Yu and the photographer, and the 3 of them hid behind a supply box. In this kind of sudden battle, their first priority is to ensure their own safety. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard the gunshots, they all became nervous. The gunfire is so intense. Hishio's mission to deliver supplies has been exposed. Listening to the gunshots, it's clear that the other side has the advantage in numbers. Is the beginning so exciting? Fortunately, Hishio's teammates all seem pretty strong. In the camera image, even though they were attacked by surprise, the members of the Sky Mercenary Corps quickly stabilized their position and began to launch an organized counterattack. Hishio leaned against the pickup truck and calmly patted the door. Don't stop, go full speed ahead. Then he took out 2 bulletproof vests from the car and hung them on the fuel tank to prevent them from being hit by bullets. In this kind of pincer attack, if you stop, you will become a sitting duck. Only by keeping moving can you survive. On the sand dunes on both sides, the Blackwater Mercenary Group and the Blade Mercenary Group occupied the commanding heights and continued to suppress the enemy with firepower. But the attack did not go smoothly. Damn it, why are these guys so difficult to deal with? Our 2 mercenaries joined forces to suppress them, yet they were able to fight back. Damn it, why can't I hit the leader? It's like he has eyes on his back. Did you see clearly? Which mercenary group is it? The members of both mercenary teams were shouting angrily. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed team member spotted some traces and reported in alarm. Captain, this is bad. It looks like they're from the Sky Mercenaries. It's that person's mercenary group. No wonder we couldn't hit him. When hearing the name Sky Mercenaries, especially when mentioning that person, the leaders of the Blackwater and Blade mercenary groups were stunned for a moment, and then they felt a headache. What bad luck. Why did we run into that guy? What bad luck. The team member whispered. Captain, should we continue fighting? That guy is very fierce. The leader of the Blackwater mercenary group scratched his head in annoyance. With so many mercenary groups, why did I have to run into that guy? I thought I could make some easy money tonight, but I didn't expect to encounter such a tough problem. No matter who it is, as long as they fight against that person's mercenary group, they will suffer losses. But we've already fought. We can't just retreat like this, right? Ammunition costs money. Thinking about the battle just now, which had caused the regiment to lose tens of thousands of dollars worth of ammunition, the leader of the Blackwater mercenaries felt very unbalanced. He said through gritted teeth, forget it, go tell the Blade mercenary group. Don't focus on the members of the Sky mercenary group. Concentrate your firepower and kill the 3 Valen soldiers in their convoy. If one person dies, they can be deducted 300,000 yuan. We can't just lose money. Let that guy feel some pain. Hearing this, all the members of the group laughed. Haha, the captain is really amazing. He even thought of this idea. That's right. Isn't he very strong? I'm just trying to disgust him. Even if the Sky mercenaries can deliver the supplies, they won't make much money this time. Leave it to me. Even though I can't hit that guy, those 3 Wallen soldiers who don't know how to dodge. It's so easy. The sniper who had been unsuccessful just now sneered and pulled the trigger. Bang. The specially made bullet flew out in a rotation, crossed a distance of 800 meters, and accurately hit the Wallen soldier driver in the car in front. Bearded Billy, who was sitting in the passenger seat and was in charge of protection, was still confused. Why did the enemy's firepower suddenly weaken? Next second, he saw the driver's head explode like a watermelon in front of him. Blood and brain matter splattered all over his face, and he was completely unable to react. This sudden scene, Bearded Billy was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the team leader Hishio and felt a little uneasy. He muttered to himself helplessly and sympathetically. Oh no, 300,000 yuan will be deducted for each death. The leader is about to lose his temper. Over the sand dunes, the members of the Blackwater mercenary group were shouting excitedly. Kill one. There are 2 more. Ha ha ha, well done. These Wallen soldiers are not in good physical condition and are easy to kill. Quickly kill the remaining 2 and then retreat. Don't worry, I'll find the target soon. Bang. On the second supply truck, the black man Alex was changing magazines. Suddenly, a distinctive sniper rifle shot was heard. Wanna snipe me? He instinctively dodged to the side. It turned out that the shot was not aimed at him at all, but it was the Wallen soldier driving next to them. Looking at the Wallen soldier whose chest had been completely smashed, Alex silently made the sign of the cross on his chest. He looked into the distance and sighed. It's over. You're in big trouble. 300,000 renminbi for each death. The leader will definitely go berserk. Chapter 46. The leader goes berserk. On top of the first pickup truck, Hishio nimbly flipped back into the back seat. As soon as he got into the car, he suddenly seemed to have a premonition of something and kicked the Wallen soldier sitting in the back seat. The Wallen soldier was still confused. Then I saw that the place where I was sitting was pierced by a sniper bullet. Hishio's kick helped him avoid a sniper rifle shot. But the head of this Wallen soldier was blown up by a sniper from another direction. Hishio stared at the cold Wallen soldiers in front of him, his face turning ugly. 300,000. Same in this car. The bearded Billy who was sitting next to him looked at the Wallen soldier who was shot in the head in the back seat, then looked at the Wallen soldier who was also shot in the head in the driver's seat, and swallowed nervously. Captain, I want to tell you something. Please don't be angry. Look at this, Hishio glanced at it and said coldly, 600,000. The bearded man shuddered and felt the temperature in the car drop suddenly. Just then, Alex, a black man in the car behind, suddenly stuck his head out and shouted, Captain, something happened. This Wallen soldier in my car. Gah. Hishio's voice seemed frozen. 900,000. When he heard Alex's shout from behind, bearded Billy trembled again. Captain, you. Take a deep breath first. Calm down. Captain. Bang. The car door was kicked open violently. Hishio rushed out quickly. Bearded Billy was so angry that he yelled at the car behind him. Why the hell do you have to say this now? These two people in my car are also dead. Alex was stunned when he heard this and slapped himself in frustration. This is really over. Where's the leader? He went to chop people with a knife. In the back car, Wu Yu, who was dodging bullets, found that the gunshots suddenly stopped. He carefully stuck his head out and saw a figure walking away from the convoy and towards the distant hills alone. Huh? Isn't that Hishio? What is he going to do? Jenny, who was in the same car, smiled helplessly and replied, 3 Wallen soldiers were killed, and 900,000 will be deducted. The leader went berserk. You guys wait in the car, I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, Jenny quickly jumped out of the car and chased after the figure. Only Wu Yu was left with a dazed look on his face. 900,000 was deducted? For Hishio, this is a huge matter. In Ping'an Welfare Home, He Xiaowei sat in front of the computer wrapped in a blanket, her eyes fixed on the live broadcast on the screen. When she first saw Hishio's mercenary group being besieged by 2 teams, she was a little worried. But when he heard a shout in the live broadcast room saying that 3 soldiers from the Wallen Kingdom had died, when 300,000 commission is deducted for each, He Xiaowei's expression immediately became the same as that of the members of the Sky Mercenary Group. 300,000 each. 3 is 900,000. Then you're finished. My brother will definitely kill you all. He Xiaowei shook her head sympathetically. No need to guess. Hishio must be angry. If those 2 mercenary groups just joined forces to attack, it wouldn't be a big deal. Hishio has never been afraid of the other party joining forces, but will fight them seriously. But they have no moral principles. After joining forces, they will not attack their mercenaries, but will only target the people they are protecting. This is clearly a disgusting tactic of resorting to underhanded tactics when one cannot win and deliberately making the other party pay money. Hishio couldn't stand this kind of despicable tactics the most. In the camera image, I saw that familiar figure rushing out. He Xiaowei doesn't even need to look at the results. When Hishio is blessed with the money-losing buff, his combat power will be doubled. The audience in the live broadcast room were also filled with indignation. Holy crap, Hishio went all the way there alone. 3 escort targets were killed, resulting in a direct loss of 900,000. Is it easy for him to go all the way to work? They worked so hard to escort the supplies, but in the end 3 of them were killed. How could Hishio let them go? It's over. They're finished. This is the convoy. The members of the Sky Mercenary Group shook their heads helplessly when they saw their leader rushing out alone. The leader is getting carried away again. Don't you think those 2 mercenary groups are courting death? They insist on targeting the escort targets. Don't you know that making the captain lose money is more terrifying than fighting him head-on? The convoy has stopped. Bearded Billy patted the black man Alex on the shoulder. Jenny has already caught up. Quick, let's catch up. The rest of you stay where you are. If the leader really goes berserk, Jenny can't stop him alone. After the 2 men finished talking, they picked up their weapons and chased in one direction. In front was Jenny running, and further ahead was Hishio. Billy and Alex ran with bitter smiles on their faces. Fortunately, Only 3 escort targets died. If there were a few more. Remember the last time in the Middle East? The one where the target we were escorting was killed in a bombing. Those guys caused the leader to lose 2 million. As a result, the leader blew up their base directly. Finally, I made another 5 million before I stopped. This is the convoy. I saw several Sky mercenaries catching up. He Shio's figure was about to disappear from the camera. Gong Ming said quickly, "Give me the camera." Then he snatched the photographer's camcorder. He jumped out of the pickup truck and chased after him. It doesn't matter if the audience can't see some scenes, but the people above have to see them. This is also one of his tasks this time. During the brief exchange of fire just now, Gong Ming stared at He Shio the whole time. He watched with his own eyes as the 22-year-old young commander accurately dodged sniper bullets time and time again. And it's not just one sniper, it's 2. At least a dozen shots were fired at him. But He Shio seemed to be able to detect it in advance every time and easily avoid it. This is an intuitive, instinctive reaction. Almost divine. Only, in the battle just now, He Shio was mainly covering his teammates. So Gong Ming didn't see the other fighting moves from him. Now He Shio chased out alone. Gong Ming knew that what was coming next was He Shio's personal show. The higher-ups sent him here just to see how strong this college student is. How outrageous. Now is the best opportunity. After making up my mind, Gong Ming tried desperately to catch up with He Shio with the camera, but he could only barely catch up with He Shio. I wish all my readers a happy day. Chapter 47. Hunting, Unforgivable. About 1 kilometer ahead, 9 members of the Blackwater mercenary group were running wildly in the desert. The atmosphere in the team was relatively relaxed, although they failed to successfully intercept the supplies bound for Aurora City. But they and the Blade mercenaries worked together to kill the 3 escort targets in the enemy convoy. Although the mission of intercepting the supplies was not completed, at least the other party was disgusted. This is the current mentality of the Blackwater mercenary group. Running and running. One of the team members excitedly shouted to the team leader. "Ha ha ha ha. Captain, even though we didn't complete the mission this time, we still breathed a sigh of relief. Last time in the Middle East, that guy blew up the target our regiment was protecting right in front of us. You made us lose 10 million in commissions, but this time we finally got some face back." The leader who was running in the front also had a smile on his face, thinking of the previous mission in the Middle East. At that time, the Blackwater mercenary group and the Sky mercenary group were also hired by hostile forces. As a result, the leader of the Sky mercenaries went crazy for some unknown reason. A man sneaked behind their defense line and blew up the secret base they were guarding. At that time, more than a dozen mercenaries were furious and chased him to fight, but many of them were killed in the end. Finally, he was allowed to run away. Since then, many mercenary groups have known that the young leader of the Sky mercenary group is very powerful, ridiculously strong. So when they discovered that guy appeared in the enemy convoy just now, Blackwater and Blade mercenaries wisely chose to retreat. No more fighting. Even though I couldn't kill him, ruining his mission wasn't bad at all. There aren't many mercenaries that can put that guy at risk. Go back and drink. Ha 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 ha, awesome. The leader of the Blackwater mercenaries laughed heartily. At the same time, he also gave a look of approval to the team's sniper, Gazi. "Gazi, well done. There are 3 soldiers from the Valen Kingdom. You kill 2 of them, and the Blade mercenary group kills 1. It seems your marksmanship has improved again. 2 kills. I'll give you a 100,000 reward, huh?" On the flank of the team, when Gazi, who was carrying a sniper rifle, received praise and a reward of 100,000, he couldn't stop smiling. The other team members all looked at him with envy. "If we don't win this battle and fail to complete the interception mission, we won't get a penny of commission." Gazi, the regiment's sniper, grinned. "Thank you, Captain. Before this mission, I practiced extra. Those 2 soldiers from the Wallen Kingdom are very weak. Hitting them is no different than hitting a bird in a tree. If I had more time to practice, I can even kill that guy." The sniper got carried away just after taking 2 heads. "I completely forgot about the dozen or so missed shots. I feel like I'm okay again." "Captain, don't underestimate that man. But he didn't dare to fire back a single shot just now. You're just dodging my bullets. Hey, I think I can fight him." Sniper Gazi hadn't finished speaking yet. Call out. A bullet. Bang. Just blew his head off. The sniper who was showing off just now suddenly had his head exploded in front of everyone, turning into a headless corpse. With the inertia of running, he still rushed forward 2 or 3 meters. Then he fell down on the sand dune and rolled down. Hidden. There's a sniper. The leader of the Blackwater mercenaries roared until his voice broke, and he was lying on the ground, looking around for those who attacked them. The shot just now was fired from behind them, silently. There was no time to react. On a sand dune 1,000 meters away from the Blackwater mercenary group, Hishio put away the Seiko TGR-42 sniper rifle with an expressionless face. He said a number coldly. 200,000. There was an accident during this mission. 3 of the Wallen soldiers he was supposed to protect died, causing him to have 900,000 yuan deducted from his mission score. The 4 heads taken before were only worth 800,000 in total. By this calculation, I still lost 100,000. How can this be? Hishio was very unhappy. The most unforgivable thing in this world. First, someone touched the savings of him and his sister Hishaowei. Second, my salary was deducted while I was working. So this is the money deducted. The only option is to exchange it for the other person's head. According to his calculations, he would need 5 more heads to make up for the shortfall. On the way to the pursuit, Hishio had already sorted out his demands in his mind. You must never lose money. The guy he just sniped, although he didn't know his name. But Hishio remembered clearly that it was this man who killed 2 of his 300,000 men. Moreover, during the fight, this guy was particularly arrogant and fired at least 10 shots at him. It's so exciting. So Hishio shot him first. Holding the sniper rifle, Hishio suddenly accelerated forward, then suddenly stopped in the middle. An emergency stop. He pulled the trigger of the Seiko TRG-42 in his hand again. Bayu. The sound of a gun with a silencer is very quiet. Hishio reported another number. 400,000. The other side. The leader of the Blackwater mercenary group vaguely saw the trajectory of the bullet. His heart tightened, and he quickly lay down. 3 seconds later he looked up and yelled, "Who's been shot?" The members answered in panic. "It's not me. Ferdow's head is shot through. 1 more person is missing." When I heard that 1 more person was killed, the Blackwater mercenary leader slammed his fist into the sand in anger. "Fuck! Who the hell is ambushing us?" Cursing, the team shouted in panic again. "Captain, we found the target. It's on the sand dune at 7 o'clock in the back." Only 1 person. The leader of the Blackwater mercenaries narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the team member pointed. In the night, there was a figure holding a gun, approaching them quickly. Although I can't see the face clearly. But when the captain saw that figure, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's him. It's definitely him. Damn, that guy is catching up. The Blackwater mercenary leader's expression changed. At this speed, he could keep up with their retreating team silently. Moreover, in such a dark night, 2 shots hit the target from a distance of more than 1,000 meters. All headshots. It's definitely Hishio from the Sky mercenary group. But the problem is this guy crazy? Why does 1 person dare to chase and attack our entire mercenary group? Isn't it just about killing your 3 escort targets? It's no big deal. We will all take the initiative to give in and will not confront you head on. Just to disgust you. Can't you just bear with it for a while? Anyway, you can still get commission by delivering supplies into the city with pickup trucks. A few deaths won't affect the bill. 900,000 is not much. Most mercenary groups are like this. If they can't beat you, they will just annoy you. Is it necessary to fight to the death? The leader of the Blackwater mercenaries still can't figure out what the madman behind him is thinking. Damn it. You like chasing someone alone, right? Everyone fire. Focus on him. I want to see how strong this guy is. The Blackwater mercenary leader roared and pulled the trigger. The remaining team members also began to shoot. Duh, duh, duh. The dense bullets intertwined like a rainstorm, pouring towards the figure. Chapter 48. Sudden stop, hit the target every time, headshot in the smoke. Hishio was 700 or 800 meters behind him. Gongming followed him all the way, and just as he climbed up a small sand dune, he saw Hishio. Not far behind Hishio, bearded Billy, Black Alex, and Ginny were lying on the ground and fighting back. Dense bullets flew back and forth in the night sky. And in the middle of this rain of bullets, Hishio's figure was like a ghost, moving quickly through the hail of bullets, rushing forward on the dust raised by the bullets. The dense web of fire did not slow him down at all, just approaching little by little. Bayu. Gongming saw with his own eyes that Hishio raised his hand and fired a shot while running. And a certain firepower point in the distance immediately went silent. Oh my god. Mobile instant sniping. That's so perverted. Gongming quickly turned the camera to this scene. The audience in the live broadcast room were instantly excited when they saw Hishio truly enter combat mode for the first time. A real fight has broken out. Wow. Hishio is walking in the hail of bullets. That shot just now, was it a sniper shot? Look, it seems we've killed another one. Fuck, is brother he really that fierce when he fights? One word is strong. The other side of the dunes. The Blackwater mercenary group has fallen into slight chaos. I saw the figure on the opposite side getting closer and closer, stepping on the bomb craters. FUCK running fast, huh? Look, I'm going to blow you to death. A member of the Blackwater mercenary group gritted his teeth, pulled out a high explosive grenade from his waist, pulled the safety pin, and was about to throw it. But before he could throw it, bang! The grenade in his hand was hit by a bullet, making a dull thud. As if he had hit the jackpot, his body flew backwards, a large dent was made in his chest, and his heart and lungs were shattered. Shit! Watch out for the grenades. Several team members nearby were so scared that they quickly rushed to the side. Boom! The grenade that was not thrown exploded on the spot, raising dust and sand. Several members of the Blackwater mercenary group shouted in panic in the thick dust. How is it? Who's hurt? I'm fine. How about you guys? Ahem. Damn it, I've been hit. One of the team members collapsed on the ground, clutching his left leg tightly. His artery was cut by shrapnel and blood spurted out. Searle, holy crap, why the hell are you throwing grenades? It would be fine if you died, but you almost killed me. He lost blood so quickly that his face turned pale and his voice began to tremble. Fortunately, the dust raised by the explosion formed a shelter area. That person shouldn't be able to see me in this dust. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the raised dust had saved his life in disguise. At the same time, I feel fortunate. He endured the pain and shouted loudly. Save me. If you don't come over, I'm about to bleed dry. A teammate's exasperated response came from the dust. Stop rushing me. With so much smoke, who would know where you are? Hear the response. The injured team member took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength. I'm here. I. Call out. Bang. A bullet pierced through the smoke and hit him precisely 3 centimeters below his temple. Perfectly avoided the bulletproof helmet on his head. Before he completely lost consciousness, he had only one last thought in his mind. Just listening to the sound. Can you just smoke bomb your head? He fell to the ground like a pile of mud, and his blood quickly dyed the sand red. Where are the people? Why is there no movement? Why don't you just shout? The team members who had already crawled over found that the cry for help suddenly disappeared. When the dust cleared, they only saw a corpse on the ground. The 2 team members who came over lay there in a daze, their eyes full of horror. Block the smoke. Can he hit it too? Captain, Weston is dead too. That guy can hit the target even in the smoke. The Blackwater mercenary leader, who was holding down his gun, shuddered as he heard the terrified shouts of his team members. He didn't look back, but he could already hear the panicked roars of his teammates. Damn it, is this guy still human? Why can't you hit him? Fuck, Weston was killed too. It looks like he was shot in the head in the dust. Fuck, didn't we just kill 3 of his escort targets? Why did he chase us and kill us like that? Captain, let's retreat. As many people as possible can escape. Out of fear, some people have already begun to think about escaping. The leader of the Blackwater mercenary group lay on the sand, his hand holding the gun shaking, his voice trembling. How many died? Captain, there are only 4 of us left. Hear the team members' trembling answer. The leader of the Blackwater mercenaries looked around blankly. It turned out that before he knew it, there were only 4 people left in the entire Blackwater mercenary group, including himself. A team of 9 people. 5 were already lying down. And how many shots did the guy on the opposite side fire? He thought about it in a trance. Oh yes. From the start of the exchange of fire, the guy fired exactly 5 shots. 1 shot, 1 kill. 5 bodies. Just right. The leader of the Blackwater mercenaries was a little stunned. He couldn't figure out why this happened. Just for 3 Wallen soldiers, only 900,000. He was just joking, but he was hunted down by that guy single-handedly like this? Captain, we shouldn't have messed with that guy. There are only 4 of us left. Run. The team members' urging made the team leader come back to his senses a little. Sorry, Captain. I don't want to die here. One of the team members suddenly shouted and started rushing down the sand dune. The Blackwater mercenary leader just looked on coldly and said in despair, he can't get away. As soon as the words fell, the escaping team member flew out at an angle like a kite with a broken string. The body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. On the sand dunes behind, Jenny quickly changed the magazine and listened carefully to the movements around her. I found that the mercenary group on the opposite side seemed to have stopped moving. The captain killed them all. She asked a little uncertainly. The bearded Billy on the side shook his head. Not yet. Their team has 9 people, right? Look, the captain is still holding his gun. There must be someone alive. No matter how many there are, they will all die in the end. At this moment, a mouthful of white teeth suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was the black man Alex who was smiling. There are 3 left. Jenny asked, how did you know? Brother Hay showed his signature big white teeth again, looking confident. You may not have noticed. But I counted carefully, and the commander fired only 6 shots in total. Based on the captain's unerring shooting skills, the enemy must have already killed 6 people. There should be 3 left on the other side. Chapter 49. The Blackwater Mercenary Group was completely wiped out. Captain, calm down. Jenny rolled her eyes at Alex and retorted. Last time the captain shot 4 people in the Middle East. Have you forgotten so quickly? Alex, the black man, touched his head. Fuck yeah. I almost forgot about this. Jenny was too lazy to talk nonsense with them anymore, so she stood up and continued to move forward. Don't just stand there. Hurry and find the leader. Don't forget, this is just one mercenary group. There is another one. The leader might also come after that mercenary group. After saying that, the 3 of them rushed out of the shelter at the same time. Gong Ming, who followed carefully at the end, didn't hear the previous words clearly, but he heard Jenny's last few words. He walked forward synchronously while complaining in his mind. Isn't it enough to cripple one mercenary group? Are you going to find another one? Just for that 900,000 commission, I'm chasing after others and killing them. Such a bad temper. In the middle of the battlefield, Hishio stopped. The distance between him and the last 3 members of the Blackwater Mercenary Group is now less than 400 meters. Starting from 1,000 meters away, he fired the first shot. Under the enemy's fire suppression, he advanced 600 meters and killed 6 people. On average, 1 target was solved every 100 meters. He felt very comfortable with this rhythm. A breeze blew up the sand on the ground. Suddenly, without warning, he raised his hand and fired a shot. The sniper bullet passed through the thin sand on the top of the dune and hit another target accurately. 1.4 million. After saying that, Hishio corrected himself. No, it's 900,000. I just spent 500,000. In the battle just now, he opened the system panel and spent 500,000. Upgraded the skill proficiency of Sniper Master to the highest level, Sniper God. Of course, this money must be charged to the other party. Looking at the last 2 people left, they didn't seem to plan to escape. So Hishio walked over slowly with the gun in hand, stopped 50 meters away, and said lightly, technically, you all owe me money, so no one can escape. Although I just got 7 kills and earned 1.4 million. But after careful calculation, the 3 Wallen soldiers are worth 900,000, plus the cost of the system. It just happened to settle the score. But don't bullets cost money? And after this battle, the weapons also need to be repaired, right? Labor costs and mental damage compensation must also be taken into account. So 1.4 million is not enough. At least 2 more lives must be taken to fill the bill. In front of Hishio, behind the sand dune 50 meters away. Now there are only 2 people left in the entire Blackwater Mercenary Group. A group leader. A member of the group. Damn it, our group is finished. I should have never provoked this killer. The leader of the Blackwater Mercenaries regretted it at this time. Although he regretted it, his eyes immediately turned fierce and crazy. Since I can't run away, I'll fight him. Although there are a few people behind him, he is the only one chasing us now. If we shoot at the same time, I don't believe he can kill both of us instantly. The one who survives must have his head cut off. At this point, the mercenaries' inherent cruelty and madness were completely aroused. I would rather die than die, as long as I can drag the other party down with me. Not a loss. The 2 men gripped their weapons tightly and counted silently to 3 seconds. The leader roared, "Go!" 2 men rushed out from both sides, one on the left and one on the right, and pulled the trigger at the figure 50 meters away. Go to hell. However, a few tenths of a second before they pulled the trigger, 2 slight silence sounds were heard. Bayu, Bayu. 2 sniper bullets fired instantly and consecutively accurately pierced the eyebrows of the Blackwater Mercenary leader and that member. The 2 bullets hit almost the same spot between their eyebrows. Before his death, the Blackwater Mercenary leader's last consciousness was. 50 meters is such a close distance. Even if 2 people shoot at the same time, they still can't be as fast as him? How can it be so accurate? On the sand 2 kilometers away from here, the members of the Blade Mercenary Group were lying on the sand and eating melons together. When they saw the 2 shots fired by Hishio through the telescope, everyone gasped. Holy crap! Instant kill of 2 people with a sniper. Captain Anderson was killed instantly. The last 2 remaining men were also shot dead. The Blackwater Mercenary Group has been wiped out. This is the Blade Mercenary Group. The tall, bald black leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling frightened. We had received news from the Blackwater Mercenary Group before, saying that the person from the Sky Mercenary Group was in the convoy, and that the Blackwater Mercenary Group was going to retreat. After hearing this, the leader of the Blade Mercenaries didn't think twice and immediately led his members to evacuate. Fortunately, that person did not come after them, but instead targeted the Blackwater Mercenary Group. That guy is horrible. 1 man took out the entire Blackwater Mercenary Group. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, the Blackwater Mercenary Group would be the ones enjoying the spoils. It's all thanks to the commander's wise command. See what happened to the Blackwater mercenaries. The members of the Blade mercenary group were frightened at first, and then they all began to praise their leader for his wise decision. If the team leader hadn't made a prompt decision, they are the ones lying down now. Listening to the members' praises, the Blade mercenary leaders smiled proudly. Anderson still lacks experience. Don't you know that once you're involved with the Sky mercenary leader, there's no good juice to be had? Running so slowly, isn't that courting death? Although they are on the same side for the time being. But seeing other mercenary groups in trouble, I couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy. Captain, should we retreat now, or wait a little longer? No rush, just wait a little longer. That person shouldn't come to trouble us anymore. After all, it's almost dawn. The other side. When Gong Ming arrived with Jenny and the other two, the battle was already over. Looking at the 9 corpses lying on the ground, Gong Ming's eyes twitched violently. Real. One person wiped out an entire mercenary group. Jenny and the other two just glanced at the corpse and quickly ran to Hishio, because they saw that Hishio gently raised the sniper rifle in his hand again. This action made Jenny and the other two feel nervous. Captain, calm down. They were all wiped out. Let's just forget about the other mercenary group, right? Right. Now that we're not losing money, let's stop fighting. Under the nervous gaze of the 3 people, Hishio just nodded and glanced at the magazine. We still have 1 bullet left, we can't waste it. After saying this, he looked into the distance, casually raised the sniper barrel, and gently pulled the trigger. Then he ignored it and just said it without turning his head. Do you like eating melons so much? Chapter 50 Evaluation of the Soldier King. 2 kilometers away. The people from the Blade mercenary group are still watching the show. Suddenly discovered. The regiment commander, who was holding a telescope, was shot through the back of the neck by a bullet that fell from the sky. The captain's head fell to the ground without a word. It rolled around several times before it stopped. The members of the Blade mercenary group stood there in a daze, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Leader? What's wrong with you? Late at night. Longwoluo province. In a mysterious building. The lights in the conference room were still on, and the images taken by Gong Ming were playing on the projector. In the picture, Hishio fired a shot casually and then said a few words to the 3 mercenaries next to him. After hearing this, the 3 people looked in a certain direction with shock on their faces, then turned to look at Hishio, their eyes full of admiration. Afterwards, they diligently cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the nameplates of the dead. The Blackwater mercenary group is not considered strong among overseas mercenary groups. It is considered to be below average. Captain Anderson has a criminal record in his own country. He later served in a foreign army in Gaul for 2 years and eventually founded the Blackwater mercenary group. Although the overall strength of the mercenary group is relatively low, Anderson's personal ability is quite good. In the conference room, the middle-aged policeman in charge of playing the footage explained slowly. After a pause, he added, "From the footage, we can see that the Blackwater mercenary group consisted of 9 people, and they were all wiped out by Hishio alone. The entire battle took only 17 minutes. The gun Hishio uses is a Seiko TRG-42 with a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. He fired 10 shots, killing 9 of his targets. I don't know where the last shot hit. It's not shown on the screen. The live broadcast footage is just the surface. The data behind it is the key." The middle-aged policeman had to report these details to the bosses in the conference room. Throughout the entire battle, Hishio fired a total of 10 shots, just enough to empty a magazine. And the final outcome? It was a group of 9 mercenaries that was wiped out. After listening to the middle-aged policeman's report, the bosses were also very surprised. Where did he fire his last shot? It can be seen from the picture that when Hishio fired the last shot, the muzzle of the gun was raised upwards. Generally, the firearm will be adjusted to this angle only when sniping at ultra-long distances. But the middle-aged policeman knew very well that the maximum range of the Seiko TRG-42 in Hishio's hand was 2 kilometers. That is to say, Hishio's 10th bullet was fired at a target about 2 kilometers away. But who exactly was hit? Since I wasn't there, I can't get any more information. Of course they don't know. In fact, Hishio had already discovered the people from the Blade mercenary group, who were hiding over there and watching the show. His last bullet flew over 2 kilometers and sent the Blade mercenary leader to see God. That's all I can analyze. After the middle-aged police officer finished his report in the conference room, he added, "As for evaluating Hishio's tactical movements during the battle, this is not my expertise. I need to let someone who knows more about it make the judgment." After he finished speaking, in the meeting room that had remained silent until now, the voice of a big boss was heard. "Haha, one magazine wiped out an entire mercenary group. It's my first time seeing this too. Since this is a tactical operation, let's let professionals evaluate it. The big man said with a smile, turning his gaze to a soldier standing by the wall. This man has a straight military posture and is a colonel instructor in the army. Feng Jinghe, you've won the title of Soldier King of the 3rd Military Region of Luo Province. Tell me what you think of this little guy. Get instructions from the boss. Feng Jinghe replied competently. Yes, sir. You can see it from the battle footage just now. The target was attacked while escorting a convoy and subsequently demonstrated exceptional military qualities. The first sniper bullet came without warning, but he still quickly adjusted his position and found cover in less than a second. Also, there were at least 2 snipers who shot him from different directions. In the end, not a single shot was fired. He can even distract himself to help other members. This demonstrates his perception of danger, on-the-spot judgment, and control of the battlefield. They all possess extraordinary talents and abilities. Feng Jinghe explained it in great detail. He is a special forces soldier and was once the top soldier in the Los Angeles Provincial Military District, so he was able to see more details from the short battle just now. As he spoke, he was also thinking in his heart, if it were me, could I achieve the same level as Hsiao? Although the bosses in the conference room looked tired, they all listened very attentively. In the subsequent pursuit, the target's performance was even more astonishing. Whether it's long-distance raids, reconnaissance capabilities, or sniping abilities, they're all impeccable. From beginning to end, the target only used one weapon, a sniper rifle. Whether it's long-range fixed-point shooting, close-range rapid sniping, or shooting on the move, he seems to be extremely proficient in all of them. It can be noted that the target didn't even have a spare magazine with him during the pursuit. From the very beginning, he was very confident that he could kill all the enemies with just one magazine. Feng Jinghe has suddenly stopped talking here. He himself found it a little unbelievable, but still expressed his guess. I think the sniper rifle might just be one of the weapons he's good at. If he hadn't been holding a sniper rifle just now, but some other weapon, I guess the result of annihilating the enemy will be the same. Having said this, Feng Jinghe didn't say anything else. This is all the information we can say and see now. At this time, a military leader asked him with a smile, if it were you, could you do those operations just now? Feng Jinghe shook his head without even thinking. No. Although he was once the military king of the 3rd Military Region. But if he were to fight this battle, although he would be able to complete the task in the end, he would definitely not be able to do it as cleanly and neatly as the college student in the picture. The military leader looked at him intently and continued. So, from a soldier's perspective, what do you think of him? Feng Jinghe thought about it seriously. Intelligent, rigorous, calm, and paranoid. Possessing exceptional combat power and almighty combat qualities, he will not lose control in battle. But I think he might not be suitable for team combat. He's more suitable to be a battlefield ghost or a lone wolf. Teammate will restrain him instead. In just a few words, he expressed his evaluation of Hsiao. Just now, Feng Jinghe tried to imagine the situation of working together with that college student. I found that it shouldn't work. Even if you are a soldier king, it is impossible to keep up with the opponent's rhythm. After listening to Feng Jinghe's words, the bigwigs in the conference room were silent for a long time. In the end, no one expressed their opinion, but everyone's eyes hide different thoughts. Suddenly, a big man seemed to remember something and spoke. By the way, it's still too dangerous for them to follow them on the battlefield like this. Even with the protection of national security personnel, there are bound to be omissions. The Provincial Research Institute recently developed a very interesting little device. Let's send it to them. Feng Jinghe immediately stood at attention and replied, Understood.